space, again. 3 mobile suits approach a colony. Elsewhere, a high school karate club is in session, with a senior student demonstrating techniques when everyone is distracted by a call of, "I'll be absent today," from outside. A young man named Camille is cutting practice and takes off running. On his way out of the school, the team captain catches him. When Camille claims to be leaving because he isn't feeling well, the captain backhands him, but Camille springs up and continues running off campus. As he runs, a young woman starts calling his name and jogs up beside him, asking him what's going on. "Stop calling out my name, I don't want people knowing that I'm called Camille," he says, continuing to run. She keeps up with him and replies, "Everyone already knows, you're the one who doesn't accept it." They continue to run through lush parks until they reach the street, where the two of them hop into a waiting car, then a tram called the Linear Car Service. And it is only after it passes through a series of metal doors that we see, we are on a space colony. The Linear Car Service travels along the outside of the cylinder, and Camille stares out the window, smiling for the first time since we met him. Suddenly, he begins to sweat. He senses something, can hear odd sounds like music, and sees 3 bright, fast-moving lights among the stars. Out in space, Lieutenant Quattro, piloting a red mobile suit, senses something, and wonders if it is Amuro Ray, or perhaps Lala Soon. Camille and his friend arrive at the spaceport, but they are late, and have missed the arrival of the direct shuttle from Earth, Temptation, Captain Bright's vessel. Camille is a fan, and even has Bright's autograph. In a hall of the spaceport, Camille sees a small group dressed mostly in black and red. "Titans," he murmurs to himself. His friend calls out, "Camille!" And one of the Titans, a tall blonde man, hearing them, says to his group, "That's a girl's name, but surprise, he's a boy." Camille hears this and snaps. "Don't make fun of me," he yells, hopping over a low barricade and punching the blonde Titan in the face. The low gravity of the spaceport launches them in opposite directions. The group of Titans surround their friend, astonished that anyone would pick a fight with them. Camille fights well one-on-one, but an MP grabs him from behind while the group of Titans beat him. Lieutenant Quattro infiltrates the colony. He discovers a dusty, seemingly abandoned interior, with stinking air and no greenery. He is flying through with a jetpack taking photographs when he spots a hangar and the feet of a mobile suit. Just a short distance away, a dock and a ship. Before he can leave, he is spotted by a black mobile suit. Taking photos as he dodges its Vulcan cannons, Quattro gloats that there's no way they'll be able to hit a target as small as him. He escapes the way he came, dodging security, and rendezvous with 2 more mobile suit pilots who are spying on Camille's nearby colony. They spot another of the black mobile suits, these new Gundams, on a training flight. It is the Mark II, and they had heard rumors about its development. Camille sits handcuffed in a small office, back inside the colony. An MP reviews Camille's file. He wins competitions and tournaments, gets good grades. His record is impressive, and could get him considered for military service. He demands to know if Camille is part of something called the AUG, and barks that the idea that AUG is a movement pursuing independent self-governance rights for people living in outer space is a lie. They're a worthless group acting like Zeon and criticizing the people of Earth. Camille remains silent. For a brief moment, he thinks he can see space through the floor of the room, but he's sure he's imagining it. Staring at the twinkling lights and what looks like a shooting star, he is caught off guard when a voice says, "You are free to go, Camille Biran." A man in a suit arrives with the MP from before and chides Camille while unlocking the handcuffs. If you were a space noid with no identification, he'd be holding you for 4 or 5 days. Camille needles the MP, who chucks his notebook at Camille in response. The man in the suit tries to calm things, but Camille is already springing over the table, landing crouched in front of the MP before jumping up to kick him in the head. He is seized again by 2 more guards, and the MP he kicked clubs him in the stomach. Suddenly, with a rumble and a roar, the ceiling of the room collapses, sending everyone to the floor. One of the Mark II mobile suits has crashed into the building. Soldiers and military police scramble down the halls, and Camille escapes. As he sprints through the lobby, he dodges his mother, ignoring her calls, and once outside, he steals a soldier's jeep and flees. Crashing through the security checkpoint and about to drive onto a bridge, he sets the car to cruise and jumps out, rolling down the embankment and into the woods. He buries his face in the grass, wondering what he's going to do now. Outside the colony, Quattro and his men signal for help from a nearby ship, the Argama. When it sees their flare, it fires a beam cannon, blasting a hole in the colony. The spaceship Argama fires on the colony, and with one more shot from a mobile suit, Lieutenant Quattro and his men open a hole in the cylinder. A rush of air leaving the colony pushes them back, and Quattro can hear heavy breathing, but has no idea where it might be coming from. He wonders again if it is Amuro Ray or Lala Soon, but decides it isn't either. As they enter the colony, Quattro announces their mission, to capture a Mark II mobile suit. Inside the colony, Camille is running again, this time through the woods and back toward the military base. As he watches one Mark II move the crashed Mark II, he mutters to himself that he cannot forgive those soldiers. What good is an army that only recruits those born on Earth? The pilot of the crashed Mark II turns out to be the blonde Titan, the one who made fun of Camille, Lieutenant Jared. He gets a dressing down from another Titan, Lieutenant Emma, but is unapologetic. He hasn't damaged the mobile suit, and anyway, Lieutenant Emma is not his superior. Captain Bright asks them why they're standing around. Haven't they heard the alarms that indicate a hole in the colony? Jared thinks it's just a meteor, but Bright is quick to point out that, having just arrived from Earth, Jared doesn't know anything about life in the colony. They should prepare as though the colony is under attack. Quattro mentally prepares himself. Some collateral damage to the colony is inevitable, but will be worthwhile if they can capture a Mark II. A group of Federation Jims muster to fight off Quattro and his men, but are no match for the newer mobile suits and their veteran pilots. On a nearby ship, several Titans officers argue over why Ayug is attacking the colony, Green Noah 1, and whether the pilot of the red mobile suit could be the Red Comet. A Lieutenant Bidan jokes that Ayug can have all the data they want about the Mark II, but is told off, and the group head to Green Noah 2 to better monitor the battle. Back on Green Noah 1, battle continues. Mobile suits careen into residential streets, and Camille's friend, who we now know is called Fa, just narrowly avoids crashing her car into the wreckage outside her home. The evacuation order has gone out, and Fa and her mother join other families in seeking shelter. Fa's mother wonders why they are being attacked, but Fa is certain that their colony, now a Titan's base, is hated by other Spacenoids. The locals had no choice in the matter, but that doesn't make any difference. Camille returns to the base. When the gate guards stop him, he tells them he is looking for his father, Lieutenant Franklin, and they let him pass. The Mark IIs have been sent out to fight, even though most of their pilots don't even have simulation experience yet. As Lieutenant Emma reports for duty, Camille dashes past and climbs onto the MS, even as Captain Bright shouts at him to stop, and the foot of another mobile suit smashes through the roof of the hangar. Spotting the MP who harassed and beat him earlier, Camille gets into the cockpit, already familiar with the Mark II's controls from secretly reading the specs on his dad's computer. Despite the insistence of everyone around, that an amateur could never pilot the Mark II, that it's too dangerous for a child, Camille gets it up and running, and Bright thinks to himself that this boy might be another Amuro. Quattro and his men land nearby, ready to capture a Mark II and leave the colony. Although he recognizes the danger he's in, liable to be targeted by either side of the fight, Camille only cares about finding the MP who arrested and beat him. He jumps toward the man, knocking him to the ground, and his voice rings out from inside the mobile suit. "Shall I give you a lesson on how painful and frightening it is to be clobbered?" He fires his Vulcan cannons to either side, and laughs as the MP cowers pathetically. Quattro realizes that this particular Mark II is on their side, which Camille confirms over a loudspeaker. "I'll prove it to you," he tells them, before charging forward and knocking the other Mark II into the building behind it. Camille threatens to destroy the mobile suit and the pilot inside it unless the pilot surrenders and leaves the cockpit. The incredulous pilot freezes, but Bright orders him to do as Camille says. As the Ayug soldiers and Camille fly toward the opening in the side of the colony, Camille looks down and sees his home reduced to smoke and rubble by the fighting. Quattro checks on him, and Camille finally confirms he is coming with them. His hatred for the Federation and the Titans makes it an easy choice. Captain Basque of the Titans debriefs several pilots and officers trying to determine what went wrong. Bright storms in, less angry about the stolen mobile suit than about the damage to the colony. Why was Mark II testing done here? If it had been done on Green Noah 2, they would have avoided any risk to civilians. Calmly, Basque walks over and sucker punches Bright, a massive hit that knocks Bright to the ground. A common officer like you shouldn't talk back. Ayug have joined forces with the Federation's enemies, Zeon, and we will never defeat Ayug if we have to worry about Spacenoids. Undeterred by the punch, Bright stands and counters that by turning the colony into a Titan's base, they actually make Ayug stronger. Why won't they listen to reason? Another Titan's officer, lower ranking than Bright, hits him. Bright is shocked, but the Titans consider themselves above Federation rules. The other officers in the room join in beating Bright, all except for Lieutenant Emma, who stands waiting near the door. The AUG soldiers and Camille leave the colony and are quickly pursued by 3 more Titans mobile suits. Quattro holds them off until the Argama can provide cover fire, and then leads his men and Camille to the rendezvous point. Camille, on his way to an uncertain future, can't help but feel that there is something nostalgic about being in space. The episode opens on Luna 2. Due to its proximity to the Green Oasis colonies, it continues to be used as a base for Earth Federation forces. A nearby Federation ship, the Bosnia, notices a strange Minovsky particle density reading. They have detected the Argama. Mobile suit pilot Laila Mira Raira is ready to go fight AUG, but her captain recommends caution. Stop them and demand an inspection, but the goal is not to destroy them, he reminds her. She launches in a red Garibaldi. Meanwhile, Basque gives a bandaged and obviously still injured Bright Noah a handwritten letter to deliver to Admiral Jamitov Haimem on Earth. Basque makes Bright lean over the desk to take the letter, even though it clearly pains him. On his way out the door, Jamaican wishes him a safe journey and gives him an unnecessarily hard slap on the back. Bright winces, then heads to his ship. But Jamaican isn't just here to torment Bright. He's brought news that the AUG forces that stole the Mark II have been detected. Basque asks if he's sure that it's Lieutenant Franklin's son, Camille, who stole it. On board the Argama, Camille talks to Lieutenant Quattro, Commander Beckener, and Commodore Blex. When he mentions that he's read about Amuro Ray in underground publications, Beckener is surprised that such a thing exists in Green Oasis, but Camille points out the colony wasn't always a military base. Their conversation is interrupted by a call from the bridge. Someone is coming. The 3 officers ready to defend their ship, instructing Ensign Rekoa to look after Camille. In a cramped elevator, Quattro, Beckener, and Blex talk about Camille. Blex hopes that the boy turns out to be a new type. Beckener asks what Quattro thinks, but he reminds them that new types aren't espers. He can't know such things about Camille just by looking at him, but he senses something. Camille's parents, Lieutenant Franklin and Lieutenant Hilda, are brought aboard a Titan's ship, the Alexandria, ostensibly to observe the AUG mobile suits. Something doesn't feel quite right, but when they question their escort, the only response is, "These are Captain Basque's orders." Lila and her wing people finally reach the Argama, but her pleasure at finding them is overcome by surprise. One of their ships is entirely unrecognizable. Did AUG build it themselves? Lila signals for them to halt, but they maintain speed. She buzzes by, and Quattro is surprised by her speed. Still, they hold their fire. Touching their ship to open a line of communication, Lila demands to know their affiliation. Beckener responds, "We are AUG. Your orders are meaningless." Before she can open fire, Quattro launches in his Rick Diaz and fires on her, forcing her back. She is fast enough to dodge his attacks, and he takes off after her. Camille's parents sit together, waiting on the Alexandria. Hilda asks if it's true that Camille stole a Mark II, but Franklin, turning a page in his book, replies with a tense, "How should I know?" Hilda crosses her arms. This is typical, only thinking of yourself. Snapping his book shut and pounding it to the table, Franklin snaps, "I'm thinking about Basque." "Are you sure you're not thinking about that girl, Margarita?" Franklin leans across the table to slap Hilda hard across the face. Lila and Quattro continue to duel, Lila wondering if the red mobile suit pursuing her could possibly be the Red Comet. The fighting continues, but soon, the Bosnia sends up flares, ordering its mobile suits to retreat. Quattro managed to shoot down one of the Federation mobile suits, and Lila mutters under her breath that she hopes it really was the Red Comet they were fighting, otherwise this result is embarrassing. The Argama rushes to make repairs, anticipating a second wave of enemies at any moment. On the Alexandria, the Titan's mobile suit pilots are being given instructions. They are to open and read their orders when the capsule launching after them becomes visible. Lieutenant Emma will have 15 minutes to attempt to negotiate the return of the Mark II mobile suits. Emma asks if they can assume the capsule contains some sort of bomb, but Jamaican only responds, "It's something like that." Emma approaches the Argama carrying a massive white flag in her Mark II's hands, and the AUG officers decide to let her board. The crew watch, fascinated by this brave young fanatic, as Quattro leads her down the Argama's halls to a meeting with Captain Beckener and Commodore Blex. Blex reads Basque's handwritten demands carefully and is instantly furious. Did Emma know the contents of the letter? No? No wonder she can stay so calm. If Camille and the Mark IIs are not returned to the Federation, Camille's parents will be killed. Emma can't believe the military would do such a thing, but the AUG officers are not surprised at all. After all, the Titans aren't military, they're mercenaries, a private army. and it's much bigger than Basque and his forces. Quattro wonders if it could be a bluff, but Blex knows Basque and thinks him capable of going through with it. Several soldiers overhear the conversation, and the news that the Federation has hostages tears through the ship, with one soldier accidentally telling Camille, mistaking him for an AUG pilot because he is wearing a normal suit. As the Argamas officers debate the best strategy, the capsule comes into view. Jared in his Hyzak, catching a glimpse of the capsule's flashing lights, reads his orders. If there is any sign of the enemy attempting to take the capsule, destroy it. The Argama sends an observation camera to get a closer look. It shows them the capsule like an orange beacon with flashing lights, enclosed in glass. Inside the glass, Camille's mother, Hilda, eyes wide with terror. Emma still cannot believe that the Titans would do this, and insists that the person in the capsule must be a hologram. They continue to argue about whether or not to accede to Basque's demands, and decide to have Camille identify the person in the capsule, but they are too late. Camille is long gone. The moment he heard that his parents had been taken hostage, he wound his way through the ship and to the hangar, getting into one of the captured Mark IIs and taking off. At first, Jared thinks this Mark II is Emma, returning from negotiations, but there's no signal, and it's the wrong suit. Realizing that it is in fact an AUG pilot, he fires at Camille but misses. Camille approaches the capsule. His mother appears to be yelling from inside, but he cannot hear her. He thinks to himself, "It's always like this! You're always doing this to me! What are you doing here?" As he reaches to take hold of the capsule, Jared fires, shattering the glass and sending Hilda into the vacuum of space. Jared never saw the contents of the capsule, and can't understand why there was no explosion, no damage to the Mark II whatsoever. What just happened? He cannot help but feel uneasy. In the Mark II, Camille sobs and cries out before the episode fades to black. Camille cries out from inside the Mark II cockpit, while the crew of the Argama stand, stunned, on the bridge. Emma takes advantage of this moment to take another Mark II and go get Camille. The hangar crew alert Blex, but he has decided to let Emma go. Furious and grieving, Camille launches himself at Jared's Hyzak. While they grapple, the battle continues around them, and Emma arrives to try to separate them, telling Camille to calm down, telling Jared that the pilot he's fighting is just a kid. Out of ammo, Camille looks desperately for any other weapons the Mark II might have, and both Emma and Jared are surprised to see the mobile suit draw a beam saber. But it makes no difference in the wider battle. With the Titans and the regular Federation forces to fight, and the loss of 2 Mark IIs, AUG is at a strong disadvantage, and Quattro recommends that they accede to Basque's demands. Besides, he trusts Emma. She doesn't want to fight them. Beckoner agrees, and the ceasefire signal goes out. Quattro in his Rick Diaz grabs Camille's Mark II, pulling him away from Jared. The battle is over. Jared retreats, while Camille struggles against Quattro and soon Emma, who hold him back and try to calm him. Once he stops struggling, they leave their mobile suits to try to pull him from the cockpit, but anger has given way to grief and he doesn't respond to them. Emma takes him and the Mark IIs back to the Alexandria. Basque is pleased, and he and Jamaican make plans to attack the Argama as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Camille has locked himself in the Mark II, and it takes 2 engineers to force the door. Emma greets him and asks if Hilda was really in the capsule, but he stares straight ahead, unresponsive. She slaps him, trying to snap him out of it. "It's obvious, isn't it? The fingers of Unit 3 will prove it," he tells her. Still not entirely believing what's happened, Emma goes to check and finds blood on the mobile suit's hand. Franklin, Camille's father, arrives in the hangar. Camille floats down to him and tells him that Hilda is dead, killed by the Titans. With shadows under his eyes, Camille lets out a creepy chuckle. "Things will go much smoother for you and your young lover now." Franklin slaps him hard across the face, telling him to stop, demanding to know why Hilda had to die. Camille says he doesn't know, but that the ones responsible are the Titans. An angry Franklin goes to confront Basque, but has his mistress thrown in his face again. "Isn't this good news for you?" Basque asks. The bridge crew all stare at Franklin out of the corner of their eyes, and Franklin backs down. As Camille is being dragged to a cell, Jared comes up the passage behind him, taunting him about his grief over the death of his mom. "I didn't know your mom was in that capsule. It must be hard to lose her since you're such a baby. Go ahead, hit me, like you did in the spaceport before." Though he looks like he wants to do just that, Camille calms immediately when Emma lays a hand on his arm. I see. This is a serviceman's fate. A military officer must abide by the orders of his superior, without even considering the circumstances. I forgive you. I learned today that I must direct my hatred at the military. I'm good enough to beat you and your Hyzak. Camille gets the last word, and Jared is left sputtering. Wait! Come back! Emma holds him back. You've lost this one. Have some self-respect. We then cut to Bask and Emma in the middle of a conversation. I'd prefer not to use hostages, Bask tells her mildly. Next time, why don't you show me how you would do it? I want you to capture the Argama's new mobile suit in a fair manner. I know you can do it, Lieutenant, since you are so capable that you're willing to question me. Don't worry, you don't have to do it alone. You may work out a strategy with Lila's team and use the Mark IIs. But sir, Emma swallows her complaint about this seemingly impossible and clearly punitive assignment. A short while later, a Titan in their normal suit, helmet obscuring their face, floats down the hallway where the prisoners are being kept and punches out the guard. It is Emma. First, she goes to Franklin's cell, asking if he is able to pilot a Mark II. Will you consider escaping with me? She asks. When he asks what happens if he refuses, she points to her gun, and Franklin quickly agrees to go with her. Their next stop is Camille's cell. He isn't sure that Emma is telling the truth, but wants to rejoin Ayuk all the same. He also wonders what his father is up to, agreeing to come along. Emma and Camille fight a couple of pilots, taking their normal suits as disguises for Camille and Franklin. They head straight to the hangar and into the Mark IIs, but Jared suspects something is off when he tries to talk to the pilot who he thinks is Kakrakan, but gets no response and a cockpit door shut in his face. The Alexandria crew try to stop them, but it's too late. If they don't open the hatch, Emma will blast it open. The three escapees take off, and Camille is impressed with Franklin's ability to pilot. Bask is shocked by Emma and Franklin's defections, and orders them pursued by Lila's group. The Argama sends its own mobile suits as reinforcements, and they are able to lead the Mark IIs safely back to Ayuk. Quattro is suspicious of Emma's decision, but Camille insists that she is a good person. While the rest of them talk, Franklin wanders over to the Rick Diaz, caring only for a closer look at Ayuk's new mobile suit. Shards of debris glisten and sparkle as the stars and the rings of Saturn flow by. The body of a Xeon soldier lies suspended in the vastness of space. We cannot see through the helmet of their normal suit. The soul that used to be in this body will likely never be at peace, the narrator tells us, before Earth comes into view. A planet of intelligent life forms where people took the act of giving birth and raising children far too much for granted. Dust flows through the air of the space colony, much like the debris flows through space. On the Alexandria, Basque and Jamaican discuss the requirement that all Titans be people born and raised on Earth. Jamaican thinks that to combat the strength of the Ayuk pilots, they will need to relax the old restrictions, but Basque silences him, changing the subject to the pursuit of the Argama and the hunt for Ayuk's base of operations. Basque is also concerned that Ayuk's sympathizers have infiltrated the regular army and wants them purged quickly and without mercy. In the bustling hangar of the Argama, the Mark IIs are repainted while engineers and technicians make repairs. Under guard, Franklin looks on, yelling instructions and criticism at the crew. In a fit of irritation, he snatches a laser torch from the hands of a mechanic, beginning to work on the repairs himself. But it was a ruse! Franklin uses the laser torch to take Astonaji hostage. He demands to be taken to a Rick Diaz, telling Astonaji that after Hilda's death, Basque owes him one, and that all he wants is control of the Titan's tech division. The Rick Diaz is parked on the outside of the Argama, and once Astonaji has opened the cockpit, Franklin gives him a hard shove, sending him out into space. "Argama, catch me!" Astonaji calls, as he drifts away from the ship. Franklin takes off in the Rick Diaz, piloting a course back to the Alexandria. As soon as they realize what he's done, the Argama's pilots take off after him. On his way into a mobile suit, Lieutenant Quattro finds Camille trying to get into one of the Mark IIs, with Rekoa just barely managing to hold him back. "I apologize for my father. I'm the one who should be chasing him." "There's no need for you to apologize, but could you fire at your own father?" Camille frowns but does not respond, and Lieutenant Quattro takes off, flanked by his 2 wingmen, and rushes to catch up to Franklin. On the bridge of the Argama, Blex and Beckoner talk about the Red Comet. Beckoner was at the Battle of Abawaku at the end of the 1-year war. While he never saw the Red Comet's mobile suit, he could sense him on the battlefield. He gets that same feeling now from Lieutenant Quattro. And Blex finds himself thinking about how Quattro is trying to convey Zeon Dekun's dying wish to the Spacenoids. The Alexandria sends its Hyzax out as soon as it detects the approaching mobile suits. Jared talks his way into one, despite having been grounded. He is convinced that if he does well in battle, he can redeem himself. The Titans quickly find the other mobile suits, but can't understand why the Aeug suits are fighting each other. Managing to get away from Rekoa, Camille heads back to the hangar. I can't forgive my father for returning to his lover. This isn't something I can leave Lieutenant Quattro to handle. Rekoa is shocked and tries to talk Camille out of going, but he tells her to stay out of it. How can someone like her understand his feelings in this situation? By the time Rekoa warns the crew, it's too late. Camille has already launched in one of the damaged Mark IIs. In the chaos of battle, Franklin thinks how lucky he is to be able to combat test the enemy's most advanced mobile suit. Visions of Margarita, his mistress, flash through his mind as he dodges fire and tries to get to the Alexandria. Catching up to his father, Camille springs forward, grappling the Rick Diaz. When Franklin shoves him away, he draws the Mark II's rifle, but immediately freezes, unable to fire. Franklin can't believe it. I didn't raise you that way. This is how you thank me for everything I've done for you? Then opens fire on his own son. Camille dodges these attacks, yelling at his father to stop, to calm down. Franklin begins to rant. He's going to create even better mobile suits than the Mark II. He won't be defeated. Shots pass directly over Camille's head and arc through Franklin's Rick Diaz. Camille can hear a distorted, crackling voice tell him, "This is a battlefield. Any hesitation could cost you your life." But he cannot tell who it is. Franklin ejects from the Rick Diaz, but is killed all the same when its generator explodes. The Hyzax receive the order to retreat, returning to their ships and the search for Aeug headquarters, while the Argama sets a course for Earth. In a dim common room, Rekoa and Quattro try to comfort Camille. It was a battlefield. Franklin's death is not Camille's fault. Emma joins them, but nothing any of them say is of any use. Camille loved and hated his parents. They ignored him, and he hesitates to even call them real parents, but they were all he had, and now they are gone. Quattro brings up Shar Aznable, how Shar overcame his personal feelings to work toward his vision for a better world. I refuse to take on that responsibility, Camille insists. Aeug and the Titans mean nothing to me. None of you can have anything to say to me about my parents. Overcome and agitated, Camille flees to his own room, where he can cry in peace. Jared walks into the briefing room of the Alexandria and catches Lila and the other Federation forces making fun of him and the Titans. They talk a big game, but what have they accomplished really? Though they all change their tune when Jamaican tells them anyone who joins the Titans is automatically promoted. They will be pursuing 2 Aeug ships, the Argama and the Mont Blanc, with Jared in command. When Lila protests that she has much more experience, Jared reminds her that, as a Titan, Jared is also treated as if he is 1 rank higher. Lila leaves in a huff. On the Argama, Astonaji comes up to where Camille is working at a console. What is that? Camille is cagey, but he's been working on a new mobile suit design, based off the Mark II, but with improved armor. He is calling it the Zeta Gundam. Hey, that's the name of the show! Astonaji is admiring the design, but before he can look at it more closely, Camille ejects the disc and runs off. On the Alexandria, Jared catches up with Lila, and throws a punch in retaliation for her humiliating comments about him earlier. With the ease of a lifetime in space, Lila dodges and trips Jared, then pushes herself off the ceiling to kick him in the face. You're not going to beat me. Why can't you Earthnoids understand the difference between Earth and space? Jared can't understand why it's all going wrong. He prepared before he came to space. He grabs hold of Lila's arm, demanding she explain to him why his skills and preparation aren't translating into ability. She shakes him off, calling him a brute. You always do things your own way, with no consideration for how others feel. Every person, every situation demands its own unique response. Ultimately, she blames his inexperience. Humbling himself, Jared asks her for help. He dreams of leading the Titans someday and needs to learn from his failures if he is ever going to defeat Camille and move forward. He seems serious, and Lila finally agrees to help him. Camille moves through the passages of the ship, headed to Rekoa's room to talk to her before she leaves on her upcoming mission. But as he approaches, he sees she is already talking to Quattro. The two are close together, with Quattro leaning against the wall and toward Rekoa. Turning quickly, Camille goes back the way he came, dropping the disc. He stops at Emma's room. She seems surprised to see him but invites him in. He lingers in the hall, and Emma teases him that while she's happy to talk to him, she's not his girlfriend or his shoulder to cry on. Frustrated and embarrassed, Camille blurts out that he just wanted to know why someone like her would join the Titans. Rekoa arrives. She found Camille's disc and is returning it to him. In his haste to get away from them both, he knocks it from her hands before speeding off down the hallway. Rekoa pushes into Emma's room and asks to speak to her. In an observation room of the Argama, Blex and Beckoner monitor their conversation. For some reason, the door is open, and a passing Camille peers through the doorway to eavesdrop. Emma is telling Rekoa that she doesn't want to return to the Titans, but that even if she did, it would now be impossible. At the same time, why does Ayug have to be so violent and aggressive? They put a lot of innocent people in danger when they fired on Green Nova 1. Rekoa counters that, compared to what the Titans have done, the casualties caused by Ayug are almost inconsequential. Has Emma ever heard of the Colony 30 incident? When mass demonstrations and unrest broke out throughout Colony 30, Bask ordered the entire colony gassed. Emma sinks suddenly, her head resting in her hands. She can't believe it. Blex and Beckoner, watching, think they may have to show her the remnants of the colony to truly convince her. Titan's forces are catching up to the Ayug ships. Rekoa's mission has her going to Earth, toward Jaburo, in a tiny one-person ship called a capsule. Meanwhile, the Mobile Suit pilots will attack a nearby defense satellite. While they suit up, Camille asks Quattro why it is that these conflicts happen. Quattro thinks it's because people naturally doubt and distrust each other, which makes them think they're right and others are wrong, naturally leading to conflict. But when Camille asks him if that's why he fights the Titans, he says instead that the Titans are out of control. Camille, looking for some kind of guidance, asks Quattro what he should do. Follow your feelings. If what you're doing feels right, then it is. By the way, Rekoa is leaving for Earth soon. This is your last chance to talk to her. Camille runs off and Quattro mutters, "He reminds me of Amuro." Camille catches Rekoa before the hangar she's in is sealed off, but seems unable to convey his feelings. He's concerned that she is going alone, but as she points out, the capsule will only hold one. She continues her pre-flight checks, but he still can't quite say anything, and his eyes are glistening when she tells him to leave the hangar. They are about to seal it so that she can launch. Jared and his squad have launched in their Hyzax, and as they prepare to fight, he repeats back to himself things that Lila has told him. I must sense the enemy hostility through the armor of my mobile suit. Emanate your mind through the vacuum of space. Quattro and the rest of the Ayug pilots begin their attack on the solar array defense satellites, and the battle begins. It isn't long before Camille, worried that Rekoa will launch surrounded by enemies, takes a damaged Mark II and joins the fray. The Mont Blanc is destroyed, overwhelmed by enemy fire. Lounging by a pool somewhere on Earth, Amuro Ray sees a twinkling light cross the sky and feels something. Who's that calling out to me? Jared and Camille fight better than either has before. Faster and more agile, they dodge and attack. Camille slashes off the Hyzax's hand with a beam saber and kicks it away, buying Rekoa's capsule time and space to launch safely. Relieved that the first part of Rekoa's mission is a success, he is caught off guard when Jared charges him again, but manages to raise his beam saber in time to slice off the Hyzax's arm when it charges by. The Titans retreat back to the Alexandria to continue pursuit of the Argama and the hunt for Ayug's base. Over South America, that night's sunset is punctuated by shooting stars as the remnants of the Mont Blanc burn up, falling through the atmosphere. The Alexandria has lost half its complement of mobile suits, and Jared and his men are in disgrace. But Lila points out to Jamaican that the Argama is a deceptive enemy. It and its mobile suits appear amateurish at first, but are actually very skilled. She wonders if they could be new types, like the crew of the White Base, but Jamaican insists that there is no such thing. Blex and Beckoner want to officially make Camille a pilot. He's more than proven himself by now, and they want to see how much better he can be with more training. Camille is leery, feeling like some kind of new type experiment, though Blex insists that his main concern is giving Camille a role on the ship. Still, a soldier at Camille's age? It may be true that the White Base crew were around his age, but he would still like the time to think it over. Quattro adds his own pressure, but Camille is stubborn. What possible difference can his becoming a pilot make? They are interrupted by an announcement. The ship has entered the Side 4 district, and all crew are to put on normal suits and be on alert. Several crew members head to the outside of the ship to watch for any dangerous debris. In the briefing room of the Alexandria, Jamaican begins to plot strategy. They have tracked the Argama to the Side 4 debris field, but still cannot tell whether it is headed for Side 1, Side 2, or the moon. Lila suggests that they split up. The Bosnia can take a different route, increasing their chances of catching the Argama. Jamaican agrees, but reminds her not to be too anxious for a fight. Speaking to Emma privately, Beckoner explains that they have arrived at the colony he wanted her to see, Colony 30. It explains why we started our movement against the Earth Federation government, he tells her. The group that enters Colony 30 is tiny, just Emma, Camille, and Quattro to show them around. As they board, the Bosnia finds them, but can't understand why Ayug would stop here. Could Ayug be using the dead and abandoned colony as a secret base? Lila decides to go in and gather more information before the Alexandria arrives. Entering through an industrial hatch, near where the poison gas canisters remain latched to the colony, Lila and her wingmen see no sign of Ayug activity, but decide to search more thoroughly before returning to the Bosnia. Colony 30 is a wasteland. Its mirrors frozen in place, dry dust whips through the air over cracked ground and lifeless trees. The people who died here died suddenly. They sit on park benches and in bars, slumped over cafe tables, prone on the sidewalk or in their schools, the dry conditions having turned them all into mummies. Some of these dry husks are blown across the landscape like leaves. The dead are too numerous to bury. How can anyone kill like this? Camille shouts. Because they are not killing with their own hands, and do not see the suffering they cause, is Quattro's quiet reply. Emma can only murmur her uncertain agreement as she takes in the horror of this place. She still can't understand why Basque would kill a whole colony full of people just for staging a few protests and demonstrations. Camille walks away from Emma and Quattro, exploring on his own. He is struck by the sight of a woman laid out on the sidewalk, holding her baby in her arms. He's crouched down next to them when Lila finds him. Before she can question him, they hear Quattro and Emma coming down the street, and Lila pulls Camille around a corner, her gun pressed to his cheek. While they look for Camille, Emma and Quattro continue their discussion. Emma still sees wiping out an entire colony as a gross overreaction, but Quattro tells her that Earthenoids are fundamentally afraid of Spacenoids. They believe that everyone living in space will become a new type, and that new types are some kind of psychic, that new types with their special powers will become a new ruling class. A furious Lila jumps out of her hiding place, still holding Camille at gunpoint. Basque would never kill so many people for only that reason. You are being deceived by the remnants of the Zabis. Don't you see that the Earth Federation is becoming the next Zabi clan? Quattro counters. Lila seems startled by this thought, and shoves Camille away so that she can run. Emma shoots as Lila retreats, but it's no use. They return to their ship and prepare to fight. After launching in the Mark II, Camille can sense right away which mobile suit is piloted by Lila, and the two of them chase each other around the colony. Lila is shocked to discover that the pilot she's fighting is the kid she caught on Colony 30, and realizes he must be a new type. Lila is determined that a pilot of her skill and experience won't lose to some kid, even if he is a new type, but the Mark II ducks behind part of the colony, and Lila completely loses sight of it. In fact, Camille has hidden the Mark II in a depression on the outside of the colony, and lies waiting for Lila to come into view. With unnaturally good timing, he fires his beam rifle, sending Lila's Garibaldi bouncing and careening off the outside of the colony. The Mark II darts in, the two mobile suits grapple, neither with clear advantage, until Lila goes to draw the Garibaldi's beam saber. Camille pushes her away and fires the beam rifle directly at the Garibaldi's cockpit. In the moments before the beam kills her, Lila thinks, "Don't take this guy lightly, Jared." As the beam strikes and Lila dies, bathed in the pink light of the explosion, she realizes, "I admitted that this kid is special, and this turned, unconsciously, into antipathy. This must be what it means to be an old type." Jared watches the explosion from the bridge of the Alexandria and hears Lila's voice call his name. The video feed is overwhelmed by static, and Jared begins to weep, thinking of Lila and how he will never be able to show her the good man he will become. To the applause of the Argama's crew, Beckoner congratulates Camille on becoming a full-fledged pilot. Blex and Quattro go a step further, calling Camille the second coming of Amuro Ray. But Camille's feelings have not changed. He still has not decided to become a soldier. "I'd rather remain as I am now, for a little while longer." "Leave me alone!" Camille yells, laying on his bed. Emma, on the other side of the door, calls out for him to stop sulking. But when Camille opens the door, he is surprised to see Lieutenant Quattro there too. "If you have something on your mind, you can talk to us," he says, but Camille grimaces and insists that he can't possibly. Emma asks Quattro to leave and tries to talk to Camille on her own, thinking he might have some difficult-to-discuss feelings in the aftermath of his fight with Lila, but he thinks she and Quattro only care about whether he's manifesting new type powers. When he leaves for the hangar, Emma follows him, telling him the story of the time she met Amuro Ray. He seemed gloomy and tired, tormented by not being able to return to outer space, but still dreaming of the future. She hadn't known it was him at the time. It wasn't until she came to outer space and met Lieutenant Quattro that she realized the young man she met those years ago was Amuro Ray. Now that she is on the Argama, Emma thinks that it's this atmosphere that Amuro wanted. Camille asks her if she thinks there is someone like Char aboard the ship as well, and she says probably. "Then you've met Char already," Camille says as he swings out of the cockpit. A shocked Emma jumps up. "What did you say?" "I said you want to meet Char, don't you?" "No, you said I had already met Char." Camille insists those weren't his words, but before they can argue anymore, the ship shudders, alarms sound, and they are ordered to battle stations. The Alexandria has continued its pursuit. Jared is only supposed to be testing some new controls on a Garibaldi, but when they catch the Argama, he joins the other mobile suits, scouting for the Argama's destination. Beckoner orders Camille and Quattro to launch mobile suits and sets the Argama's course to make it look as though they are headed to Granada when they will actually change course for Amman at the last second. On seeing the Mark II, Jared chases it down. Grabbing hold, he demands, "Are you the one who shot Lila down? You didn't know her, but she was my teacher. I will destroy you myself." Angrily, Camille responds, "Do you think you're the only one who's lost someone? Will this make her happy or bring her back?" They break apart and chase each other across the dusty surface of the moon, getting farther and farther from their ships and the other mobile suits. The two seem evenly matched, neither able to land a shot on the other, and both running low on power. Jared is finally able to knock Camille down and raises his beam saber overhead for the finishing blow, but Camille raises his beam rifle just in time to deflect it. Charging past each other, they strike, though neither hit is fatal. Each turns around to re-engage, and Jared raises his beam saber once again. Camille can't move. The Mark II has suffered too much damage, and he is stuck, waiting for the blade to fall, when Quattro arrives just in time to drive Jared off. The Argama arrives safely in Amman, and Quattro, in civilian clothes, returns to his apartment there. He takes a moment to look at a photo on his desk of a young Kasval in Artesia when he is interrupted by a knock on the door, and a man named Kenan, who calls him Captain Char Aznable. Ta-ta-ta! Kenan seems to be an intelligence officer. He has news from Granada and something called Anaheim, and shows Char a photograph of the asteroid belt in which they've identified a nuclear pulse. It seems the Axis, whoever they are, have begun their journey to Earth, and Xion's ghost is making its move. Someone named Haman Karn has turned 20, and Grips has started moving. They are interrupted when Char receives a message from a Mr. Wong Lee, arranging a meeting for the next day at a burger restaurant called McDaniel. In the morning, Camille and Emma set off for a drive on the surface. The ruins of a former colony litter the area with mountains of jagged debris. As they drive, they talk, and Emma tells Camille that she understands now why the Titans were formed. That they used the idea of Zeon and its remnants to their own benefit. Nearby, a small group of Titans led by Kakrikon operate a reconnaissance post. While looking for signs of the Argama and Ayug, they spot Camille and Emma and take off after them. Back in Amman, Quattro visits McDaniel. Beckoner stands behind the counter and points Quattro toward a back room. A group of men in business suits sit around a table, the room's air hazy with smoke. Mr. Wong Li explains that he heard Quattro opposed the current Ayug plan to attack Jaburo, and he would like to hear why. Quattro explains that they are not strong enough, that such an attack would cause ecological damage on Earth, and that it would trap Ayug soldiers on the planet with no way to get out of the gravity well and back into space. But Wong Li, who seems to be speaking for the group of backers assembled here, thinks they must strike at the headquarters if they truly want to disrupt the Federation forces. Such a strike would be both publicly popular and make the Federation take them seriously. You're asking the impossible, Quattro tells them as he leaves the meeting. Kakrikon and his group, using jetpacks, follow Emma and Camille, and once in range, they open fire. Camille shoves Emma from their vehicle, out of the line of fire, before grabbing his own gun. The firefight continues among the rubble, and in an incredible stroke of luck, something is shaken loose and falls just in time to block Camille being shot. It's Haro! Camille picks up the green orb, taking it with him as he goes to retrieve Emma, and they flee back to Amman. Floating down a jungle river, Rekoa peers through trees and vines, spying on Federation ship movements. She hears a shout and is captured by soldiers patrolling the riverbank. One paws at her, and when she shouts, "Don't touch me!" another slaps her. He is gearing up to do it again when a whip wraps around his neck and pulls him back. A man in a white suit emerges from the jungle, with the other end of the whip in one hand and a pistol in the other. He orders them to drop their weapons and run. Once they've gone, he introduces himself to Rekoa. He's Kai Shiden, a freelance journalist. They return to Rekoa's raft and continue to observe the ships leaving the area. Kai has intelligence that Jaburo has moved. There is a new Federation base, but they have no way of finding it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to alert Ayug forces, who will attack Jaburo any day now. Their only option is to sneak into Jaburo and use some of the Federation's own communications equipment to send a message. Kakrikon and his men continue at their listening post, and Jamaican continues to struggle with resupply. The station commander at Granada tells him they have no supplies to give. The staff office on Earth is neglecting them. He accuses them of being Ayug sympathizers and orders the Alexandria and the Bosnia to be ready to leave in 30 minutes. Anaheim has offered to resupply them, and they no longer need to wait on the local administration. On the floor of his room, Camille sits working on Haro, examining its 10-year-old chips, while it continues to call him Amuro. Emma stops by. "Didn't you hear the assembly call?" "Of course, but I'm not with the military yet." Emma steps up and slaps him hard across the face. "You're a pilot. This is the military. Come on." They are running by, late, when Beckoner, Quattro, and Wong Li arrive in a car. "Brat, stop right there," Li yells at Camille, before slapping him so hard that he falls to the ground. As Camille starts to crawl away, he kicks Camille in the side. "Who are you? Why are you doing this? What right do you have to attack me?" Camille asks, unable to understand why this is happening. Li continues to beat him and berate him, accusing him of childishness, laziness, of being an arrogant new type, and a spoiled brat. Emma and Beckoner go to intervene, but Quattro puts out an arm to stop them, and all three of them leave. Camille attempts to fight back, but Li is bigger and stronger, a grown man, and clearly has some fighting experience. Camille is knocked to the ground again. Incredulous at so much violence over just being late, he continues to argue. He was working on Haro's data chips, which might have valuable information from the one-year war. "Why won't you just apologize and do your job?" Li shouts as he kicks Camille in the head and stomach, knocking him unconscious. Camille wakes in a locker room, with several pilots preparing for a mission to Granada. Camille bristles on seeing Quattro and Emma. "It was unfair of you all to leave me to be beaten for no reason." But he gets no sympathy from either of them. After all, that's the way the military works. Wong Li may not be military himself, but he's a major investor in Ayug and very important to their efforts. It is time for Camille to prepare for the Granada mission, but he refuses to go. Emma slaps him again and tries to make him feel obligated, reminding him that he didn't make it this far or survive this long without the help of others, especially the Argama crew. But he turns it around. They would not have made it this far without him either. Emma insists that Lee beat Camille for his own good, that Camille's carelessness and arrogance could get him killed, but with all his promise, he needs to survive. Camille plays this off, insisting that he's nobody special, just an autistic child. But Emma loses her patience again. He can't just classify people to suit himself. Startled, Camille drops Haro, and for the first time, Haro calls out Camille's name instead of Amuro's. In the hangar, Quattro briefs Apoli and Roberto on their mission. They will test a new mobile suit, the gold-colored Hyakushiki, and support Granada's forces. Camille launches soon after, with Haro accompanying him. In Granada, Jamaican meets with an Anaheim Electronics representative at their facility. Basque has ordered that the Titans take control of the facility, but causes little damage as possible in doing so. Jamaican's forces make a show of strength. The threatening presence of their mobile suits looms behind him, as he mentions they will be foregoing the mandatory inspection. The Anaheim representative seems unfazed and says he has been authorized to offer them Anaheim's services free of charge for today. Federation forces spot the Argama's mobile suits entering Granada, but Jamaican was right. At least some of them are AUG sympathizers and are part of the operation. Local AUG supporters and the group of mobile suits descend on and capture a new ship, quickly taking out its Hyzax and capturing the loyal Federation forces. The battle becomes a firefight, shots zipping past as soldiers move hall by hall to secure the area. With its mobile suits away, this is the perfect moment for Kakrakon's forces to attack the Argama. Camille senses that something is wrong and tries to tell Quattro, but Quattro accuses him of being lazy. Their mission in Granada is not yet complete. Before Camille can argue, they are forced to hit the floor to dodge fire. It is not until the battle is over that Camille can convince Quattro the Argama is definitely under attack, and Quattro sends him back to defend their ship. Emma launches in the red Rick Diaz, but has only Jims for support, and Kakrakon is implacable, bent on vengeance against Emma the traitor. Camille arrives just in time, and Kakrakon is forced to retreat. Emma begins to scold Camille for returning before his mission is complete. He couldn't possibly have had time to respond to their distress signals, but he explains that it was as if he heard her voice calling for help, and Quattro ordered him to go. Emma thanks him, and it looks as if they just might kiss before they are interrupted by the arrival of the reinforcements, and they all return to the Argama. Aman bustles as workers rush to repair the damage done by Kakrakon's attack. In his room, Camille continues to work on Haro, who is calling him Amuro again. Camille is worried about his own memory. He seems to be forgetting even things that happened recently, just before he left home. Emma stops by to tell him they've begun work on the Mark II's new flying armor, and he goes with her to observe the work. Astonaji explains it to them. He's actually incorporated many of the ideas from Camille's Zeta Gundam design. It needs to be completed as soon as possible because within 24 hours, they will be entering Earth atmosphere and attacking Jaburo. Surprised to hear that they will be attacking the Titan's rear base directly, Emma goes to discuss the operation with Quattro. She raises all the same objections that Quattro did when he met with Wong Li and the other financiers. An attack on Jaburo will pollute the Earth, and wouldn't it be better to attack the main Titan's base on Grips? But Quattro, the good soldier, repeats his commander's talking points in favor of the plan. Still, Emma can tell he isn't truly in favor of this course of action. Before leaving, Quattro tells her there's a chance that the remnants of Zeon will ally themselves with the Titans, a possibility which must be prevented. That, at least, he seems to agree with. As soon as the Argama readies to leave the moon, the Alexandria launches an attack. Jared and Kakrakon are testing new mobile suits, Marasais, received from Anaheim Electronics, and the Alexandria itself launches missiles at Amman, preventing the Argama's departure. AUG's mobile suits launch, supported by Nemo's and small industrial mobile suits everyone seems to call Chibi Mobiru, and Camille manages to intercept an incoming missile barrage. He and Jared pursue each other over the surface of the moon, while Emma and the other mobile suits defend the Argama from Kakrakon and his unit. With the fighting so close, the Argama no longer has to worry about missile strikes and can finally take off. Kakrakon shifts his attention to Camille, who has been drawn away from the rest of the AUG ships and mobile suits. He manages to pin the Mark II down, but is forced back by a blast from a beam weapon. It's Wong Li, in one of the small industrial mobile suits, but his suit won't have sufficient energy to fire the beam weapon again anytime soon, and now he is exposed, with Kakrakan bearing down on him. Backup arrives in the form of Quattro. Camille wants to keep fighting Jared and Kakrakan, but Quattro is there to order him back to the battle lines. The Argama has left and they need to join it. What about Aman? Camille asks, but Wong Li tells him to focus on his mission. Aman can defend itself. As they leave, the missile strikes resume, and Aman seems to disappear in flashes of light and clouds of wreckage. Preparations are underway for the attack on Jaburo, but Beckoner wants to be sure they are no longer being pursued by the Alexandria before they head to the rendezvous point. On their way, they encounter another ship, the atmospheric shuttle Temptation, captained by none other than Bright Noah. Quattro and Camille go out in their mobile suits to intercept, but encounter a lone mobile armor, one none of them have ever seen before. It zips past them, dodging their attacks before attacking the Temptation and flying away as suddenly as it appeared. Quattro and Camille escort the Temptation back to the Argama. It is full of refugees from various colonies, including Green Noah 1. While Quattro is introducing Camille to Bright, who should launch herself at them but Camille's friend, Fa. She hugs Camille close, crying into his shoulder, "I thought I'd never see you again." Fa's parents were captured by Basque because they knew Camille, and Bright saved Fa by getting her away before she could be captured too. Camille holds Fa while she cries, furious all over again at the Titans and Basque. Aboard the Federation ship Hario, the pilot of last episode's mysterious mobile armor tells the captain to fly them to Earth orbit, if, that is, they want him to fight Ayug. Otherwise, he will return to the mothership Jupitris. His bluntness and ultimatums clearly irritate the captain who, once alone, mutters about having to deal with someone straight from Jupiter. Meanwhile, Camille and Astonaji run checks on the Mark II until Astonaji shoves Camille toward the lunch cart, telling him to take a break. It's only as he's floating over that Camille notices Fa is pushing the lunch cart. She explains that everyone is so busy, she wants to help in any way she can. But Camille doesn't seem to understand why anybody would do that without being ordered to. Haro, bouncing along nearby, is still calling Camille Amuro and insisting that something is wrong with him. Grabbing a lunch off the cart, Camille moves to return to work when Fa stops him, insisting he take one of the special pilot lunches. "Just give me what everyone else is having." But she is adamant. "Those are the military's rules, and you should be following them." He gives in and is leaving when Fa asks him about Captain Bright. Apparently his wife and children live on Earth. What will he do? The Titans could take his family hostage. "I don't know. We can't know what's going to happen." He leaves quickly after that, leaving Fa to wonder what made him so angry. Titans are still tracking the Ayug force, and Jared and Kakrakan plan to catch up in time to attack the Ayug troops as they begin to enter Earth's atmosphere. Kakrakan is pleased to be returning to Earth so soon, and Jared teases that he must have someone waiting for him. On the Argama bridge, Bright, now a captain, is taking over Beckner's post. Beckner will be returning to the moon on the next transport, but has one final concern. "Are you okay with this mission? I heard your wife and children live in Jaburo." Quattro asks to hear more about Bright's family, and we learn that he married White Base helmsperson Mirai Yashima, and they have 2 children, a boy and a girl. But Bright isn't worried. His wife is practically a new type herself, and they talked about him joining Ayug when they last saw each other. Back on the Hario, the mysterious man from Jupiter is demanding that his mobile armor deploy alone, without any mobile suits for support. If my Masala can do the job on its own, we have no reason to use these outdated models. Ayug forces depart the rendezvous point and set a course for Earth. Camille and Astonaji do final checks on the Mark II's new flying armor. Bright briefs his lieutenants and asks Quattro to rescue Mirai and the children if they are still in Jaburo. And Fa goes to visit Camille, resting in his room in preparation. She mentions his parents, that she only just heard that they had died, and this seems to set Camille off. Voice full of emotion, he tells her he feels badly that her parents were suspected because of him, that she had to flee because of him, but that there's nothing he can do about it, nothing to be done, that he's not in his current situation because it's what he wants. Fa, on the verge of tears, leans into the doorframe. I don't know what I should do either." They both seem to want to comfort each other, but their own hurts get in the way. They can't help but cause each other pain. Camille finally yells at Fa to leave him alone, and she calls him an idiot before doing just that. It's not long before the mission begins, and the mobile suits launch in the first stage of the attack on Jaburo. Almost impossibly fast, the Masala flies past the Aeug forces, destroying one ship in a single shot, and gone just as quickly. Emma breaks formation, taking her unit to deal with the threat, and either cannot hear or ignores the order that she return. Camille is ordered to go after her, but no other mobile suits can be spared from their formation, and the Masala has begun to pick off individual units. Bright orders the ship's guns to provide cover fire, and the mobile suits to leave their ships and enter the atmosphere as quickly as possible. Their slow pace is putting them all at risk. As Camille and Emma close in, the mobile armor suddenly transforms, changing from a ship-like shape to a more humanoid one. They are stunned, and when they freeze, the man from Jupiter takes advantage, slicing an arm off Emma's Rick Diaz with his beam saber. Quattro arrives and orders Emma back to the Argama. The man from Jupiter, underestimating Camille and the Mark II, is shocked when they are able to dodge all of his attacks. But even Quattro is nervous, thinking to himself that this mysterious pilot exceeds even Amuro's abilities. He is something altogether different. As they dogfight just outside of Earth's atmosphere, the man from Jupiter wonders to himself, "What is this pressure I feel?" and finally retreats, unwilling to risk the Masala getting sucked in by Earth's gravity. Then the Titans arrive near the main formation. With the Aeug force still 4 minutes from re-entry, Bright orders them to focus all of their attention on re-entry. The ships will cover them. On the bridge, he calculates they need a minimum of 2/3 of their mobile suits to make it to Jaburo. Quattro and Camille rush to return to the main force, and find Emma there, stubbornly pushing on. Her damaged mobile suit will not be able to withstand atmospheric re-entry, but she continues to fight until Quattro drags her back to the Argama. Unlike during the 1-year war, now all of the mobile suits are equipped with balloon parachutes, to shield them during re-entry. Jared and Kakrakan spot Camille's mobile suit and begin to fire, waiting until the last possible moment to deploy their own balloons. The Titans' forces are following the Aeug mobile suits down to Earth, leaving the Aeug ships to retreat unmolested. Camille is able to dodge the Titans' attacks, and Jared finally backs off, the better to keep fighting after a safe re-entry. But Kakrakan keeps chasing Camille. His balloon deploys automatically, leaving him completely open to attacks from the Mark II on its flying armor. It tears open his balloon, and Kakrakan's suit burns up on entering the atmosphere. Jared is left with one more person to take vengeance for, and they all make their way down to the surface to Jaburo. Aeug's mobile suits continue their descent to Jaburo. They all release their balloons and continue to fall to Earth. This is Camille's first experience of Earth's gravity. Jaburo itself is much as we remember it from the 1-year war, an underground military base the size of a small city, nestled between the jungle and the Amazon River, but is now controlled by the Titans. The chirps of birds and insects are broken by sirens as the Federation forces prepare a defense, tanks rolling out of hangars, mobile suits and jets moving into position. Rekoa and Kai, imprisoned, can only watch as troops run down the hall. Rekoa is ashamed not to have been more help, not to have been able to warn Aeug not to attack this place, but Kai sees the chaos as a perfect cover for their escape, if they can only find a way. Out in the jungle, missile batteries emerge from the undergrowth, firing barrage after barrage on the falling mobile suits, as jets take off to intercept the Aeug mobile suits in the air. The sky is alight, and into the chaos of weapons fire and explosions, Jared and reinforcements from space arrive. Most of the forces have landed now, and the fighting is among the trees. Camille lands his flying armor on the river, shooting a pursuing jet out of the air, and on the lookout for more enemies. Ill at ease, he speaks out loud to the pilot of the destroyed plane. "You wouldn't have been killed if you hadn't come out." Gunshots break up the surface of the water around him, and Camille rides his flying armor like a surfboard on the turbulent river, shooting down another Federation jet in the process. A fallen Jim bursts into flames beside him, and at the tree line a small monkey tugs the arm of a larger, dead under a tree felled by fighting. Camille freezes until Quattro's voice over the radio brings him back to the battle at hand. Just as he is about to leave, fire erupts from the tree line and Jared's group appears. Camille returns fire, destroying a Hyzak before taking off down the river. Jared can't believe that Camille is getting away. What's wrong? We're on Earth! We should have the advantage over Ayug. Launching themselves into the air, Jared and his wingmen fire down on the Mark II, but Camille is able to dodge every shot. When he reaches Quattro and the others, Camille is distracted, watching a nearby Federation pilot scramble to get out of his damaged mobile suit before it explodes. Quattro brings his attention back to the mission, and they all take off to enter Jaburo proper. However, once inside, Quattro is uneasy. They aren't seeing nearly as much resistance as he would expect. The massive underground offices and housing blocks are empty. Everything is quiet, as if the whole base were abandoned. Could it be a trap? Jared is furious at the lack of resistance. How can Earthnoids not defend their home against Space Noids? But local Federation officers explain they had received orders to move out of Jaburo, and the evacuation was already almost complete when the attack began. Camille moves from Area 1, now securely held by Ayug, into Area 2, and has a sudden flash of feeling. He can sense Rekoa and Kai nearby. Before he and Quattro can search the area, Jared arrives, and another firefight begins. Ayug begins to interrogate captured Federation officers, trying to find out why Jaburo is so empty, and where Ensign Rekoa, assumed captured, is being held. One officer tells them that he doesn't care about being kept as a prisoner as long as they all leave here immediately. A nuclear bomb is rigged to explode at any time. The Ayug officers can't believe it. Nuclear weapons were banned by the Antarctic Treaty. If you find out afterwards that I'm lying, you can execute me. The increasingly desperate man begs them to leave and take the prisoners with them. There is no defusing the deeply buried bomb and very little time left. In Area 2, Jared's group have also heard about the bomb, and his soldiers beg him to retreat, but in that moment he spots Camille and personal safety takes a back seat to vengeance. The Mark II is out of energy and can no longer return fire, only run and dodge and defend. Slipping and crashing through a thin layer of stone, the Mark II falls down a deep crevasse, jumping back up and firing a single shot at Jared's Marasai at the exact moment that Jared fires at the Mark II. The two shots hit each other, and the blast knocks each mobile suit backward. The Mark II crashes into a pillar and falls into a deep pit, and Jared is forced to abandon his Marasai. Quattro arrives at the command center at the same time as a technician returns, confirming that there are in fact 2 bombs, 150 meters below ground, that they cannot be deactivated, and that they will explode in only 35 minutes. And while they have captured Garuda transport ships, none of them have the shuttles that would enable the pilots to return to space. Quattro orders everyone to be on the transports in 20 minutes. He also asks Apoli if they were able to find Bright's family, but the area with the officers' residences was abandoned, and Mirai and the children were nowhere to be found. Scrambling down from the wreckage, Jared yells for a passing jeep to wait, but they take off without him. Running down the road, he finds an overturned vehicle and helps a few stranded Federation soldiers tip it back onto its wheels in exchange for a ride out. Deeper below ground, Camille senses Rekoa as an odd music just at the edge of his hearing. Despite the orders coming over the radio, ordering all mobile suits to retreat, he searches for the missing ensign. The main force has noticed his absence, and Quattro goes in search of him, but orders Apoli to make sure the transports leave on time. In their cell, Rekoa and Kai haven't seen or heard anyone in a long time. Everyone is gone, and they are forgotten. They begin pounding on the door and calling out. It seems unlikely that anyone will hear them, but it's better than doing nothing and waiting to die. Camille hears, or perhaps senses them, and manages to break open the door. Rekoa cries out in happiness and relief, pulling Camille into a hug. Then she and Kai climb into the Mark II's hand, and Camille takes them to rejoin the main unit. Quattro finds them and urges Camille to hurry. They have just 10 minutes before the bombs will detonate. Just outside Jaburo, the last Federation plane is ready for takeoff. A crush of soldiers fill the staircase, trying to cram themselves onto the already full flight. Jared leaves the jeep, telling the men in it they need to rely on their own strength to survive, before shoving, grabbing, and punching his way through the crowd. Not quite aboard as the plane begins takeoff, he nearly falls, before a woman with teal hair grabs hold of his arm and pulls him inside. The transport ships that Ayu captured are forced to take off, out of time and now being pursued by 3 remaining Federation mobile suits. Camille and Quattro appear, moving as fast as they can to catch up to the transport and defend it from attack. Although Quattro orders Camille to board the transport, he gets just close enough to allow Rekoa and Kai to jump aboard before going back to help. Quattro tries to order him back, but Camille will only board the transport if Quattro does too. They both make the leap, only just making it aboard the Garuda in time. Their pursuers, having waited too long, are killed in the explosion, their mobile suits obliterated when the twin atomic bombs detonate beneath Jaburo. A small aircraft appears in front of the Garuda and radios them. It's their Karaba escort, Hayato Kobayashi. They follow him as the mushroom cloud hovers over the ruins of Jaburo. Amuro lands his small plane at the landing strip near his home, but spots a group of people at the edge of the field. "I'm amazed they made it here," he says to himself before getting out to greet them. It's his old friend Fra! She and Hayato are married now and have adopted Kika, Cats, and Let's. They all greet each other warmly, pleased to be reunited. "I have so much to tell you," Fra says, asking Amuro if they can stay with him for a while. "It'd be my pleasure." He smiles, putting an arm around Fra, and leads them all up to the house. Amuro's home is a sprawling mansion, full of art and fine furniture, and with staff to tend it. His photograph of Matilda and the White Base crew is propped in pride of place on the mantel. While the maid offers Kika and Let's a snack, Amuro fusses over Fra, who is 6 months pregnant. Teasing him for his cluelessness over such things, Fra encourages him to get married. After all, he's still carrying a torch for Sayla, isn't he? "You think the Federation would let me?" Let's asks him why he doesn't go to Jaburo, and looking around surreptitiously, Amuro shows them all a note. He believes his staff are Federation soldiers sent to keep an eye on him. He cannot speak freely. They have a quiet dinner, talking of innocent things, and then go for a walk on the grounds. Cats tells Amuro about Hayato, how, as a member of Karaba, he's gone to support the attack on Jaburo. "Why aren't you there?" he asks Amuro angrily. But Amuro acts as if he's never heard of Karaba, and doesn't know any more about Ayuk than what's on the news. "Cats, if you didn't have someone in the shadows, like me, you wouldn't have had a place to run to." But Cats still thinks Amuro is a coward, doing what the Federation tells him to do instead of risking his life to fight them. Fra tries to intervene. She understands Amuro and the position he's in, but Amuro just walks away. He is confined and surveilled by the Federation, and unable to act as he might wish to. Cats' disappointment is clear. How can this be the hero his parents tell him stories about? The Garuda ships full of Ayug forces, led by Hayato in his plane, head for Kennedy Space Center, now under the control of Karaba. There they will find shuttles that can return the Ayug pilots to space. Karaba prepares to fight, as it's only a matter of time before someone tracks the 2 captured Garuda. They will need to abandon the Space Center and move this base of operations elsewhere. In the command center, coordinating it all, Hayato receives a note from Kai, who has already slipped away. In it, Kai reveals that Quattro is actually Char Aznavour. Kai doesn't understand why Char is content to be a rank-and-file soldier. It smacks of escapism or cowardice, and Kai doesn't trust him. He's gone to do some independent intelligence gathering, leaving no hint as to when he might return. Out in space, the Argama is under attack but can still make it to a rendezvous with the shuttles, if the shuttles launch in 40 minutes. It is a scramble to get everything ready in time. The shuttles fueled and crewed, the mobile suits loaded, and the shuttles are so old that no one is experienced at piloting them. Apoli is surprised that his will start at all. As the loading is underway, Hayato confronts Quattro about the contents of Kai's letter. "This has nothing to do with me," says Quattro, all calm confidence. "If I were Char, why would it matter?" Hayato is not put off and replies, "You could be a leader, and yet you hide under a false identity. Kai says that makes you a coward." Camille overhears them, and it seems to confirm his own suspicions. "Who are you really?" he demands. "I don't see any harm in acknowledging it," Hayato says, but the enigmatic man insists once more that he is only Quattro Bagina. "In that case, clench your teeth," Camille yells, before giving a correction of his own, punching Quattro square in the jaw, knocking him back into a wall and sending the sunglasses flying off his face. Why? What reason could you have? Camille asks. Any human can feel shame, Quattro begins to explain, but is interrupted when an alarm goes off nearby. The attacking force has arrived, coming in over the water. One shuttle is destroyed, waiting to take off, before Quattro, Camille, and Roberto can launch their mobile suits. The countdown is moved forward for the remaining shuttle, and it prepares to take off, hoping to get away in time. In addition to regular mobile suits, the Titans have brought another mobile armor that transforms, shaking even Quattro's preternatural calm. The fight destroys parts of the Space Center and nearby ships, but still the AUG pilots manage to fight the Titans back and defend the shuttle, until Roberto is shot through the cockpit by the transforming mobile armor. Camille grabs hold of it, managing to hang on until the shuttle has taken off, but the larger, stronger mobile armor breaks free and is soon chasing after the shuttle as it hurtles towards space. The Mark II fires at the mobile armor from the ground, but it is quickly out of range. Get on the Hyakushiki's shoulders, Quattro orders. Once in position, both pilots turn on their mobile suit's thrusters to full power, and they take off after the enemy. Their shots distract the enemy pilot, allowing the shuttle to get away, and when the mobile armor is mid-transformation, Camille spots a vulnerability. With a perfectly timed shot, he knocks it from the sky. Hayato flies by in the Garuda to retrieve Quattro and Camille, and the combined AUG and Karaba forces set a course for Hickory Airport. The shuttle makes it to space and its crew are reunited with the Argama, and the Titans retake Kennedy Space Center. But with the attack on Jaburo and the most recent battle, it becomes impossible to hide the conflict any longer. Now everyone will know that the Federation forces have split into two factions, at war with one another. At the Titans base, Rosamia and her squad take off in pursuit of Aldumla, the Garuda ship that AUG has captured. They will reinforce Major Blutarch's forces, the same group that attacked Karaba and AUG at Kennedy. While Karaba intelligence knows that there are Titans bases nearby, they have no choice but to take the current route. Quattro, certain that they will have to fight again soon, orders Camille to have the Mark II ready, but Camille is preoccupied thinking about Lieutenant Roberto's death. What we can do for Lieutenant Roberto now is return to space, Quattro reminds him, telling him to focus on the mission. There is no time for sentiment in war. Amuro was able to get Fra and her children tickets to Japan, and he escorts them to the airport. Katz is still angry, and Amuro asks Fra, "What do you expect me to do? I'm being watched even now." Fra looks sad and tells him, "Just remember, you won't gain anything by trying to become a child again." Leaning against a railing as he watches them head inside, he chews his thumbnail deep in thought. It seems there is a freighter at the airport. Inside, Fra and the kids seem surprised to see Amuro approach them again. Under cover of dropping the drinks and snacks he was bringing them, he asks Katz if he knows where Hayato is. They come up with a plan, and Amuro asks Fra if he can borrow Katz for a while. Immediately, Kika and Let's say that they will come too, but Amuro insists they need to stay and look after Fra. Once the baby is born, they can all catch a black market flight for the colonies. Over the intercom, airline staff announce that boarding has begun, and Amuro and Katz, pretending to be father and son, head to the restrooms. A suited man reading a magazine in the waiting area watches them walk across the room. It seems Amuro was not being paranoid after all. Through the restroom, Amuro busts open an emergency exit, and he and Katz go running down the stairs and across the tarmac, to the freighter Amuro noticed earlier. Sprinting up the stairs to the hatch with Katz behind him, Amuro pulls a gun, which he uses to club one pilot and threaten the other, forcing them both off the freighter. By the time the Federation spy thinks anything is amiss, Katz has already closed the hatch, and Amuro is preparing for takeoff. The spy tries to stop the passenger plane with Fra and the kids on it, but it's too late. They have already taken off and are on their way to Japan. Rosamia catches up to the Garuda, telling her squad to ignore any mobile suits and focus on the ship. Quattro takes a Dodai to fly the Hyakushiki out to the enemy, leaving the Mark II and the Nemos to fire from the open hatch. Rosamia's plane is actually a mobile armor, like a plant, capable of flying on its own even in Earth's gravity. Although Quattro is able to take out one of her squadron's mobile suits, Rosamia dodges nimbly away, striking at the Aldumla itself. Tired of feeling as though he's waiting to be shot down, Camille grabs another Dodai and takes the Mark II out to support Quattro. Gloating that a mobile suit on a glider is no match for her Gaplant, Rosamia bears down on Camille, but he jumps at the last second, landing the Mark II on the back of the mobile armor. He tries to crush the cockpit, but is thrown off when the Gaplant begins to transform. It is another mobile monster, shifting from a plane-like form into a huge mobile suit form. Rosamia is sure she has a clear shot at Camille while he jets back to his Dodai, but she is interrupted by Quattro, who, having finally found them, fires his beam weapons. The Gaplant seems to deflect the beams, but it shudders and shakes all the same. Rosamia transforms back and retreats, needing to recharge the Gaplant before it runs out of power. Quattro and Camille return to the ship, where Camille prepares to be corrected by Hayato. However, Hayato surprises him. "I don't think simply hitting you would improve your personality." Camille has the grace to look chagrined. "I know Lieutenant Quattro saved me, and I am grateful, but that's not all. I was being pulled by that enemy mobile suit." Clenching his fist, Hayato admonishes that Camille better not be making excuses. Joining them, Quattro confirms what Camille said. They have encountered mobile armor like this before, Titan's mobile armor that radiates danger. On Blutarch's ship, he welcomes Rosamia and her squad, and she thanks him for picking them up. "It seems you aren't yet used to the Gaplant. You should use this mission to get accustomed. But you did slow the Aldumla. We will send a second wave after them now. They won't be expecting it." In the hangar, Blutarch wears an oxygen mask, but Rosamia goes without. "Don't you have trouble breathing at this altitude?" "No, sir. My lungs have been enhanced." Rosamia is a cyber new type from the Augusta lab. She heads to the bridge while Blutarch prepares to launch his own mobile monster, the one he used to attack Karaba and Ayug at Kennedy, the Ashimar. This time, both Quattro and Camille launch immediately. They know their enemy is too dangerous to fight alone. They focus on keeping the mobile monster from getting above them, firing wave after wave of projectiles and coming at it from both sides at once. It is while the battle is getting underway that Amuro and Katz, in their stolen freighter, finally find Hayato and Karaba. Amuro, quickly assessing the situation, knows what he needs to do. Strapping on a parachute, he orders Katz to escape with the ship's Homo Avis glider and go to Hayato. Then he points the freighter directly at the mobile monster. Quattro and Camille notice the ship and wonder what it's doing there. Quattro is surprised to realize he can sense Amuro Ray is the pilot. Attacking as they fall through the sky, the two Ayug pilots are unable to keep the mobile monster away from the Aldumla. It fights its way past them and heads straight for the bridge of the ship. Blutarch gloats for a moment, but his feeling of victory is short-lived. Amuro crashes the freighter into the mobile monster, entangling its legs in the crumpling frame of the ship. They both begin to crash, and Amuro jumps free through a broken window, while Blutarch transforms the damaged mobile monster back to its plane form and orders a retreat. Retrieved by the mobile suits, Amuro and Katz go to join the Karaba and Ayug crew aboard the Aldumla. Quattro seems overcome with barely contained emotion on seeing Amuro again. Amuro can sense Char too, and the two of them look at each other across the open sky, rivals and fellow new types who have not seen each other since the last war. Buran Blutarch returns to his ship, demanding that the crew repair the Ashimar as quickly as possible. Rosamia joins him, putting a hand on his arm. "Major, please let me join your team." Grabbing him by the shoulder, she continues, "I want to defeat those people no matter what it takes." As she finishes speaking, she suddenly huddles against the Major's chest. "I can't stand it," she murmurs. He seems taken aback. "Can't stand what?" "That Ayug want to destroy the people of Earth by dropping colonies on them." Staring into space and with a quavering voice, she sighs, "The sight of a colony dropping. It's as if the sky were falling." Blutarch brushes a strand of hair from her face before abruptly shoving her aside. After all, Ayug hate the thought of polluting the Earth. They wouldn't drop more colonies on it. Rosamia grabs at him again when he walks away. "I still dream of it every night. I still dream of the sky falling." He stops. "I understand, Ensign. Do as you wish." "Thank you, Major." He finally gets away from her, but looks back to see her staring at her hands, shaking, but with a smile on her face. On the Aldumla, Hayato and Amuro catch up. Amuro tells Hayato about Fra and the kids on their way to Japan, and asks if it was Hayato's idea for them to visit him. Not only was it Hayato's idea, he also suspected that Amuro would bring Katz to Karaba. Katz desperately wanted to get away from life on Earth, but Fra hated the idea. Of course, no mother wants to send her child to war, Amuro tells him. Sure, Hayato responds, but children will do what they want, regardless of their parents' wishes. They are interrupted by a call from Quattro. Is that Char? Amuro asks. It's Lieutenant Quattro now. He'll always be Char Aznable to me. Patting him on the arm, Hayato says, okay, but don't be such a stickler about it. Mobile suits line the hangar, being repaired and recalibrated after the last battle. Katz peeks into the cockpit of the Mark II. He can't see Camille working behind the pilot's seat and steps inside, marveling at the 360-degree view screens. When he reaches for the controls, he hears a voice shout, "Hands off!" The Mark II made quite an impression on Katz in the last battle, and he was surprised, in the best way, to learn that Camille, almost as young as Katz himself, was the pilot. Camille is getting on with his work when Quattro stops by to ask Camille to look after Katz. When Camille goes back into the Mark II's cockpit, Katz has seated himself in the pilot's seat. They talk a bit about Katz's experience with the old mobile suits at Kennedy, and Camille asks how well Katz knows Amuro. I was with him on the White Base during the One-Year War. He was an idol to us, but he's different lately. He doesn't have the same spirit. When Hayato and Quattro finish discussing plans for their arrival in Hickory, Quattro walks over to where Amuro is sitting alone on a bench. That was impressive, crashing a lumbering and clumsy freighter into a mobile suit. Amuro cuts directly to the point. Why did you return to the Earth sphere? I came to laugh at you. That's what you want to hear, isn't it? I didn't choose to end up like this. I'm sure you understand that. And yet, you don't really want sympathy. Amuro looks surprised, but doesn't deny it. You didn't answer my question. Why did you return to the Earth sphere? Quattro looks away. Lala's spirit is still drifting in the Earth sphere. I couldn't sense her past Mars. They stand in silence for a moment, thinking of the young woman who meant so much to them both, before Char continues. By isolating yourself, you will only help the Federation government and the Titans. A bird in a cage is a pet, a toy for someone else's enjoyment. Amuro stalks off, hands in his pockets, thinking this over. Camille runs up to hand him a lunchbox. I've been hoping for a chance to meet you. The moment he hears this, Amuro turns away with a grimace and starts to walk away. Camille follows, but instead of the praise Amuro was expecting, Camille tells him about all of the times people have compared him to Amuro and how frustrating that has been. How can I live up to their expectations? What has Katz been saying about me? Amuro replies. This is the wrong thing to say. Ask him yourself, Camille retorts before running away down the hall. The silhouette of a biplane appears against the setting sun. It is one of their own, Beltorchka Irma from Hickory Base. Hayato sends Katz to wake Amuro, and once he arrives in Amuro's room, he doesn't stop talking for a second. The biplane is so cool, and Beltorchka is an amazing person, and what happened to you yesterday? Aren't you interested in the Gundam? Amuro grabs his clothes and ducks into the cabin's bathroom, but Katz just stands outside while continuing to talk. Are you bothered that they made the Mark II? Shut up already, leave me alone! Katz finally leaves, but standing in the shower, Amuro thinks to himself that it's spiteful of Char and Hayato to ignore him and give the Gundam to such a young pilot. He finally joins Hayato, Katz, and Camille to hear Beltorchka's report from Hickory. Angry at being told off earlier, Katz leaves the moment that Amuro arrives. Beltorchka is surprised. Amuro is a new type, but looks like a normal person. She's always imagined Amuro Ray as more warlike, but she's relieved to sense that he isn't unconcerned about killing people. Someone who will use the Ayug and Karba cause to justify anything. Walking down the hall, Quattro overhears her and stops short. When she finishes, he continues on his way, and even a brief glimpse of him crossing the doorway is enough for Beltorchka to sense that he is the sort of person who can't live without war. Camille points out that as part of Karaba, she can't be totally against war. She confirms that she isn't, but still, there doesn't seem to be anything peaceful about Quattro. Surprisingly, it is Amuro who sticks up for him. Quattro isn't what he seems, and inside is a kind person. He leaves abruptly, with Beltorchka wondering what it is she did wrong. It isn't long before the Sidori catches up to them. Rosamia takes off immediately, her earlier fear replaced by fierce confidence. Aoyug and Karaba forces, taken by surprise, rush to their stations, and Katz sneaks into the Mark II. With only a moment's hesitation, he takes the controls and gets onto a Dodai. Camille is horrified by the thought of Katz going straight into battle, but Quattro orders the hatch opened, allowing Katz to take off. Quattro then orders Camille into the Rick Diaz, and the two of them take off after Katz. Amuro, Hayato, and Beltorchika learn what's happened, but when Amuro rushes to a Nemo, Hayato stops him. "You haven't touched a mobile suit in 7 years! At least Katz has had training!" "But I used to be a Gundam pilot!" Beltorchika and Amuro suddenly sense each other's feelings. Beltorchika's disappointment that Amuro is just one more person who fights. Amuro's shock and his fear of getting into a mobile suit again. Amuro shakes and pounds his fist into the wall in frustration. And Beltorchika thinks to herself that his fear of fighting is just like her own fear of the sky falling. Outside, the fight has begun, and Katz is immediately overwhelmed. He is slow, and the unfamiliar controls of the Mark II make him even slower. He almost crashes into the sea and struggles to regain control of the Dodai, leaving Rosamiya to wonder if this can possibly be the same pilot she fought before. Just when Katz has gotten the Mark II on its feet, the Gaplant buzzes by, knocking it into the sea. When Camille arrives to help Katz up, Katz insists that he can still fight, but Camille is stern. All Katz has been able to do so far is cause trouble. He realizes that Camille is right, and is ready to go back to the Audumla when he senses something behind Camille. With perfect timing, Katz fires and blasts the leg off the Gaplant as it comes up over the rocks. The Hyakushiki blasts off the other leg before the Rick Diaz shoots it once more. With the Gaplant mostly destroyed, Rosamiya is forced to eject. Plutarch, watching from the Sidori, considers Rosamiya's over-aggressiveness the reason for her defeat, and wonders if cyber new types are actually any use. Back on the Audumla, Hayato punches Katz, knocking him to the ground. "You're unbelievable! The selfish actions of one person can wipe out a force!" For a moment, Amuro watches from a distance before walking away. Quattro wonders what is wrong with Amuro to prevent him from fighting. Doesn't he feel the same excitement in his blood that he did back then? The Sidori flies through thick mists and receives a transmission with new orders. They are to pursue the Audumla as far as the Pacific Ocean, but no further. If it makes the crossing, they are to return to Kennedy. Plutarch thinks their plan is to intercept the Audumla from the new Titan's base in New Guinea, but he isn't about to let some newcomer get all the credit for capturing the ship. He sends a message to the Murasame New Type lab in Japan to be on the lookout, and uses the lab's encryption codes to hide his message from the rest of the Titans. Standing in an elevator on the Audumla, Amuro and Beltorchika discuss what comes next. She will lead them to Hickory, and they will get Quattro and Camille back to space. After all, that's Karaba's responsibility. "But you don't like to fight," Amuro says to her. "I hate war," Beltorchika corrects him, "but that's different from fighting because you have to." Amuro asks if she despises him, and she doesn't, but she thinks that while the past 7 years have been a time of necessary rest for his mind and body, it's time for him to wake up and bring back the way he was. But Amuro has no confidence in being able to be that person again. Beltorchika leans in and kisses him, and his eyes go wide with surprise. "If you're just feeling pity for me, please forget it." "Not at all, but if I can inspire you to action, I will." "Is this some sort of test?" he asks. "Sure," is her matter-of-fact reply. "How else am I to know if you're right for me? And if it turns out you're not, that's it. I don't have time for sympathy." Amuro strides down the hall to Beltorchika and kisses her. We'll send Quattro and Camille back to space. They are standing there locked in a kiss when Quattro emerges from the bridge. When Beltorchika leaves for a meeting with Hayato, Amuro asks Quattro if they can possibly leave a mobile suit behind for him to use on Earth. "We can't leave the Mark II, Camille's too good with it. And the Rick Diaz is a proprietary Aoyug design, there's no question of leaving it here. Besides, the final battle between the Titans and Aoyug will be in space, why don't you join us there?" Amuro claims he doesn't want to return to space because he's become scared of the feeling of no gravity. But Quattro doesn't believe that. It's that you don't want to encounter Lala, isn't it? Deep down, you think you'll see her. But there are some things a person has to do, things that are the best tribute to the ones we've lost. No, stop talking, Amuro blurts out, but he's already flashing back to that fateful battle, when Lala threw herself between the two of them, and the killing blow Amuro meant for Char killed Lala instead. In the hangar, Camille and Katz are repairing water damage to the Mark II. When Quattro arrives to tell them he's gotten Hayato's permission, they will be taking Katz with them into space. Though a little sad that Hayato will be staying on Earth, Katz is thrilled. While the boys rush off to prepare for contact with Hikari, Quattro notices Amuro climbing into the cockpit of the Rick Diaz. The Audumla continues to fly above the thick white fog, with no sign of friend or foe. On the bridge, the navigation officer is concerned they won't be able to find Hikari, but Hayato is confident the Beltorchka will lead them. The messenger pigeon she brought takes news of their imminent arrival to Hikari, and the base stirs to action, lighting signal fires that mark the runway and taking defensive positions. Quattro invites Katz to make the descent with him in the Hyakushiki. Just as Katz has said yes, he sees Amuro at the foot of the Rick Diaz and changes his mind. He'll make the descent with Amuro. After offering to back her up during the descent, Amuro kisses Beltorchka and she rushes off to her biplane. Over the comms, Hayato says goodbye to Katz, telling him to behave and asks Amuro and Quattro to look after his son. Almost the moment they've launched, Amuro senses the enemy nearby. Katz is surprised. They are thick in the fog now and can't see anything. Shouldn't we tell Lieutenant Quattro, he asks? If you want to go to space, be quiet, is Amuro's terse response. Beltorchka is first to spot the runway, with the shuttle right next to it. She lands, followed by the Mark II and the Hyakushiki. There is no sign of Amuro in the Rick Diaz, and Quattro thinks he must be lost in the fog. On arrival, he asks the officers at Hikari if they can load a third mobile suit onto the shuttle. But it seems they've already been contacted by the Argama, and their orders are to prioritize the return of the Hyakushiki. It must return to space at any cost. The Ashimar finds and fires on the Audumla, raising the alarm. Amuro emerges from the fog to fire on Blutarch's squad, knocking a Hyzak from its dodai before disappearing back into the mist. Soon, the Rick Diaz is in a dogfight with the Ashimar. Keeping its distance to avoid giving away Hikari's location, the Audumla launches all its mobile suits, including some of them unmanned and on dodais, to serve as a distraction. At the base, there are less than 5 minutes until the shuttle must launch to make its rendezvous with the Argama, and only the Hyakushiki is loaded. Worrying that they might have to launch without Katz, Camille ignores the order to load the Mark II and takes off in search of the Rick Diaz. Quattro tries to take off as well, but the Hyakushiki can't possibly be unloaded in time. Beltorchka finds herself caught in the crossfire between Amuro and Blutarch's squad, and is saved when Amuro uses the Rick Diaz to shield her. She warns him that they are running out of time to get Katz to the shuttle, but Amuro refuses to give up. He will get Katz there in time. He pulls a handgun from his jacket and hands it to Katz. It is the gun he used in his final fight against Char Aznable in the One-Year War. Katz tries to refuse, but Amuro insists. It could be useful. Landing at Hikari, he lets Katz out and tells Quattro to get Katz to space. Amuro will stay and defend the shuttle. Quattro is worried about Camille and wants to wait, but Katz pulls the handgun on him. He orders him into the shuttle, shaking with fear and adrenaline. You'd better go. I'm not used to guns. It might just go off, even if I don't mean it to. Quattro smiles and agrees to board, Katz trailing behind him. Once they are strapped into the shuttle, he casually mentions, "Guns won't fire with the safety on." "Are you afraid?" Quattro asks Katz. "No," Katz replies. "Well, I am. Waiting is much more frightening than doing something." In the fog, the lights that Camille thought were Beltorchka's plane are actually the Ashimar. It blasts his dodai out from under him before Amuro arrives to provide cover fire. Certain that Camille won't make it to the shuttle before launch, Amuro tells Camille to stay with him until he gets another chance to return to space. Camille assents and warns Amuro that the Ashimar is very dangerous. Camille cannot see or sense anything, but Amuro tells him where to aim and when to fire. Camille then jumps from the dodai off to support the Audumla. He sees Amuro buzz by, severing the backpack of a Hyzak, disabling but not destroying it. Camille attempts this move himself on another Hyzak, but causes the entire mobile suit to explode when he hits the cockpit. The Ashimar returns, and Amuro and Camille keep fighting, but it manages to grab a hold of the Mark II. Camille is certain that this is it, and a vision of Fa flashes before his eyes, before the Rick Diaz flies by and slices off the Ashimar's sword hand. The shuttle launches safely, taking Quattro and Katz to space, just as Amuro puts a beam saber through the Ashimar's chest. Camille returns the Mark II to the Adumla, where Beltorchka wants to know if Amuro is alright. They are both surprised and impressed by Amuro's skill in battle, and Beltorchka admits she might have to change her opinion of him. The Rick Diaz arrives, airlifted by a Hickory helicopter, and Amuro returns to be greeted by a hug and tears from Beltorchka. While the Karaba officers look over new intelligence from Kai and plan their next move, Camille thinks about space and wonders how Fa is doing. Taking over for the fallen Blutarch, Lieutenant Ben Wooder orders the Sudori across the Pacific and sends a message to the Murasame lab in Japan requesting reinforcements. On the Adumla, Hayato, Camille, Amuro, and Beltorchka discuss their next move. Amuro thinks they should attack the Titan's base at New Guinea. It's new, and they won't have solidified their defenses yet. It's also likely to have shuttles, and an attack there would raise Ayug's profile. After all, if they die without making all of humanity aware of Ayug and its goals, what's the point? But before they can attack, they will need supplies. Kai contacted them with information on a potential supplier, Luo Wumin, so they set a course for New Hong Kong. Camille is working on the Mark II when Beltorchka comes to talk to him. She begins to make small talk, but Camille snaps at her. "What do you want? I'm busy." So she cuts to the chase. Amuro is the more experienced pilot, and a hero of the One-Year War. He should be the one piloting the Gundam Mark II. "Did he tell you to say that?" Camille asks her angrily. "Of course not," she laughs. She asks if Camille hates Amuro, if that's why he won't give up the Mark II. Piloting a Gundam would give Amuro more confidence. "I don't hate him, but this isn't really about Amuro being a better pilot for the Mark II. You just pity him, and pity like that will get him killed." When Camille tries to leave, Beltorchka grabs hold of his shoulders, but he brushes her off, leaving her standing on the Mark II. The shipments from the Murasame lab arrive at the Sudori. Shuttle boosters and a mobile suit so large it can't even fit in their hangar. Accompanying the massive mobile suit are Namikar Cornell, head instructor of the Murasame laboratory, and Ensign 4 Murasame. When Wooder goes to greet them, 4 makes a request that once she leaves on a mission, she will not be subject to anyone's orders. If she is not free to act as she thinks is best, she will return to Japan. Namikar seems shocked, but Wooder puts a hand to 4's cheek and looks at her closely. "Very well. Do as you wish." In New Hong Kong, the Adumla lands on the water and is inspected by local authorities. Camille stares out the window at the beautiful city, thinking about how different it is from the colony he grew up on. Amuro and Beltorchka head out in civilian clothes to the main office of Luo & Co., where the waiting room is packed with people trying to catch shuttles off of Earth. With a start, Amuro recognizes someone in the crowd. Mirai Yashima! Mirai Noah, now, with her and Bright's children, Chaemin and Hathaway. They are on the waiting list for a black market flight to space. Even though it's unlikely they'd be able to reunite with Bright right away, Mirai and Bright both want to raise their children in space. "Won't you be going back there?" Mirai asks Amuro. He looks at Beltorchka and changes the subject. But there's no time to catch up. Amuro needs to find their contact. Shoving his way to the front of the line, he asks to speak to Luo Wumin. The employee at the counter looks back at a woman in a red suit sitting at a large desk. A security guard walks over and punches Amuro in the stomach and face, knocking him over a bench. People scream and scatter, and Amuro tells Beltorchka to run before throwing himself back at the guard, knocking the guard to the ground. He's punching him in the face when another guard pulls him up and throws him across the room. Yet another guard tries to stop Beltorchka and Mirai from leaving, but Beltorchka knees him in the groin and they run through the door. Out in the street, Mirai suddenly stops in her tracks. A massive, dark ship is descending on the city, the Mobile Suit from Murasame Lab. Piloted by 4, the Mobile Suit's wings crunch through windows as it flies low through the streets, sending pedestrians screaming and scrambling for cover. She is hunting the Mark II. The crew of the Adumla have noticed the ship but are unable to identify it. It's too big to be a mobile suit and is like nothing they've seen before. Camille and the Mark II are ready, so Hayato orders Camille to launch. On the bridge of the Sudori, Namikar tells Wooder this will be Four's first combat. It's possible she will experience a mental breakdown and become just as dangerous to her allies as she is to her enemies. It seems that cyber new types are still in the testing stages. Flying in on a Dodai, Camille spots Four's machine, wondering why someone would choose to fight in a city. The black ship fires countless rays from 2 dishes on its front. The Mark II is forced to abandon its Dodai to dodge them, and is still knocked to the ground. When Four spots the Mark II, her eyes flash red, and Camille is overcome by a sensation of malice. On the street, Mirai feels it too, as does Amuro, lying in a cell. Amuro is certain the sensation isn't Camille, and is trying to figure out who it is when the woman in the red suit comes to the door. "Why do you need to speak to Luo woman?" she asks. "Why do you need to speak to my father?" Amuro tries to speak but winds up clutching his injured ribs. "We have to detain anyone who asks for my father by name like that. Here in Hong Kong City, we can never be sure who our enemies are. I represent my father. I take it that Karaba is..." Before she can finish, the whole building is shaken. They both stagger over to the window, trying for a glimpse of the battle. Explosions flash in the distance and they both leave, recognizing it is too dangerous to stay where they are. Outside, Camille moves cautiously. When he fires directly on the black ship, it takes no damage at all. It has some sort of barrier against beam weapons. When Four moves in, he darts out of the way, landing on top of the mobile suit and grabbing hold of its head or cockpit. "You call yourself human? Stop attacking indiscriminately," Camille yells, but Four is only incredulous at an enemy giving her orders. She throws the Mark II off, and they take to the sky, the black ship firing its massive beams, and the Mark II dodging as quickly as it can. Beltorchka, Mirai, and the children arrive at the Audumla. Hayato can't quite figure out what the enemy is trying to achieve, and orders 2 Nemos out to support the Mark II before taking the Audumla up into the air. It is all Camille can do to avoid the black machine's attacks, and Four laughs from within her cockpit. The black machine transforms into a mobile suit, one bigger than any we've ever seen. It's the height of a skyscraper and towers over the Mark II, where it hides down a side street. Camille continues to dodge, but each attack destroys more of the city. Leaping upwards, he attempts an attack with his beam saber, but still can't get through the black machine's defenses. Back and forth they fight, with the Mark II unable to damage Four's mobile suit, Four constantly swatting away but failing to take out the Mark II, and the city of Hong Kong being gradually destroyed around them. "This is the famous Mark II?" Four laughs to herself. "It's nothing but a doll." The Nemos arrive and she quickly blasts them from the sky, but there is a tremor in her voice now and trembling in her hands. They're only dolls." Four is beginning to tire and wonders at Camille's vitality. Camille thinks if he can just hit the eyes of the black ship, he might be able to stop it. As he strikes, everything seems to go blue. There's a flash, and he slices across, but not quite through, the black machine's chest. "What is this rough sensation? I feel sick," Four stammers, terrified, before suddenly jetting away. Camille, panting, wonders why she ran all of a sudden. On the Sudori, Wooder demands to know why Four didn't finish off the Mark II. She replies angrily, "Only someone who has piloted the Psycho Gundam would understand. That sensation, that feeling of a snake writhing in your head." Once it's all over, Stephanie woman, Luo woman's daughter, sees that the Audumla gets the supplies it needs. Beltorchka sits with Mirai and the children and asks about Mirai's husband. Is he in space? Mirai tells her that Bright has been frustrated almost since the last war ended, and he's finally able to release that frustration in space. That's nice for him, but hard for you, the wife left behind on Earth. But Mirai truly doesn't mind. She understands Bright completely and has no anxieties. Isn't it better for children to grow up with their parents? Beltorchka pushes. Mirai admits that of course it is, but that she is able to model Bright for them, to keep him present and real in their minds. To Beltorchka, this sounds like an excuse. Still, Mirai insists that through her and Bright's trust for each other, he can still be a presence in the lives of his children, even though he's far away. In the hangar, Amuro and Camille discuss the sensation that emanated from the enemy mobile suit. Amuro is especially anxious to get Camille to space now. If he can sense the enemy that way, he will become a very valuable pilot for Ayuk, and it's easier to see and understand the situation on Earth from outer space. Just don't make the mistake I did. This thing called gravity has a way of dragging your soul into the depths of the earth. But isn't it Earth that gave us our souls? Camille replies. Amuro sighs. Yes, that's another way of looking at it. A small boat drops from the Sudori to the sea below. It's 4, taking off without leave. Namikar pleads and scolds, accusing 4 of being selfish, but 4 ignores her and heads toward the city. Concerned about the investment 4 represents, Namikar convinces Wooder to send 4 Hyzaks out looking. The Audumla crew are almost done loading the supplies they purchased from Luo and Co., and Amuro and Camille are enjoying a brief rest from the near-constant fighting. Amuro and Beltorchka visit Mirai at the ship where she and the children are staying while they wait for tickets to space. He proposes that instead of waiting for shuttle tickets, they come aboard the Audumla, where they may have more chances to get to space. But Mirai is undecided. She wants to see Bright, but the risk to the children is too high on a warship. An impatient Beltorchka tells Amuro they should be going, and Amuro urges Mirai to make her decision quickly. The Audumla leaves in the morning. Once they're away, Beltorchka lets her irritation show. She can't understand why Amuro is so eager to get Mirai to come on the Audumla when she's neither Ayug nor Karaba. Waiting in a car nearby, Camille sees 4 run down the sidewalk. She seems happy, and he can't help but smile at her. Meanwhile, she overhears Beltorchka and Amuro arguing, and recognizes both Amuro's name and the name of their ship. She also sees Amuro say goodbye to Mirai, and wonders how they know each other. As they walk down the street, Camille spots Beltorchka and Amuro. Beltorchka is surprised to see Camille there, and angry that he feels the need to check up on them. After all, she is looking after Amuro. Camille bristles at Beltorchka's attitude, asking why Amuro doesn't tell her to be quiet, and reminding her that a lot of people worry when they don't know where Amuro is. And anyway, Hayato sent him to tell them to return to the ship. They agree to head back, but just after Camille jumps in his car, 4 comes up to the window, asking for a ride to the old city. He's happy to be asked, and the two of them take off, chatting all the while. Camille is briefly jealous when 4's questions about Amuro make him think she's a fan, but she lays her head on his shoulder and says, "I'm just looking for someone who understands me." At a discreet distance, a Titan's officer follows them. In her room, Mirai is thinking about what to do when 3 armed men arrive to capture her and the children. The Titans saw her with Amuro and have decided to take her hostage. A message from Wooder plays on the local radio, demanding that Ayug hand over the Audumla within 24 hours, or the Titans will open fire on the city of Hong Kong. If Ayug tries to attack the Titans, they will kill the hostages. The moment Amuro hears the message, he takes off, telling Beltorchka to return to the Audumla without him. He steals a boat and goes to exchange himself for Mirai and the children. In the car, 4 asks Camille if he's a member of Ayug. "Only by chance," he says. "And are you a pilot?" she presses. "You could say that." Abruptly, she tells him she'll get out where they are, but tells him that she hopes they'll see each other again. Stephanie, on the Audumla to oversee the completion of Luo and Ko's deal with Karaba, rushes over to Hayato. "I don't know who these people are, but we can't give up a Garuda-class aircraft for them. 3 hostages are not more important than all of Hong Kong, and they're certainly not more important than Ayug's principles." She is in contact with Hong Kong's government and suggests to them and to Hayato that the Audumla flee instead. It's during the negotiations with the Titans that Beltorchka calls, distraught, to tell them what Amuro has done. On his arrival at the Titans' boat, it seems that Amuro has been successful. Mirai and the children are allowed to board the speedboat he brought. But before they can get far, the boat is suddenly stuck. A Hyzak, hiding under the surface of the water, has grabbed hold of the hull. Meanwhile, a new message broadcasts on the radio. The Titans reject the proposed compromise. If the Audumla flees, they will kill the hostages. Camille finally arrives back at the Audumla to the relief of Hayato and Stephanie. Hayato has come up with a plan, but Camille's strategy will need to be flawless if he's to save the hostages and Hong Kong. They will pretend to surrender, giving Camille a chance to take the Titans by surprise. A white flag is raised over the Audumla, and Camille takes the Mark II and slips into the bay, carefully approaching the Titans' boat. On the way, he spots 3 Hyzaks lying in wait, but while sneaking up on them, he knocks into a rocky outcropping on the ocean floor, and they notice him immediately. All 4 mobile suits launch themselves out of the water, and the sudden waves knock Hathaway out of the boat and into the ocean. Amuro takes advantage of the confusion to escape, diving off the deck of the Titan's boat. Immediately, the Titan starts shooting at him, and Camille buzzes by again to give Amuro some cover. After reaching Mirai and having her cut the bindings at his wrists, Amuro dives back in to rescue Hathaway, all while Camille keeps fighting the Hyzax 3-1. Amuro, Mirai, and the children make good their escape, and Camille lands a direct hit on one of the Hyzax. The Titan's boat makes a sharp turn and speeds away. Water rushes down to the bridge to see Namikar at the controls. "What are you doing?" he demands, but she seems calm. Once we lost the hostages, the mission had failed. Deep in her own thoughts, 4 seems oblivious to the people running around her or the explosions in the bay. "I came on this mission to fight as a pilot. Murasame Lab has something important to me. If I'm going to get it back, I can't let water get in my way." She tries to hotwire a boat, but is suddenly overcome by crippling headaches, and Namikar has the only treatment. She finally lies down on a park bench, unable to push through the pain any longer. Camille defeats the last of the Hyzax, and the Audumla crew are all reunited. Beltorchka is furious with Mirai, blaming her for Amuro's risk-taking, and clutches Amuro close while crying into his shoulder. Stephanie thanks Camille for saving Hong Kong, and Camille and Amuro shake hands as the sun sets behind them. The Audumla buzzes with activity. The government of Hong Kong has demanded they leave its waters that very day, and they are rushing to finish preparation by midnight. Camille seems distracted as he works, and when Amuro calls him out for it, he finds himself talking about 4. Amuro has felt this feeling, right? This feeling that isn't quite like falling in love, that is somehow more insistent, but Amuro is quick to correct Camille. Any 2 people with sufficiently good intuition might feel that instantaneous connection. It has nothing to do with being a new type. Overhearing them, Beltorchka thinks he's just fallen in love at first sight, and Amuro seems ready to dismiss it too, until Camille says that it feels like being pulled. At that, Amuro looks at him seriously, and as he walks away from Camille and Beltorchka's simmering argument, he warns Camille to stay away from that girl. Just as Amuro is leaving, Mirai joins them. "Let him go," she says to Beltorchka, who seems ready to call Amuro back. Knowing a little about their history, Beltorchka asks Mirai to tell her all about Amuro's experience in the last war, who he fought, how it affected him. She insists that she needs to know, the better to care for him. Despite thinking that this is intrusive, Mirai begins to tell Beltorchka about a Xeon pilot Amuro fought, when Beltorchka seems to recoil and runs away. Now alone with Mirai, Camille waits for her to continue explaining. "What would you say about 2 enemies who barely met, but who changed each other's lives?" Mirai asks. "I'd say it sounds impossible," he replied. Well, that's what Amuro and Lala were to each other. She was able to completely pull him out of reality, even though she had died. The streets of Hong Kong are bright with neon and bustling with people. 4 wanders, oblivious to the traffic that weaves around her, staring as people go about their evening, lost in her own thoughts. At the docks, Camille sneaks off the Audumla and steals a motorcycle. Eventually, a Titan's officer finds 4 and scolds her for leading them on a chase. Demanding that she return to the Sidori, he calls her Number 4, earning a hard slap and a defiant glare. A sound nearby makes him draw his gun, but the person who emerges from behind a shipping container is Camille. When 4 asks what he's doing there, he tells her frankly that he wanted to see her again. Contrite, 4 apologizes for slapping the officer and says she needs some time. He smiles understandingly and lets her go, as long as she agrees to carry a tracker. Finally alone, 4 runs to Camille and hugs him close as he spins her around, both of them smiling and, for the moment, free. They find a rooftop garden and sit among the shining city lights, talking about how strange it is that they are enemies. It's only because of lines adults have drawn, and to 4, the only difference between the 2 sides seems to be their uniforms. They sit next to each other on a bench, Camille tensing when 4 leans in close to him. She asks him to kiss her, and he does, but when the kiss is over, he stands and walks to the edge of the roof. He learns that 4 got her name because she was the 4th subject at the Murasame laboratory. She's a war orphan with no memory of her past, and desperately wants her memories back. Their evening is interrupted by a flash of light and an explosion. The Sidori has begun bombing Hong Kong City, and the Psycho Gundam plows its way down the streets. Namikar reconfigured it so that Wooder could pilot, but he still struggles to control the strange mobile suit. Camille tries to convince 4 to desert and to come with him to Ayug, but she is convinced that the Murasame lab can restore her memories. Desperately lonely, without even memories to comfort her, the promise of having her memories restored is what keeps her going. Without memories of her past, 4 doesn't know who she is, and she runs from Camille. The Audumla has launched mobile suits to defend Hong Kong, and Amuro is out in the Rick Diaz. On the docks, Camille signals to Amuro with the stolen motorcycle's headlights, and he picks Camille up and takes him back to the Audumla. As he dashes toward the Mark II, Stephanie Luo slaps him for being AWOL and accuses him of not taking this seriously. Camille shrugs her off and hops into the Mark II's cockpit, but thinks to himself that she's just like Wang Li. But a man can't just fight to avoid being beaten. He takes off, headed back toward the city. Wooder loses control of the Psycho Gundam and can't understand what he's doing wrong before he spots 4, glowing blue in the distance. She is drawing the Psycho Gundam to her, and when it reaches her, Wooder happily switches places. Almost immediately, 4 becomes distraught. Tears streaming down her face, she cries, "What good is this city? What good are new memories without the old ones?" In a rage, she blasts and crushes the city around her, including the rooftop garden where she'd spent the evening with Camille. In the Mark II, Camille grabs hold of the Psycho Gundam's head, yelling at its pilot to stop, and he and 4 finally realize the enchanting person they spent the evening with wasn't just an enemy pilot, it was that enemy pilot. 4 throws him off and makes for the coast, as Camille keeps trying to tell her that she doesn't need to fight, that she mustn't fight. Amuro doesn't understand what Camille is doing. "You're going to get yourself killed," he yells as he shoots the back of the Psycho Gundam, knocking it into the sea and sending 4 crashing against the control panels and screens of the cockpit. Camille convinces her to open the cockpit door so they can talk, but while she doesn't want to hurt Camille, she has to destroy the Mark II. The scientists at Murasame Lab have promised to reinstate her memory if she defeats the Mark II mobile suit. Camille doesn't believe that they'll keep their promise and tells her so, but 4 is desperate for even the chance to have her memory back. Telling Camille to leave, she closes the cockpit door and restarts the Psycho Gundam. Nearby, Amuro senses that the Psycho Gundam's system is making 4 fight, and he tries to pinpoint it so he can disable it, but the Psycho Gundam fires its scattered beams and drives him back, before retreating to the Sudori. After the battle, Mirai decides to stay on Earth for now. As she says her goodbyes, she seems sad that Camille hasn't come to see them off, and reminds Amuro to look after him. From the window of his room, Camille watches the helicopter take Mirai and the children back to Hong Kong, while the Audumla sets a course away from the battered city. After the intensity of their last confrontation with 4 and the Psycho Gundam, Amuro goes to check on Camille, but receives no answer when he knocks on the door. Running into him in the hall, Beltorchka invites Amuro back to her room for coffee, and when he begs off, she confronts him. He's avoiding her, and she's disappointed. She thought he was different. She thought he was someone who wouldn't get caught up in battle. Amuro shoots back that it's natural for the battle to be on his mind, and he's surprised that she can't understand that, now that she is starting to see the realities of war. It's clear what Beltorchka is really angry about. She can tell that Amuro wants to return to space. He talks about how it wouldn't just be good for him, it would also help Camille's development as a pilot. But all Beltorchka hears is that he wants to leave, and she accuses him of using Camille. On the Sudori, Wooder plans their next attack on the Audumla. He goads 4, reminding her that if she is unsuccessful, the Titans may just shut the Murasame Lab down completely, and her memories would be lost forever. Whether she gets them back is entirely up to her. She only needs to slow the Audumla so that the Sudori can catch it. "I won't let the Titans get in my way," she shouts as she runs for the Psycho Gundam and sets off after the Aeug ship. Camille wakes to klaxons blaring and rushes for the hangar. Amuro has already launched in a Rick Diaz, and the Audumla launches the Nemos after him before engaging in evasive maneuvers of its own. Darting around the Psycho Gundam, Amuro manages to distract 4 at just the right moment. Her shot at the Audumla goes wide, but he gets too close and suddenly the Psycho Gundam grabs hold of the Rick Diaz. There is no possibility of getting free, and it looks as though this might be it for Amuro, when out of nowhere 4 is racked with pain. Her headaches are back. She feels as if her head will split in 2, and they begin to freefall toward the sea. Amuro takes the opportunity to get loose and fly back to defend the Audumla. 4 retreats, and the Aeug mobile suits destroy all of the Sudori's Hyzax. On the Sudori, 4 holds her head in her hands while Namikar berates her. How can she have retreated in the middle of battle? What is she thinking? 4 murmurs that she's tired, her head hurts, and she clutches a now empty bottle of medicine in her hand. Namikar hits her, a ringing slap that leaves a bright red mark on Four's cheek. "Don't you want your memory back? All I need to do is write one report and it will be done," Namikar tells her. Four looks as though she might cry. Namikar continues, telling her, "You must fight. You are a perfect new type. You simply need to prove it." And Four seems to steel herself. Her brow furrows, and she gets up to return to battle. With the loss of their mobile suits, the Sudori's fighting strength has been reduced to almost zero. Determined to stop the Audumla at any cost, Wooder announces to the crew that he will be making a suicide attack with the ship itself. They should all abandon ship at once. The crew on the bridge hesitate, but Wooder urges them to leave. A small group of officers join him, announcing their intention to stay aboard. Wooder puts them all on the ship's guns, with the goal of fending off the Ayug mobile suits during their approach. At the same time, the Argama is positioning itself in Earth orbit. But without a shuttle, how will Camille get to them? The Ayug pilots all have a brief rest, although they know the Sudori is on their tail. While Camille prepares, Beltorchka comes up to him and tells him that she doesn't want Amuro to go with him. Angry, Camille asks if she thinks he's not strong enough. "It's not that, but Amuro tries too hard when he's around you. He's going to get hurt." Camille points out the obvious. He can't control Amuro's behavior. And Beltorchka tries to get him to promise to bring Amuro back safely instead. The alarm sounds and Camille takes off running, shouting over his shoulder that Beltorchka's selfishness could get a man killed. He rushes to be the first out of the hangar. Still refusing to attack Four, Camille dodges her shots, ducking in and out of the clouds. He tells Amuro to leave the Psycho Gundam to him, and Amuro shifts his focus to the Sudori, now closing in on the Audumla. Four is fast, shockingly fast, and grabs hold of the Mark II's arms. It looks as though the Psycho Gundam might tear the Mark II apart, but Camille calls out to her. He tells her he's coming over and that she should open her hatch. She yells at him to stop, but opens her hatch anyway, and the two young pilots are face to face once more. Climbing into her cockpit, Camille begins to tell Four all about himself. That his parents died after getting caught up in the current conflict, what their jobs were, that he grew up on Green Oasis 1 with a friend who was more a mother to him than his own mother, his hobbies, his need to prove himself. He begins to cry, and Four cradles his head in her lap. The tender moment ends when Four pulls a gun. "We should both go back to where we belong," she says. When Camille asks if she's sure, she fires a warning shot. "That's enough," she yells, voice cracking with emotion. "If you get close to me again, I'll really shoot, do you understand?" Camille retreats back to his own cockpit, and their mobile suits close up on them. Without warning, Four immediately takes the Psycho Gundam and crashes it into the side of the Sudori. From the hangar, she positions one of the boosters out under the wing, then smashes the controls so that it cannot be brought back in. When Wooder demands to know what she's doing, she fires at him, and his return fire catches her in the shoulder. The moment the bullet hits Four, she is wrapped in a red aura, and Amuro and Camille both sense her. Yet it's only Amuro who can hear Four's intentions. She wants Camille to take the booster from the Sudori and return to space. At first, Camille doesn't want to leave Amuro behind, but Amuro insists. Camille will need someone to cover him, and besides, Four has risked her life to help him. He will regret it if he ignores her sacrifice. Camille hooks himself to the shuttle booster, but catches sight of Four staggering toward the Psycho Gundam and can see that she is wounded. From a gun turret, Wooder fires at Camille, and Amuro crashes the Rick Diaz into Wooder. As explosions rock the Sudori, the smoke blocks all view of Four and the Psycho Gundam, and Camille finally launches. An explosion knocks Amuro free before the Sudori breaks up completely. The Audumla picks him up, wounded, and Beltorchka sits vigil at his bedside. In space, the Argama slows and adjusts course, sweeping past Camille and the Mark II so that they can grab the tow line trailing behind the ship. Camille has finally returned to space. The Titans and Federation have set a new plan in motion, Operation Apollo, to capture the near side of the moon. Many ships are taking part, including the ship commanded by the mysterious, lavender-haired man from Jupiter. We finally learn his name. He is Paptimus Sirocco, and recently pledged his loyalty to Titan's leader, Jamitov Haimem. Ayug forces continue to patrol, knowing the Titans are nearby, but not yet certain where they are headed or what they are planning. On the bridge, Camille comes back from patrol to report to Bright, but winds up arguing with Torres, a member of the bridge crew. He accuses Torres of being a nag and a pest, and Torres retorts that Camille is homesick and out of it, and has been acting as if he's some big hero after returning from Earth. The fight quickly turns physical as they punch and tackle each other, and another crew member goes to help Torres gang up on Camille. Emma writes it off as young guys blowing off steam, but Bright is appalled that they would start a fight on the bridge, pulling them apart, punching each of them in turn, and sending them to cool their heels in the disciplinary room. As he's leaving the bridge, Emma stops Camille. She can tell he's lonely, and thinks he must have fallen in love back on Earth. Camille acts as if he has no idea what she means, and she leaves him with a final piece of advice. He can't keep taking his feelings out on the people around him. Preparing for their next offensive, the Titans test a new mobile suit, the Gabslay. Jared, now transferred to Siroko's ship, and another pilot, Moar, take the two Gabslay units out into space. They are incredibly powerful, fast, with mega particle cannons similar to those on ships, and the ability to transform between a mobile armor form and a humanoid form. Back on the ship, Paptimus describes the Titans' true purpose to Moar and Jared: to free those held by Earth's gravity. Isn't that the same as Ayug? Moar asks. But Sirocco sees Ayug and the Spacenoids living in Earth's orbit as still held by the Earth sphere. According to Sirocco, Haimim's ultimate plan is to keep the Earth at war long enough to ruin its economy and starve its populace, leaving the Earth entirely unpopulated by humans. Sitting bored in the disciplinary room, Torres and Saegusa apologize to Camille. He thinks they're just sucking up in the hope that he brought bootleg videos back from Hong Kong, but their banter is interrupted by an alarm. A Titan's mobile suit is coming their way. Camille, Emma, and the Nemos launch and head toward the target. Only one mobile suit has been detected, but who would be foolish enough to launch just one mobile suit? Still, Camille can sense that they are about to face something they have never faced before, and he warns Emma to be careful. It is Jared out in one of the Gabslay, and it quickly becomes clear that the Mark II and Rick Diaz are completely outmatched. Emma's Rick Diaz is sliced to bits, and she only just manages to eject the escape pod in time. Knowing how vulnerable she is in the middle of a battlefield, Camille hands her pod to one of the Nemos, telling them to take her back to the Argama. Bent on revenge, Jared has no interest in finishing Camille quickly. He wants to make Camille suffer. As he crushes the Mark II in the Gabslay's arms, suddenly something hits him from behind, and he releases Camille's mobile suit. Damaged and spinning, the Mark II malfunctions and the cockpit door opens, sending Camille drifting with nothing between him and the vacuum of space but his normal suit. He panics, breath shallow and fast as he wonders if he will die in space, just like his parents. But rescue is on its way. A small ship, like nothing he's ever seen before, and with cannons to rival the Gabslay, is harrying Jared and manages to destroy his mobile suit, forcing Moar to pick him up and then retreat to safety. The mystery ship pulls up close to Camille and opens its cockpit, allowing him to squeeze inside, practically in the pilot's lap. Safely inside and on their way back to the Argama, the pilot opens their visor. It's Fa! She has been training as a pilot since Camille left for Earth, and she has returned to the Argama with Apolly and the completed Zeta Gundam. The episode begins right where the last one ended. Jared and Moar have returned to their ship, and Jared braces for trouble. After losing one of the new Gabslay, he expects some kind of punishment. Instead, Sirocco credits him with getting them valuable information about the enemy, and tells him he was lucky to survive. Caught off balance by the unexpected encouragement, Jared seems to be warming to Sirocco, but Moar remains suspicious of Sirocco's motives. Jared is put in charge of two very young pilots, Sarah and Sidali, both new type candidates straight from training. He prepares to take them out and observe their skills, deeply concerned about their lack of experience and their reluctance to kill the enemy. In the Argama's break room, Fa and Camille argue. Fa is clearly upset, with Camille blowing hot and cold, and Camille is upset that Fa has become a pilot. He hoped she could somehow stay sheltered from the war, but she thinks he's being naive. Bright and Emma arrive, and although Emma thinks the argument is just a product of their boredom, Bright is concerned how it may affect them in combat. He tells them to patch things up, but Fa's parting shot is to call Camille's concern for her unmanly. And when Camille grabs her shoulder to stop her and talk to her, He can't actually put words to what he's feeling. Left alone in the break room, Bright and Emma wonder what should be done. Bright wants Emma to talk to Camille, but she thinks Camille's attraction to her will make any attempts to mother him or give him advice a bad idea. She also points out that as captain of the ship, isn't caring for and raising the crew Bright's responsibility? Out in space, Jared and his two young charges come across two mobile suits they've never seen before. These are the Methus and the G-Defensor, piloted by Rekoa and her wingman, and on their way to the Argama. When Jared realizes these are Ayug pilots, he knows there must be a ship nearby. Although Sarah thinks they should retreat, Jared orders her into combat, hoping to draw the Argama and Camille onto the battlefield. Even from the Argama, Camille can sense the presence of the two young new types, and is already getting his normal suit on when the alarm sounds. Fa tries to apologize to him for earlier, but he barely reacts, responding with a terse, "Roger," before launching in the new Zeta Gundam. Emma takes out the Mark II, and Fa, who isn't supposed to launch at all, takes an unattended Rick Diaz. A moment of hesitation from Siddeley is all that saves Rekoa, but the arrival of the Argama's mobile suits leaves Jared, Sarah, and Siddeley very outnumbered. Moar decides to go back them up, but Sirocco stops her. Jared must be feeling very confident to engage the enemy without orders. "Let's leave him to it," Sirocco smirks, and Moar waits fretfully, staring out the windows of the bridge. Siddeley and Sarah struggle to coordinate their movements, and Fa takes heavy damage as the fight wears on. Camille lands a direct hit on Siddeley's Marasai, completely obliterating them. And Sarah can feel the minds of her enemies coming together and targeting her. She flees in terror, and Jared follows shortly after. Once again, Jared braces for punishment that never comes. He blames himself for engaging in the battle and for Siddeley's death, never once questioning why Sirocco didn't send backup. But Sirocco is understanding itself with Jared. Sarah's retreat, in the face of the enemy and without orders, earns her thinly veiled threats of violence. She will learn to control herself and her feelings in battle, or else. Fa is faced with a similar reprimand. Emma slaps her for her impulsive action in taking the Rick Diaz before she has even finished her training. Fa tries to argue that humans are naturally driven by emotion, but this explanation or excuse earns her another slap. Rekoa and Camille politely turn away from the scene to avoid further embarrassing Fa, and catch up with each other after their long separation. When Fa's dressing down is over, Camille goes to comfort her, and Rekoa goes to apologize to the mechanics for the damage to the Methus, the whole crew preparing for whatever it is the massing Titan's forces have planned. It has finally become clear what the Titans are up to. They are preparing to attack Von Braun City, the moon's largest, built around the footsteps of Captain Armstrong. It is said that whoever controls Von Braun City controls outer space, and Ayug will do everything possible to prevent it falling into Titan's hands. The Radish sends Quattro cats and a transport full of supplies to the Argama, and on the Argama the crew prepare. Emma is startled to find Camille deep cleaning his room, but he explains that if he dies in battle, he doesn't want anyone to have to clean up after him. It would be embarrassing. She scolds him for cleaning when he should be prepping the Zeta Gundam, but still helps him finish up. Captained by Jamaican, the Alexandria is the flagship for Operation Apollo, but Sirocco will have command during the battle. Jamaican plans to use Sirocco's ship, the Dogo Skier, as a shield. The operation begins with warning shots fired from the Titan's fleet into the outskirts of Von Braun City. AU pilots scramble to their mobile suits. There aren't enough suits for all of the pilots. Distracted by Katz's attempt to grab one, Rekoa loses track of Fa, who promptly jumps into the Methus and takes off. Out in space, staring down enemy fire, Fa panics. Her breath is shallow and fast. She freezes, trying to pull herself together. She is grappling with an enemy mobile suit, its beam saber raised to strike her down, when Camille shoots its sword hand clean off. Fa fires twice, destroying the Titan's suit. Jared is one of the first Titan's pilots to sortie, and as he shoots down older Ayug suits, he thinks to himself that old types should stay in the background. Sirocco is using Jared as a decoy. While Ayug is occupied with other Titan's ships and the mobile suits, Dogo Skier descends, positioning itself directly above Von Braun City. As the Dogo Skier passes, Camille, Jared, and Quattro all feel Siroko's aura, like a sickly green pall that seems to engulf everything they can see. Once in position, Sirocco is able to take the entire city hostage. If Ayug attacks, he will bomb Von Braun City into oblivion. Unwilling to risk an entire city full of civilians, Ayug retreats to fight another day. Jamaican is furious, slapping Sirocco and demanding to know what he would have done if Ayug had called his bluff. But Sirocco seems unperturbed, smiling his usual enigmatic smile as he apologizes and cedes control of the city to Jamaican. Jared is injured, having risked his life for a chance to defeat Camille. Moar rescued him and hovers over him as his stretcher is carried away. And Fa collapses to the floor of the hangar, hugging her knees to her chest and crying. Camille tries to tell her that she did well, but she refuses to be comforted or consoled. The adrenaline and emotion of the fight have overwhelmed her, and he leaves her in the capable care of Rekoa and Emma. Although their loss at Von Braun City still weighs heavily on them, there's more to war than just battles, and the crew of the Argama struggle with supply problems and how best to deploy their limited number of mobile suits, while Commodore Blex and Quattro head to Earth for a meeting of the Federation government. Federation headquarters is in Dakar, Senegal, a city consumed by the desert. It becomes clear very quickly that Earth politicians don't care much what happens in space. They are even considering giving the Titans full control of the Federation armed forces. Ecological conditions on Earth are deteriorating rapidly. Africa is more than half desert, and yet Jaimem and other Earth politicians insist that everything is fine. After the first session, Blex and Quattro discuss proposing an urgent motion that all politicians move to space. There is a chance that Ayug will be able to retake Von Braun City, and Bright sends Camille, disguised as a local college student, on a mission to find out how many Titans mobile suits are stationed there, and how the local population feels about the Titans' occupation. Feeling overlooked and excluded, Katz stows away on the mission. Just outside the city, Jamaican is glad to see Sirocco finally leaving. The man had no grasp of the situation, no control of his subordinates. Due to Jared's injuries in the battle to capture Von Braun, he and Moar stayed behind. When they asked Jamaican to place them on mobile suit teams, his disdain couldn't be more obvious. "We have enough pilots. Think of this as a holiday, go shopping or something." Jared can't be bothered to argue and storms off, with Moar following him. As they walk off the spaceport, who should they run into but Camille? A guard has stopped him, and Camille, pretending to be lost, looks around for any bit of information. Jared makes excuses for him, claiming that Camille is his cousin and just crazy about ships. Camille then tries to escape by running into a nearby park, but Jared and Moar catch him in no time. Jared threatens to kill Camille. A shocked Moar exclaims, "He's just a child!" But Jared counters, "He's no child, he killed Lila and Kakrakan." Suddenly, Moar understands who Camille is, and wonders aloud if he's a new type. Camille's insistence that he's not only seems to make Jared more furious. He cannot possibly accept that his mentors were killed by an ordinary kid. While Jared and Moar decide what to do, Katz appears out of the shrubs, putting his gun to Jared's back and forcing him to let Camille go. Disarmed in mere moments by a spinning kick from Jared, Katz still manages to create enough of a distraction that he and Camille can get away, running through the crowded streets with Jared and Moar chasing after them. On Earth, Quattro arrives at his hotel to the sound of gunfire. Sprinting toward Blex's room, he finds 2 dead guards outside the door, and Blex bleeding to death in bed. In the moments before Blex dies, he tells Quattro that he knows him to be Shar Aznable, and that he must now step up to lead Ayug. Back on the moon, a group of Titans scouts spot the Argama some distance from Von Braun. Their leader decides to launch an attack, failing to send word to Jamaican and leaving the Alexandria scrambling, while on the Argama, pilots race for the few available mobile suits. Haro darts out under Rekoa's feet, tripping her up so that Fa can get to the Methus first. The fighting moves closer and closer to Von Braun itself, until Camille can sense the Argama overhead as he and Katz jog through back alleys. Shot down, a Hyzak comes crashing through one of Von Braun City's skylights, sending air rushing out into space. Sirens sound, and hatches open in the walls revealing safety masks. Camille and Katz join the flow of people, each grabbing a mask and getting into the nearest airlock. It seems like fate when Jared and Moar are there too. They sit there, eyeing the enemy from across the room, while the locals also note the presence of the Titans and begin to complain loudly that only the Titans would start a battle this close to the city, that the Titans are demons polluting the earth and terrorizing space noids. Meanwhile, the fighting continues both in space and on the streets of Von Braun. Fa struggles with the Methys' controls. Through nervousness or mechanical problems, it's hard to know, and enters the city through the broken skylight. She's followed by one of the Titan's suits and freezes in panic, only to be rescued by Apolly. Again, Camille can sense something about the fight outside. This time, he can feel the Zeta approaching, and knows that he should join the battle as soon as possible. Camille passes Katz a gun, and Katz covers him while he makes his escape. Once Katz has disarmed Jared, he follows after Camille. A young boy tries to stop Jared and Moar from giving chase, but Jared easily knocks him to the ground, and no one else makes any move to stop them. By the time they rejoin the Alexandria, Jamaican has decided to retreat. Ayug is winning the mobile suit battle and has taken over the Von Braun power station. He can't risk them capturing the Alexandria too. In Blex's absence, the Earth Federation government votes to give control of their armed forces to the Titans. And on the Argama, Fa is distraught that her focus on the battle caused so much damage and destruction to a city full of innocent people. Camille insists that since they all made it out alive, it's okay, but it seems as though the person he's trying to convince is himself. A Hyzak carrying a massive white flag approaches the Argama. It is Sarah, Siroko's young new-type candidate, who claims she defected when she learned of the Titans' latest plan. An empty colony from Side 4 is being moved, and the Titans plan to drop it on Granada. The Argama's officers gather to discuss this new intelligence. Sarah is so young it's hard to believe that she could be a spy, and she truly seems fed up with the Titans, but it could also easily be a trap, or a feint to distract them while something more significant happens elsewhere. Rekoa puts Camille on the spot. Does he believe Sarah? He does, and they decide to proceed under the assumption that the Titans are planning a colony drop. A guard takes Sarah to a cell, reassuring her that it's just a precaution. Once she proves herself, she'll be a member of Ayug in no time. Entranced, Katz follows them, and Camille catches him staring. Both Camille and the guard warn Katz away, before Camille goes in to question her. She plays to his emotions, but Camille has gotten crafty, and tricks her into admitting that Sirocco sent her to them. He still believes the Titans plan a colony drop, but can't understand how telling Ayug about it benefits Sirocco. Sarah finally clams up and Camille leaves, trailing Katz, who had waited in the hall. That girl is dangerous, Camille warns, leaving Katz more interested than before. On the Alexandria, Jamaican is pleased with his simple plan to stop Ayug in its tracks. Although he blames Sirocco for the loss of Von Braun, he knows he cannot return to Grips without a victory. He promises his crew an entire week of paid vacation if they can successfully complete the mission. The battle begins. Mobile suit pilots on both sides rush to sortie. The Titans defend the empty colony, while Ayug tries to get Emma through so that she can set off a nuclear pulse that will shift the colony's course away from Granada. On the captain's orders, Katz takes Sarah a normal suit. Despite repeated warnings from Camille, he stays to talk to her. She asks why he isn't in battle. He's a pilot, isn't he? When he tells her that they don't have enough mobile suits, she suggests he take her Hyzak. He's a new type after all, and she'd love to see him fight. She can teach him how to use the Hyzak in no time. He finally agrees to take her to the hangar. Once they reach the Hyzak and open the cockpit, Sarah punches Katz away and takes the mobile suit for herself. Furious and hurt, Katz shoots his handgun at the Hyzak as she flies away. Out in space, the dogfighting between mobile suits continues. Emma stays focused on her target, ripping the head off of one Hyzak that gets in her way, tackling another, and slicing up a third. She's finally able to set off the nuclear pulse, changing the course of the massive colony. It is too late for the Titans to change it back, and Jamaican is forced to accept that the mission was a failure. As punishment for helping Sarah escape, Katz is left kneeling in a cell, wondering to himself, are humans this hard to trust?
After foiling Jamaican's attempt to destroy Grenada with a falling colony, the Ayug battleships split up. The Argama shadows Siroko's Dogos gear on its mysterious trajectory, while the Radish pursues Jamaican's Alexandria. The Ayug captains seem distracted. Beckner tries again with Emma, asking her to join him for a cup of tea, but she declines, to the amusement of the bridge crew. Meanwhile, Bright is puzzled by the Dogos gear. He can tell it's different from the other Titan's ships, and Camille's new type intuition confirms those suspicions. Aboard the Alexandria, Yazan and Jamaican argue. Aggressive and brash, Yazan has already begun preparing his squad for a raid without orders. Jamaican challenges him, but Yazan is uncowed, and Jamaican tells him to do as he pleases. Yazan singles out one of his wingmen, Chief Petty Officer Adol, and reveals something of his real plan. Their raid is only a feint, designed to draw the Radish and the Alexandria close enough for a direct engagement. One that will teach Jamaican the feeling of real combat. He leaves Adol to prepare, but only after abusing and demeaning the younger officer. They launch, and the Radish scrambles interceptors led by Emma in the Mark II. Spotting an opportunity, Katz boards the unoccupied G Defensor, a kind of space fighter. When he tries to launch, without orders of course, Captain Beckner permits it, saying that it will be a good opportunity to test Katz's abilities. The battle takes them close to a derelict Zeon battleship of the Guazine class. As the Ayug and Titan's pilots dogfight around the wreck, Camille wakes with a start. He has sensed the battle, sensed Emma's peril. He tells Bright about his premonition, requests permission to take the Zeta Gundam and fly to assist his friends. Bright, seeing much of Amuro in Camille, gives his blessing. Emma and Katz struggle, but Camille's arrival evens the odds. In the chaos, Katz's ship is damaged, and he's forced to make an emergency landing aboard the derelict Guazine. Adol abandons his own damaged Hyzak to pursue him, and Emma leaves the Mark II to go after them both, while Camille keeps Yazan busy. At that moment, with little regard for the risk of hitting his own forces, Jamaican orders the Alexandria's gunners to open fire on the Radish. Their powerful beams rake the derelict Guazine. Yazan is nearly hit, but manages to dodge out of the way at the last second. As Camille and Yazan's duel takes them inside the Guazine, Katz and Emma are caught off guard and held at gunpoint by Adol, until a stray beam from the Alexandria tears through the compartment, killing the young Titan. Camille and Yazan fight with beam sabers in the hangar of the Guazine, but the distance is too close. They brawl, and the Zeta is overpowered. It's only when Katz, hot-wiring a wrecked mobile suit in the Guazine's hangar, manages to fire its bazooka at the Gaplant that Camille gets the upper hand. Yazan flees back to the Alexandria, but then he stops, letting his damaged mobile suit drift right in front of the battleship's bridge. As Jamaican hurls abuse at him and Emma trains her powerful cannon on his Gaplant, Yazan growls, "Fire, Gundam. Don't miss your target." She fires, and at the last second Yazan dodges. The beam passes cleanly through the Alexandria's bridge, disintegrating Lieutenant Commander Jamaican Donningham. With Camille and the crew of the Radish watching, the Guazine at last explodes, bathing them all in a warm light as an inexpressible emotion passes across Captain Beckner's face. But on the Argama, Captain Bright receives intelligence. The Titans have joined with remnants from the Principality of Zeon to establish a new space fortress out of what was once Abao Aku.
The crew of the Argama prepare to meet Quattro's shuttle, but it won't be a simple matter. Their use of laser communication to coordinate the pickup has left them vulnerable to discovery and attack by the Titans. Camille and Fa can't seem to look at each other without arguing, and Napoli recommends they be split up when it comes time to sortie and defend the Argama. Bright continues to fret over his inability to be a father figure for Camille. With its bridge repaired and Gotti promoted to captain, the Alexandria is in pursuit. Jared has command of the mobile suit pilots and is pleasantly surprised when Moar arrives to join them. With his focus on the task at hand, it doesn't occur to him to wonder what Moar is doing there until she tells him. Sirocco wanted her with him on the Jupitris, but she wanted to be with Jared. Her confession leads to their first kiss, and the somewhat ominous declaration that she won't die in battle because Jared will be there to protect her. On Earth, Hayato sees off Quattro, and two small children Quattro seems to have adopted. Hayato cautions Quattro to wait for the right moment to tell everyone about Blex's murder, and once more urges him to take Blex's place as leader of Ayug. As the shuttle prepares for takeoff, Quattro muses that leadership in Ayug, Karaba, and Axis is a tremendous burden on one man's shoulders. The moment ships are visible from the Alexandria, even before confirming that they are the Argama and the Radish, Yazan launches with his squadron, eager for a chance at glory and hoping to show up Jared. Emma's squadron launches right after, trying to lead Yazan's mobile suits away from the Argama and the rendezvous point. Leaving Earth's atmosphere, the shuttle pilots feel the danger of their position and want to leave as soon as possible, but Quattro convinces them to wait and then to leave him at the rendezvous point in a small boat. Sarah and Moar enter battle piloting two, now hopelessly out-of-date, Hyzak, but the mobile suits are not important. It is the weapon they carry that matters. Sarah's Hyzak is bringing a mega launcher into battle, and Moar's will act as power source for the massive weapon. They will have only one chance to fire, and doing so will leave the Hyzaks paralyzed, completely drained of power. As Sarah moves into position, Katz feels a flash of hostility and rushes to take Emma the G-Defensor. Jared and Camille are locked in battle, but Yazan wants to destroy the Zeta Gundam himself. Sarah puts the Zeta in her sights when suddenly every pilot on the field with even a bit of new type ability cries out. Emma and Katz to warn Camille, Katz and Camille to tell Sarah not to fire. In this mental cacophony, Sarah hesitates until a yell from Moar snaps her out of it. The Zeta dodges clear of the beam, but Yazan's mobile suit is clipped and loses a leg. Neither the Argama nor the Radish are hit, but the shuttle is completely destroyed. Finally, the Argama is able to retrieve Quattro's boat and flee from the Alexandria. Returning to their own ship, Jared and Moar wonder if they can depend on Sarah. In the Argama's hangar, Camille approaches Fa. She bristles, expecting him to criticize her piloting and flinching when he raises a hand, but he's there to make peace. With the possibility that they could die at any time, he doesn't want to fight her. The way they've been lately is childish, and he knows he's at fault too, but he doesn't want this to be how they are with each other anymore. Surprised and happy, she agrees, and Camille kisses her on the forehead before he leaves. Quattro, settling in with his two small wards, has something special for Bright. A video and a letter from his family. Bright rushes to his quarters and tears stream down his face as he reads the letter from Mirai and watches the recording of his children talking about their life on Earth. Bright and Beckoner finally confront Quattro. There have been rumors ever since he returned from Earth without Blex. What happened? Quattro confirms that Blex is gone, but insists they have no time to mourn. Titan's forces are massing near Side 2, and they must focus on the task at hand. In the hangar, the recovered Gelgoog is being retrofit, repaired with Nemo parts so that Rekoa can fly it. It won't be any use in combat, but it will give her a pretense to sneak aboard the Jupitris and gather intelligence. Camille goes looking for her and meets Fa along the way. The two of them head to the mess hall, where Rekoa is giving Quattro's adoptees some juice after a tour of the ship. Angry, Camille asks, why would she volunteer for such a dangerous mission, especially after her last spying attempt went so disastrously in Jaburo? I thought you were more grown up than this. This is the mission, Rekoa insists calmly, exchanging a look with Fa, who seems to understand, and tells Camille he needs to let it go, that Rekoa has clearly made up her mind, and there's no sense picking a fight about it. Afterwards, Fa visits Rekoa's room, an odd oasis filled with potted plants and trellised vines growing over the walls and across the ceiling. They talk about the Jaburo mission, and Rekoa wonders if she was too hard on Camille. No, Fa sighs. He tends to overlook others' feelings. He doesn't see that you're trying to redeem yourself. Rekoa smiles and thanks Fa for understanding. Later, Fa tries to explain all this to Camille, but he refuses to understand why Rekoa insists on doing the mission herself. It seems to him that she's behaving emotionally, like a young girl. In a huff, Fa yells, "Then I guess I'm a child too," and storms out. On the Dogo Skier, Sirocco fills Sarah in on his plan to take over a Side 2 colony and use it as a jumping-off point for access to Earth. With a soft expression on his face, he puts a hand to her cheek and talks about walking on Earth with her, and Sarah seems immediately struck by this show of affection. He is leaving for the Jupitris, but she will remain on the Dogo Skier to cover him, and she is filled with a desire to help and protect Paptimos-sama. The Gelgoog is finally ready, and Rekoa takes off with one change of plan. Camille is going along as backup. He won't board the Jupitrus, but he will be nearby in the Zeta Gundam, just in case. When Fa hears about this, she storms onto the bridge, berating her commanding officers. Don't they understand Recoa's feelings? But Quattro and Bright contend that Recoa's pride and desire to prove herself is irrelevant, even a luxury, and one they can ill afford in wartime. Deflated, Fa excuses herself. Bright finds her later, hanging around the hangar, and orders her to sortie and join Camille in providing backup. The crew of the Dogos Gear notice the Gelgoog, although at a distance, they can only tell that it is a mobile suit. Concerned that it may be following Sirocco and the Jupitrus, Sarah takes off after it. While Recoa inspects the exterior of the Jupitrus, marveling at the size of the warship, Camille waits, shielded behind a small asteroid. When she lands, Recoa attempts to pass herself off as a hobbyist. Out in her refurbished original Gelgoog, she misjudged the power consumption and ran out of juice before she could get home. The crew seem to accept her story, and after she rebuffs a handsy officer, they lead her to a separate room to wait while her mobile suit is recharged. It is simple enough for her to lose her escort and find her way back to the hangar, carefully examining the Titan's supplies, especially the newest mobile suits. In the meantime, Sarah spots Camille, and a dogfight begins. Sarah is consumed with protecting Sirocco and determined to destroy the Zeta. Camille is fighting for his life. Recoa overhears Sirocco and an officer discussing whether or not Axis will ally with the Titans, and tries to sneak away but is spotted. When she claims to have gotten lost, the crew don't seem to believe her. Sirocco puts a hand to her cheek, just as he did with Sarah, but Recoa swats him away and he slaps her. He asks her for her name and division, and although she gives her real name, she continues to insist that she's from Side 2. Things look bad for Recoa, but at that moment a call comes in. The mobile suit dogfight has been spotted. As he leaves for the bridge, Sirocco wishes Recoa a safe journey. Back in space, Fa arrives, and Camille gets some much-needed backup. Sirocco can feel the pressure of the fight, and now that it is 2-on-1, he plans to send the Pallas Athene to help Sarah, until he gets a flash of her feelings. She wants to go it alone, so the Jupitrus and its mobile suits remain on standby. Under the pretense of watching the fight, Recoa gets into a control room. The soldier on duty flirts with her, and while he's distracted, she knocks him out and opens a hatch so that she can leave. The bridge crew detect the open hatch and move to stop her, but Sirocco orders them to let her go. Recoa joins the fight, although the Gelgoog can't be much help. While Sarah pursues Fa, Camille is able to sneak up behind her and manages to cut off most of one of her mobile suit's legs. With her mobile suit badly damaged, Sarah runs to the Jupitrus. On the verge of tears, Sarah apologizes to Sirocco for failing to destroy the Zeta Gundam, but he pulls her into an embrace, reassuring her that she's doing even better than expected, and for now she should rest. Recoa, Camille, and Fa head back to the Argama. On their way, Camille thanks Fa for saving him, and she thanks him for the same. For now, at least, they are on good terms. Once back, Recoa sketches out what she remembers of the Jupitrus and its mobile suit complement. However, one of her sketches is incomplete. She cannot seem to fill in the area at the center. She tells Bright she can't remember it, because of how desperate she was at the time. But when she looks, she can see Sirocco in the blank space. Trying to fill it in makes her head ache. She starts to sweat and puts a hand to her eyes before giving up. Afterwards, she wonders why she didn't tell Bright about Sirocco. Ayuk has finally discovered the reason for the Titans' recent maneuvering. They plan to crush a Side 2 colony to intimidate Ayuk and the Space Noids. What's worse, the Argama intercepts a laser transmission revealing the Alexandria recently picked up a load of G3 poison gas, possibly for use on a colony. Finally in a position of responsibility, Jared leads the mission briefing aboard the Alexandria. When Moar points out that poison gas is banned by treaty, Jared counters that if the destruction of one colony causes Ayuk and the Space Noids to surrender, it will save dozens of colonies from being destroyed by ongoing war. And besides, once the Titans took control of the Federation, the old treaties became meaningless. The room full of pilots seem to agree they need to end the war as quickly as possible. Their mission will also be a distraction, allowing Grips to prepare for an attack on Granada. Moar worries that this mission, whether they fail or succeed, will be a hard one for Jared to live with. But Jared, thinking of Lila and Kakrakan, is undeterred and tells her that he is satisfying the grudges of those killed in battle. In the control room for all of Side 2, the mayor is in a panic. There are 50 colonies to defend, and Ayug is only sending 2 warships? If gas is released in one of the colonies, as many as 20 million people could die. When the Alexandria arrives with no Ayug ships in sight, the mayor decides to contact the Titans and surrender Side 2. The radio operator balks and is shot in the shoulder by the mayor's bodyguard. The Alexandria's own operator receives the signal and knows it's likely to be a surrender, yet Captain Gadi tells him to ignore it, that the Minovsky particle density is too high and they have not received any message. This mission is meant to show all of the colonies across all of the sides, all of the space noids and Ayug, the consequences of defying the Titans. They must demonstrate just how far the Titans are willing to go. Regardless of attempts at contact, Gadi is determined to destroy a colony. Launching the moment they are in range, the Zeta and the Methus take off after the Titans' suits. Soon after, Emma joins them, focusing her attention on the team affixing the gas canister to the outside of the colony. Before long, Camille and Jared are in a duel. Camille marvels at the strength of his opponent, and Jared, earlier mask of calm slipping, yells furiously that if it weren't for Camille, he wouldn't have to lead such a disgraceful operation. With a clear, precise shot, Katz is able to destroy the gas canister before the gas can be released into the colony. Jared and Camille are chasing each other through a nearby, unfinished colony when Moar manages to grab hold of the Zeta with her Gabslay's claws. An explosion at such close range would likely kill them both, but she is determined to protect Jared and destroy the Zeta, only letting go when Katz flies in, just in the nick of time. The operation stymied, the Titans return to the Alexandria and the Ayug pilots to their own ships. Bright, Apolly, and Camille go to meet the mayor of Side 2. And while they are on their way, the mayor offers his wounded radio operator a bribe not to tell Bright about the attempted surrender. Despite the secrecy, the Argama detected the attempted contact, and Bright confronts the mayor about it. In turn, the mayor blames it on an unnamed traitor and pleads with Bright to be merciful. In the cage-like atmosphere of the colony with the threat of the gas, is it any surprise that someone would panic? Very understanding, Bright assures him they don't need to pursue it any further, but they should all remember, any temporary peace bought by allying with the Titans would have long-term consequences for all space noids. In a swanky Chinese restaurant in Von Braun City, Wong Li sits at a table in a private room, drink in hand, tie loosened, grilling Quattro about Ayug's recent activities. He feels they've been too much on the defensive, but Quattro is leery of aggressive tactics that could make Ayug look like terrorists. A knock on the door signals the arrival of Melanie Hugh Carbine, Ayug backer and Lee's boss. Springing to his feet and adjusting his tie, Lee motions for Carbine to join them, and they begin to discuss what to do now that Axis has made their move and brought their base to the Earth sphere. Quattro will take the Argama, make contact, and attempt to negotiate an alliance. But will the remnants of Zeon, who have rallied around young Minerva Zabi, really negotiate in good faith? On the Alexandria, Jared and Moar confront Captain Gadi. Yazan's squad has launched. Why were they held back? In planning his latest attack on the Ayug ships, Gadi has set a trap. They will catch the Argama between Yazan's squadron and the Alexandria, driving it to take cover in a nearby abandoned colony. There, Jared and Moar will wait. If they can destroy the Argama, Ayug's pilots, including Camille, will be left with nowhere to run, and Jared may finally be able to destroy his nemesis. As they zip up their normal suits, Moar expresses her concern over Jared's obsession, but Jared feels stuck. I can't move forward. Camille is a wall blocking my way. Drifting across the room, Moar kisses him and declares, I'll always be there for you. Yazan's squadron reaches the Argama and the Radish, and the two ships order their gunners to fire until the Ayug mobile suits launch. The Alexandria manages to catch the Argama off guard, approaching from below and landing a hit on the unprepared ship. Bright curses himself for leaving the Argama with no mobile suits for defense. Out of the corner of his eye, Camille spots the laser fire and turns around to aid the Argama. Fa immediately peels off and follows him. In the meantime, Jared and Moar have reached the ambush position, their gabthlay clinging to asteroids for cover. All they can do now is wait and see if Gadi's plan has worked. They do not have to wait for long. Caught between the Alexandria and its mobile suit complement, Bright orders the Argama to set a course for the nearby empty colony. Emerging at the last possible moment, Jared and Moar fire, leaving the Argama no time to evade their attacks. The direct hit causes damage across the ship, with fires breaking out everywhere from the living quarters to one of the catapult decks. Shinta and Kum, the two young children Quattro brought aboard, are trapped, huddled in the smoky halls of the living quarters. Camille, Fa, and Emma arrive to fend off this new attack on the Argama, but Fa almost immediately senses the children's distress. She rushes to put out the fire on the outside of the ship before leaving her mobile suit so that she could lead the children to safety. As they move through the passageways, another explosion blasts a hatchway door from its hinges. Fa shields Shinta and Kum, but is knocked unconscious. Emma focuses on defending the bridge while Camille takes on Jared and Moar directly. He finally gets a clear shot at Jared, but time seems to slow as Moar puts herself in the path of the lethal strike. In those endless fractions of seconds, Camille and Jared both freeze, stunned, until Moar's gabthlay is blown apart. Jared goes into a frenzy and Camille can feel his rage, but manages to shoot the legs from Jared's mobile suit, and the force of these attacks knocks Jared unconscious. Seeming to float in a bright, colorful expanse, Jared sees a light so bright, he is forced to squeeze his eyes shut and look away. Pink flower petals on strange breezes rush by him, and he sees a ghost or shadow of Moar standing next to him. But when he reaches for her, his hand passes through the apparition. He hears her voice encouraging him, telling him that he will never lose, that he is the one able to guide the world in the proper direction, and that the right path for him is to survive and fight on. When he wakes, his left arm is numb, but Moar's likeness appears before him again, reaching toward him, and as he goes to take her hand, he finds his previously immobile arm has moved and is grasping the controls of his mobile suit. Moar is gone. He fights and rages, killing 2 Nemo pilots and shooting an arm off the Methus, but Emma and Camille are able to keep him away from the Argama. Forced to retreat, Jared stops in the wreckage of the battle and finally cries for Moar. Bright thanks Emma for her successful defense of the ship, and she credits Camille with keeping the Titan's pilots occupied. She also asks Bright not to be too hard on Fa for disobeying orders during the battle, but they both wonder if Fa is really cut out to be a pilot. Leaning on Rekoa's arm, a heavily bandaged Fa arrives, clearly braced for a dressing down. When Bright thanks her instead for saving the children and putting out the living quarters fire, she turns away in relief and embarrassment, tears in her eyes. Shinta and Kum rush to her, grateful for Fa Onee-san looking after them, and happy to see her on her feet again. Camille smiles at the scene before memories of the fight make him solemn. He struggles to control the expression on his face as he thinks to himself that at least the dead shed no tears. Heavily damaged in the most recent attack, the Argama stops in Von Braun City for repairs before taking Quattro to his meeting with Axis. Shinta and Kum are eager to explore and beg Fa to take them to Armstrong Plaza, but she is busy with repair work and preparations for the ship's departure, and they leave in a sulk. Camille, Apoli, and Astanaji all urge her to take a break. The fighting has become more dangerous, and they will be leaving Shinta and Kum in Von Braun. This may be her last chance to spend time with them before they leave. But Fa is firm. There's too much to do, and too little time. She can't possibly take the afternoon off to take the kids to a park. While she is working, Torres sees Shinta and Kum head toward one of the ship's exits. When he asks where they are going, they tell him, Armstrong Plaza, and he assumes Fa must be taking them. It is some time before anyone notices they are missing, and a panicked Fa enlists Camille to help search for them. Just outside the city, Sarah lands in a new MS, the Hambrabi, accompanied by an engineer and several other mobile suits and pilots. After opening the cockpit, the engineer hands Sarah a small bag and reminds her to finish the operation within the time limit and get back safely. She jets off in her normal suit and verniers. Inside the city, Sarah changes into casual clothes from inside the bag, transforming herself into a normal, fashionable girl. As she walks down the street, she suddenly senses something strange and spots Camille talking to Fa nearby. Ducking into a shop, she manages to avoid being spotted, although Camille also feels something familiar. When he notices the same feeling while searching the park for Shintan-kun, he wonders if it could possibly be for Murasame. The gate to the spaceport is inside the park, and nearby loudspeakers announce the imminent departure of the shuttle to Granada. Sarah goes in through a service entrance, pretending to be lost when a guard stops her. He leans in to examine her ticket, and Sarah takes the opportunity to knock him out. Deeper into the building, she finds a machine room and cuts her way into one of the pipes, dropping a small, boxy object inside before leaving the way she came. Although she tries to slip away through the park, blending in with the crowd, Camille is struck again by the strange feeling or sense, and as he looks for the source, he sees Sarah. Yelling for her to stop, he chases and catches her. Sarah seems intent on charming her way out of trouble, but Camille isn't having it. "I always knew you were dangerous," he tells her. Sarah asks him what makes her so different from normal girls out in the park having fun with their friends. But when he tells her she can leave the Titans, run away, and live a normal life, she insists that it's impossible. In a fit of sympathy, Camille runs to a nearby ice cream stand and buys 2 cones. Fa, still trying to find the children, is surprised to see him there and asks what he's doing. Camille seems abashed, but also thoughtful, telling her that something strange is going on and she ought to return to the Argama and warn Captain Bright that Titans are attempting some kind of operation in Von Braun. Waiting on a nearby bench, Sarah is wondering why she doesn't just run when Camille returns with the ice cream. "Why are you being so nice to me?" she asks him. When he says she reminds him of someone, she is quick to tease him and ask if she reminds him of his girlfriend. "I hope she thinks so," Camille tells her, before standing up, his tone abruptly shifting from sympathetic to angry. "Because of you, Katz no longer trusts anyone. I never want to see you again. If I see you on the battlefield, I will kill you." He strides away with Sarah following him. "Wait, you mustn't return to the Argama!" Camille demands to know why, and Sarah, checking the time, tells him that she planted a bomb that will destroy the plaza and the spaceport. It's set to go off in 30 minutes, and she doubts anyone can stop it now, but Camille is determined to try, dragging her after him to the control room near the park. He pages Fa, telling her to warn the Argama crew about the bomb, and tells the control room operators they ought to order the evacuation of the plaza and the spaceport before making Sarah show him the bomb's location. Trying desperately to reach the bomb, Camille only manages to knock it further down the pipe, too far for anyone to retrieve it now. At this point, Sarah tries to run, but Camille tackles her, knocking her to the ground and punching her in the stomach. She goes limp, and he throws her over his shoulder, heading back into the park as everyone else is leaving it. The residents of Von Braun rush to take shelter behind blast doors, leaving the plaza dark and empty. Apolli arrives in a mobile suit to retrieve Camille and Sarah, and they return to the Argama. The ship manages to launch just in time to get away from the explosion, but it seems they will have to move on without the repairs they so desperately need. The mobile suits that had been waiting for Sarah attack, and in the confusion of the fight, Sarah manages to escape the Argama and return to her mobile suit. The Titans retreat, their mission only partially successful. And Camille can't understand why Sarah, so clearly conflicted about being a pilot, would return to the Titans. A grieving Fa, certain that Shintan-kun were caught in the blast, returns to her room after the fight only to hear the shower running. She finds the 2 children hiding there. They explain they didn't want to say goodbye to her, and they knew she'd never look for them in the shower. Crying with relief, she scolds them and demands they never do anything like this again, but her smile proves she isn't truly angry, and she pulls them both into a hug. After fleeing the explosion at Von Braun City, the Argama is forced to do repairs on the fly. They could return to the moon, but if they do, the Titans will certainly make contact with Axis before them, an outcome Wang Li considers unacceptable. Instead, they must press on, despite the risk to the ship and her crew. Quattro used to be part of Axis, but it has been so long since he left that, he confesses to Bright, he has no idea who they will side with in this conflict. In the cafeteria, Recoa sits alone, picking at her food. When Quattro sits down next to her, they make small talk, and her hand accidentally touches his when she hands him a drink. Obviously flustered, she excuses herself, and Camille takes her place at the table. He can tell that something is wrong with Recoa. She has seemed different ever since her mission to infiltrate the Dogos Gear, but Quattro warns him against prying into the hearts of others. The Dogos Gear continues its pursuit of the Argama, and on the bridge, Sirocco wants to know Sarah's honest opinion of Yazan. A beast, she tells him, and Sirocco laughs, understanding her completely. She leaves the bridge and crosses paths with the man himself, newly stationed to their ship. Lookouts on the Argama spot the Dogos Gear, and Bright, Quattro, and Wang Li argue about what to do. Bright counsels caution. Their ship is still undergoing repairs, and they have no idea what to expect when they make contact with Axis, but Wang Li insists they attack immediately. Quattro has a plan that he thinks could succeed even against the larger Dogos Gear, leaving Bright outvoted and preparing for a battle he would have preferred to avoid. Quattro's first stop, even before he heads to the briefing room, is Recoa's quarters. He takes a seat on her bed and explains his reason for coming. The Hyakushiki's new Mega Bazooka launcher is complete, but it requires so much energy that he will need another mobile suit with him as a fuel tank. It's a dangerous task, but would Recoa be willing to do it? Recoa seems to think nothing of the risk, and accepts the task with no expression of doubt or concern. Business taken care of, Quattro notices that the room is almost devoid of plants, where they used to cover every surface. When he asks Recoa about the change, she walks across the room to stand between his legs, her hands resting on his shoulders. I got tired of their messiness, she tells him, and yet, getting rid of them gives her no sense of relief. What are you suffering from? He presses, but she insists that she does not know. All she wants is to throw everything away and start over fresh somewhere else, but Quattro of all people knows how impossible this is, that you can never throw away your baggage. It stays with you until you die. Recoa turns away, dissatisfied with his response, only to turn back, tilt her head, and close her eyes, in the universal gesture of waiting to be kissed. Quattro stands and obliges, before leaving to prepare for the fight, reminding Recoa that they sortie in 15 minutes. Both sides launch their mobile suits. Camille fights well, but for every Titan suit he shoots down, it seems there is another right behind it. Ayug are outnumbered. In position with the Mega Bazooka launcher, Quattro is preparing to fire directly on the Dogos Gear when suddenly everything goes red, and he again feels the intense pressure of Sirocco's presence. His first shot goes wide, and Recoa's Gelgoog has just enough energy for 3 more shots. The second hits, doing significant damage but not enough to destroy the enemy ship. The third just barely misses the ship's bridge, and Sirocco finally sends out Yazan, who he had been keeping in reserve. The final shot from the Mega Bazooka launcher hits, and Quattro orders Recoa and her now defenseless Gelgoog back to the Argama. But on her way, Recoa stops short. I can feel Sirocco, she says to herself, as a vision of him appears in her mind, and she turns back toward the Dogos Gear. Camille tries to cover for other Ayug mobile suits, retreating as their suits run out of ammunition, but Yazan's arrival requires all of his attention. In a new Hambrabi, Yazan is faster than ever, and Camille's Zeta Gundam has been weakened by the long battle. The Hambrabi's claws rake and crush the back of the Zeta, destroying its verniers. Camille tries to fire, but is completely out of ammo. He is at Yazan's mercy, and this looks like the end for him when Recoa appears, charging Yazan and tackling him away, before grabbing hold of the Zeta with her Gelgoog and retreating. Watching the battle from the bridge of his ship, Sirocco feels a strange pressure. Yazan pursues Camille and Recoa, neither of whom will be able to fight back if they are caught. Camille tells Recoa to leave him behind, but she refuses to abandon him. Yazan is catching up to them, but suddenly, innumerable laser beams slash across the battlefield. dozens of unfamiliar mobile suits appear and begin to fight off the Titans. The Dogos Gear and its mobile suits are forced to retreat, and the Argama lives on to fight another day, thanks to the appearance of Axis at the crucial moment. Afterwards, when they are safe aboard their ship, Camille asks Rekoa what is going on with her. Why was she headed toward the enemy ship when she came to his rescue? Angrily, she insists that it's none of his business, and that she has a right to keep some things to herself. In her quarters, she slumps down onto her bed. "I guess I made it back again," she says to the empty room. Freed from having to worry about an imminent Titan's attack, the crew of the Argama shift their focus to the incredible Axis force that surrounds them. The Guadan battleship, like the old Guazin of the One-Year War, but even more massive, and uncountable mobile suits. How were they able to build all of this while hiding in an asteroid belt? Bright wonders aloud. Wang Li seems almost gleeful as he imagines Axis slowly building up its forces, able to do so in secret due to the negligence and disinterest of the Federation government. He sees them as kindred spirits to Aayug and strong potential allies. Bright, Wang Li, Quattro, Rekoa, Apoli, and Camille get in the shuttle and head over to the Guadan to begin negotiations. On arrival, Quattro bristles to see Haman Karn walk past, radiating arrogance. Even Camille is struck by her, his new type sense responding to her presence. The passageways of the ship are lined with soldiers in identical uniforms. They come to a large, high-ceilinged chamber with rich red carpeting and decorated walls. Here, Wang Li formally introduces himself as Aayug's appointed representative and asks to be introduced to their leader. Haman says she will introduce them and takes them through 2 sets of gigantic doors into a chamber that dwarfs the one they just left. Its vaulted ceiling is covered in gilded decorations. Guards stand at attention as ladies' maids flutter around the throne, and on the dais sits 8-year-old Minerva Zabi, dressed in a uniform just like those worn by her father, aunt, and uncles during the One-Year War. The Aayug delegation are struck by the opulence of the room and the youth of Axis' supposed leader. Wang Li quickly concludes that Haman is the true power and should be the focus of their negotiations. She orders the member of their group wearing sunglasses, which is Quattro, to approach Princess Minerva. When he does, Minerva addresses him as Shar Aznable, to the shock of most of his Aayug crewmates. She also claims to remember him, although he hasn't seen her since she was 2. She commends his years of intelligence work on behalf of Axis, and begins a little speech about the prosperity of all spacenoids depending on the revival of Zeon, a speech clearly practiced ahead of time and fed to her by Haman. Quattro approaches, leaning down so that he can look Minerva in the eye. She seems uncertain, and is looking to Haman for guidance, when Quattro loses his temper. "How dare you raise her like this, close-minded and rigid?" He stalks threateningly toward Haman, grabbing hold of her shirt. "This is her destiny," Haman replies, pulling her gun, as soldiers take hold of Quattro's arms. He struggles, but is soon surrounded and unable to move. His companions yell for him to calm down, but it is too late. They are locked in a room, all chance of negotiating an alliance lost. Quattro asks Camille for help escaping, and the two begin to fight. Real punches and kicks, as Camille accuses Quattro of selfishness, cowardice, treachery. The rest of their group try to break them up, but Camille is knocked to the ground and clearly in a lot of pain. When the guard outside looks in to see what the commotion is about, they yell for him to bring a doctor. He finally enters the room, and Wang Li takes his gun, allowing Quattro to flee. A few minutes later, it is decided that Rekoa and Camille will go look for Quattro, and will meet Bright, Wang Li, and Apoli back at the shuttle. But Quattro didn't go looking for an exit. He went looking for Haman. He finds her, only to hesitate and have his shot blocked by Haman's guards. Soon more guards arrive, and Quattro would certainly have been killed or recaptured if it weren't for the arrival of Rekoa and Camille. The two fight off some of the reinforcements, and Rekoa dives in front of Quattro as the other guards fire. A shot meant for him grazes her shoulder. They find their way to a ready room and disguise themselves in Axis normal suits, Camille taking Quattro to task for acting rashly when he's usually so level-headed. Rekoa seems surprised that reviving the zombie family isn't among Quattro's goals. All Quattro can say is that he's always been an independent man. In a confusion of smoke, explosions, and gunfire, the two groups of AUG representatives fight their way to the shuttle and out of the Guadon. Noticing the commotion, the Argama prepares its own guns, and the moment the shuttle launches, they deploy countless dummies, inflatable asteroids that disturb the Guadon's radar and make it nearly impossible for spotters to sight the shuttle or the Argama. The Titans choose this moment to attack. Yazan and two wingmen goad Camille into chasing them, only to peel off from each other and catch the Zeta Gundam in a net strung between their mobile suits. The net is electrified, stunning and trapping the Zeta until Quattro arrives in the Hyakushiki to cut it loose. Rekoa, struggling against Yazan, has yet another vision of Sirocco, a possibly deadly distraction in the midst of battle. Just in time, the Radish arrives, and its own complement of mobile suits, led by Emma and Katz, fight off the Titans. Any sense of victory is short-lived. Sirocco pledges his life to Minerva, cementing a Titans-Axis alliance. From now on, AUG will be badly outnumbered. The Argama buzzes with activity. The ship's hull is still damaged, many of the mobile suits are barely functional, and they may have to fight again at any moment. Wang Li wanders through the hangar, yelling at the engineers, criticizing everyone's work, and harassing them for not working harder. Noticing Quattro's arrival, Camille hassles him for not visiting Rekoa. She is still recovering from the bullet wound she took protecting Quattro when they were escaping the Guadon. But Quattro just smiles and says he will visit when he has time, and Camille asks Fa to visit instead. Looking up to a knock on the door, Rekoa seems disappointed that it is only Fa, but she recovers and asks Fa's assistance in sneaking past the doctor and back to her own room. Quickly darting into the elevator, Rekoa grins, prompting Fa to remark, "You like this sort of thing, don't you?" On the way to her room, Rekoa tells Fa about her life. Losing her parents in the One-Year War, becoming a guerrilla and losing her friends in the fighting, joining the Federation when the war ended, and finally joining AUG. At some point, she realized that she only feels alive when she's living on the edge. After so many years, it's become part of her personality. But she also thinks that if the right man came along, she might stop chasing danger. In her room, her once massive plant collection has been whittled down to a single potted cactus studded with buds. There must be a reason for there to be men and women. Just don't become a woman like me, Fa. Standing in the doorway, Fa murmurs that she doesn't understand. You will soon, Rekoa tells her, as Fa leaves to get back to her duties. Alone again, Rekoa thinks to herself that this room isn't waiting for her to come back safely. On the bridge of the Dogoskir, Yazan urges Sirocco to take this opportunity to destroy the Argama. The negotiations with Axis are still underway, but Yazan is insistent. He wants to attack now while their enemy is weakened, and finally, Sirocco gives his permission. Back on the Argama, Wang Li continues to antagonize the crew, grabbing Torres by the shirt and demanding to know why Bright isn't on the bridge. When Bright arrives, Wang Li complains that the ship is lacking in order and discipline, and wants to know when they plan to attack the Guadon. Bright, aghast, explains that with the ships and the mobile suits so badly damaged, they will need time and repairs before engaging the Titans in battle again. This is not what Li wants to hear, and Bright is forced to put his foot down. If the enemy attacked us in force now, we'd be doomed. While they argue, the bridge crew spot incoming Titans mobile suits, and it is no longer Bright or Wang Li's decision to make. Rekoa can hear something calling to her, but when she asks Camille, he assures her it's not him. They dart away from each other, dodging an attack, and the Methus winds up grappling one of the Hambrabi. Again, Rekoa can feel a powerful will, and all of space suddenly looks sharper, brighter, more beautiful. Quattro comes to help her and chases off the enemy mobile suit, but a distracted Rekoa continues to wander off by herself, seemingly unable to pay attention to the battle around her. Before the initial attack, Yazan and his wingmen deployed dummies, making it look as though a squad of nearly a dozen Marasai had come up behind the Argama. When this group of dummies is discovered by the Argama's scouts, Bright orders all mobile suits, including those from the Radish, to engage. While the bridge crew relay Bright's orders, Wang Li continues to get in the way, until Bright finally tells him off. "We're in the middle of a battle! Get in your seat and stay there!" "What did you just say to me?" Wang Li asks, incredulous. "I am the captain of this ship. If you cannot abide by my orders, I'll have you leave." With the first pop of a dummy mobile suit, Emma discovers that they've been tricked, and they all rush back to defend the ships. "I missed my chance again," Rekoa sighs to herself. Chance at what, we are left to wonder, as within moments she is fighting Yazan. His mobile suit seems to fade away and she can see his figure floating in space. At near point-blank range, she cannot bring herself to fire the Methus gun. Taking advantage of his seemingly frozen enemy, Yazan blasts an arm and a leg from the Methus, and Rekoa remains completely unable to move. Now Yazan senses her, as a naked form floating in space, but rages that he will not be tricked by an illusion. Is it the power of this person that's been calling me? Rekoa wonders as she charges. Startled by the sudden attack, Yazan uses the Hammurabi's hook to stab up through the torso of the Methus, puncturing the cockpit. In that moment, Rekoa is unafraid, certain that she will die and reconciled to it. But what if someone is calling out to her? Exiting through the hole in the cockpit, she yells at the Hammurabi, "Is it you?" The Methus explodes from all the damage it has taken, but Yazan catches Rekoa in the Hammurabi's hand, shielding her from the blast. Seeing that Ayug has finally uncovered their ruse, Yazan orders his squad back to the Dogos Gear and takes Rekoa with him. On the Argama, the total destruction of the Methus has them all convinced that Rekoa has died. Although Fa blames herself for helping Rekoa sneak out of sickbay, Camille comforts her that it wasn't her fault. It was Rekoa's decision to fight. Still, he leaves angrily and goes straight to Rekoa's room where he finds Quattro. Launching himself forward, he punches Quattro in the face. "If you had just been kinder to her, this wouldn't have happened." From the floor, Quattro looks up, calm and smiling sadly, and says, "The cactus flowers have bloomed." Furious, tears running down his face, Camille leaves him there. Well docked at the repair ship La Vie en Rose, the crew of the Argama get a much-needed rest. Yet the moment they are resupplied, Bright receives word that they are needed for a joint operation with Karaba to provide a distraction and support from space while Karaba attacks the Titan's base at the summit of Kilimanjaro. In the briefing room, Camille's anger at Quattro and eagerness to return to Earth boil over. Are they just supposed to stand by and watch Karaba's forces die? Apoli and Fa try to calm him down, and Fa impatiently explains the plan to him again. They don't have enough mobile suits on the Argama to capture an entire Titan's base, and while the Argama attacks from space, the mobile suit pilots will need to be ready to defend her. Camille isn't interested in reason, calling Quattro a coward and saying that his attitude is what got Rekoa killed. He storms out of the room, and Lieutenant Quattro calls the briefing to a close. Stalking down the hall, Camille realizes he's not really in any position to criticize Quattro, but the memory of his kiss with Four is clear in his mind, and he wants to descend to Earth so badly. Before the operation begins, he officially gives the freshly repaired Haro to Shintan Kum, and asks Fa to look after Rekoa's cactus plant. When, surprised, she asks him why, he assures her it's no particular reason. The Argama has moved on, but Yazan has not. He is back with Captain Gadi and plans to lead a group of Hammurabi and new Barzam mobile suits in pursuit of the Argama. As the Argama approaches Africa from just outside Earth's atmosphere, the Titans on Earth begin to launch missiles at them. Evading these attacks, the Argama fires its own missiles and megaparticle cannon at the Kilimanjaro base. Yazan waits until the Argama is occupied with dodging a second barrage of missiles, then orders his squadron to attack, focusing on the Zeta Gundam. The Hammurabi use a new weapon, a large chunk of metal at the end of a long, thin cable, to entangle the Zeta, and Quattro in the Hyakushiki has to cut Camille free. Intercepting a second attack meant for the Zeta, the Hyakushiki is struck square in the chest and begins to malfunction. With no responsiveness in the mobile suit's controls, the Hyakushiki begins to fall through Earth's atmosphere. Camille shifts the Zeta into its Wave Rider form and retrieves the red-hot Hyakushiki, shielding it for the remaining of the descent to Earth. Unwilling to risk re-entry themselves, Yazan's men let them go. At the base of Kilimanjaro, animals flee, falling bombs and explosions erupting in every direction. It seems the Karaba have devoted a significant portion of their forces to the assault, but are still struggling to capture the base. On the slopes of the mountain, snow is falling, and Quattro and Camille land near a small lake. Somehow, despite the cold, it remains unfrozen, and Quattro wonders whether it might provide water for the base. While he and Camille consider what to do next, a massive door opens in the side of the mountain, and the Psycho Gundam emerges. The Hyakushiki and Zeta Gundam hide in the lake under a ledge, and Camille uses his mind to reach out to the Psycho Gundam, thrilled at the thought that 4 might still be alive, but he can tell that she is not inside the gigantic mobile armor. Once it passes, Quattro gets out of his mobile suit and asks Camille to wait there while he looks for a possible underwater entrance to the base. Despite these instructions, Camille follows and emerges from the oily, refuse-filled water right behind Quattro. When the lieutenant points out that now the Titans could capture their mobile suits, Camille can only respond that he simply does not trust Quattro to handle the situation. Walking down the passage, Camille can hear screaming. Somehow Quattro doesn't hear it. The sound intensifies and Camille clutches his head in pain. Quattro wants them to turn back, but Camille insists that they press on and follows the sound through the halls. Deep inside the base, 4 reclines on a chair in an empty room. A helmet, cables and wires streaming out of it, is strapped to her head. The loudly humming machinery is almost drowned out by her cries of pain, and she writhes in the chair, seemingly in agony. A group of scientists and technicians monitor her through a window, adjusting settings and watching readouts from their sensors. Admiral Haimim joins them, criticizing their techniques. Won't this amount of pain make her useless to them? The lead scientist assures him that it's the remote control that requires so much power. Piloting the Psycho Gundam from within its cockpit will not have this effect. Just as Haimim is leaving the room, Camille and Quattro are coming down the hall. They all stand, shocked for a moment, before Quattro fires his gun, and Haimim just barely manages to dive out of the way. He runs, they chase him, and they find themselves trapped in a room with 4, locked in and unable to shoot their way out. The window is bulletproof. 4 wakes up, but doesn't recognize Camille or respond to his questions. She talks about mobile suit testing, and when she leaves the room, Camille and Quattro follow her. Camille keeps trying to reach her, but she still doesn't recognize him. Quattro yells at him to stay away and points his gun, warning Camille, "You'll be possessed by her." Camille shoves the gun away, insisting she's being mind-controlled somehow. They don't have to kill her. She climbs into the Psycho Gundam, and they rush to their own mobile suits. 4 cuts a swath across the battlefield, the destructive power of the Psycho Gundam on full display. Amuro, in a new DJ mobile suit, links up with Quattro and Camille. He and Quattro keep yelling at Camille to get back, to stay away from 4, but Camille is determined to break through whatever blocks her from remembering him. Clutching her head in pain, 4's memory suddenly comes back. "You're the reason I must continue to suffer," she cries out, lashing out with the Psycho Gundam's mega particle cannon. Karaba's forces, Amuro, Quattro, and Camille with them, are forced to retreat. Amuro, after seeing how Camille acts around 4, pointedly asks Quattro, "Why didn't you keep him away from her? I'm sure you're aware of the consequences. Do you intend to let the same thing happen again?" Quattro has no response, and they fly on, leaving the smoking summit of Mount Kilimanjaro behind them.
The Titan's Kilimanjaro base still stands at the summit of the mountain. On its snow-cloaked slopes, Karaba's forces lay siege and plan their next move. Quattro wants to wait until reinforcements arrive. Leaving the meeting with Quattro, Camille demands to know the reason for his caution. Quattro admits that he's worried that Camille won't be able to fight effectively, knowing that 4 is among their enemies. But it's more complicated than that. If they were to kill 4, it would probably make Camille useless as a pilot. Camille still insists he can save 4, defeat the Psycho Gundam, and make her normal again, if Quattro will help. It's impossible, Quattro tells him. She is too far gone now. Sneaking away from camp, Camille uses a single-person Homo Avis glider to sneak through the Kilimanjaro base perimeter. He spies a new model of mobile suit, still under construction, but that is not why he has come here. Inside the base, Camille can feel Four's presence, and she feels his. An expression of delight passes across her face, and the two teenagers run through empty halls toward each other. Meeting, overcome by joy, they embrace. By fate or sheer unfortunate coincidence, Jared is here too. He came to Kilimanjaro to convalesce after the wounds he suffered when Moar died. He spots Camille and Four sneaking through the halls, but rather than raise the alarm, he hobbles after them, determined to deal with Camille himself. And back in Four's room, Camille wonders at the change in her personality in the few hours since the last battle. She's like a completely different person. He asks her about her real name, and the question triggers a memory, perhaps a hypnotic command, to destroy Ayug, but she shakes it off. They embrace, and she is sweet and loving again. "I will always love you," she admits. "But I become a different person when I pilot the Psycho Gundam." They kiss, but the tender moment is interrupted by another of Four's headaches. She's run out of her medicine, so Camille takes her to Namikar Cornell's lab for a fresh supply. When the doctor recognizes him, Camille is forced to disable her assistant and take her captive. Namikar reveals that Four is not merely an enhanced human, but what she calls a real new type, created through science and brain manipulation. Camille tries to force Namikar to return Four's memory, but she tells him it's impossible. Their argument is interrupted by Jared entering the room with drawn pistol, but Four crashes into him from behind, and the two teens escape onto the mountainside. The sky is lit by explosions. Quattro has at last ordered the attack, and Karaba's mobile suits are blitzing the mountaintop defenses. As the fighting rages around them, Four's headaches grow worse. Camille implores her to keep moving, but her mental state is increasingly unstable. A terrible energy envelops her, and she begins to glow. The other Four has emerged. You're my enemy, aren't you?" she sneers. Camille begs her to stop, but it's clear that this Four sees him as nothing other than an enemy combatant. She calls the Psycho Gundam to her, and with strength that belies her slender frame, she lifts Camille off the ground with one hand and tosses him aside. Ignoring his pleas, she enters the Devil's Machine. Camille rendezvous with Quattro. Boarding the Zeta Gundam, he joins the fight, hoping that he can still save Four, somehow. Jared, too, joins the fight, in the experimental mobile suit Camille spotted earlier. The fighting concentrates near the peak, where the Titans have a hidden shuttle port. Jamatov Hyman is fleeing, planning to escape back into space, and all the surviving Titans' mobile suits, 4 among them, have gathered there to defend him. Between the overwhelming firepower of the Psycho Gundam and the power of her new type Pressure, she is able to hold off the Karaba forces long enough for Hyman's shuttle to escape. Moments later, the ground is ripped apart by a series of explosions. Karaba saboteurs have succeeded in destroying the Kilimanjaro base from within. Knocked off balance, 4 cracks her head against the console of the Psycho Gundam, and her other personality, the one that is in love with Camille, reasserts itself. But in that moment, Jared strikes, aiming his beam saber at Camille in the Zeta Gundam. 4 throws herself between them, and the beam strikes the Psycho Gundam between its eyes. There is an explosion, both physical and psychic, and when it passes, Camille finds 4 lying in the snow near her decapitated mobile suit. He cradles her seemingly untouched body as she opens her eyes, breathes once, and dies. Quattro and Amuro arrive to witness the aftermath, and Amuro laments how people end up repeating the same mistakes over and over. As they leave aboard the Aldumla, Camille, still holding 4, confronts Quattro. "I will never call you Lieutenant Quattro again. You're Char Aznable. Deal with it."
Jared, in a Titan's ship, is pursuing the Aldumla, which seems to be on a ballistic trajectory headed for Dakar. His helmsman is concerned that they need authorization to take the pursuit any further. Dakar is leased territory after all, and held by the Federation. Shouting him down, Jared insists they have orders from His Excellency Jamatov Hyman to take out Karaba. That is all the authorization they need. On the Audumla, Karaba and Ayug prepare for the next mission. Members of Karaba have already infiltrated the Federation Assembly and the staff of the local communications office, but the whole plan hinges on their ability to get Quattro into that day's meeting, and on what Quattro says once he's there. Putting on their normal suits and preparing to launch, Amuro checks on a strangely calm Camille. "I feel better when I'm doing things," Camille tells him, and they walk together to the hangar. It is Amuro who will take Quattro to the rendezvous point, from which Beltorchka will drive him to the assembly hall. Amuro joins the chorus of people telling Quattro he's the only one who can lead Ayug now, but Quattro remains unconvinced. "I can't even make a decision about my own future," he blurts out. But Amuro is sure that doesn't matter. All the public wants is a hero. Frustrated, Quattro asks if he's supposed to just play a role, and Amuro can only respond, "Well, it's your turn." On her way to the rendezvous point, Beltorchka drops off a Karaba ally at the communications office, before being stopped at a security checkpoint. "I thought reporters had access," she sighs, while the Federation soldiers leer at her, and one gropes her as he returns her ID to her chest pocket. One of them has just hinted they might let her through in exchange for sex, when a young Titan's officer arrives and tells them to back off. He and the Federation guards argue, and the argument turns into a brawl. One of the guards pulls his gun before the other drags him away, saying, "Are you crazy? That guy's a Titan." Once they've gone, the young Titan, a Lieutenant Addis, asks Beltorchka to drop him at the Dakar base on her way to cover the assembly. Not all Federation soldiers are like that, and none of the Titans are, he assures her. She looks at him skeptically, while he regurgitates Titan's talking points about the need for strong and righteous armed forces to manage this era of confusion. Sirens begin to sound as soon as they reach the base, and he rushes off, Beltorchka yelling after him that he should watch her broadcast. Ground forces have begun to fire on the Audumla, and their mobile suits launch to drop off Quattro and prevent the Titans from interfering with the mission. The Titans base launches their Ashimar mobile suits, and Beltorchka waits, her car parked in the grassland just outside the city. Amuro, avoiding attacks from other mobile suits and ground forces, drops Quattro off, and he and Beltorchka speed off to the assembly hall. The assembly members can hear the fighting nearby, as Amuro, Camille, and the rest of the combined Ayug and Karaba forces keep the Titans occupied. Should they suspend talks? Is it safe to continue? While the meeting breaks into a cacophony of argument, Quattro rushes the podium, taking over the microphone. Allies among the assembly members pull guns, keeping everyone in their seats and keeping the guards from stopping the broadcast. Karaba plants among the camera crew take over filming, and the communications office will make sure the speech is broadcast on as many channels and to as many people as possible. Shocking the crowd, Quattro reveals himself to be not only Char Aznable, famed Zeon pilot, but also the son of Zeon Daikun. He explains that the Zabi family and the Principality of Zeon perverted the ideas and ideals of Zeon Daikun, that Earth is collapsing under the strain of its human population, and that humans can improve by going into space. Meanwhile, Camille and Amuro continue to fight the Titans, trying to buy time for the broadcast, but the enemy pilots see through them. Jared sets out to destroy the communications infrastructure and stop the broadcast. Camille shoots an Ashimar out of the sky. The pilot's wingman tries to slow the damaged mobile suit's descent, but they are headed straight for Dakar City. They are confused and angry when Camille, who never wanted to kill them in the first place, grabs hold and slows the Ashimar's fall, directing it away from the densely populated city. When the pilots ask why he helped them, he tells them, "Listen to the broadcast!" Char compares Earth to a cradle and humanity to infants. In order to grow as a species, they must move into space and allow the Earth to return to its natural state. Jared's group arrives outside the hall, and Beltorchka takes one of the cameramen outside with her to capture the Titans' violent attempts at suppression on the broadcast. A beam flashes just over their heads, blindingly bright, and they crouch low at the exit of the building. Taking the camera from the terrified cameraman, Beltorchka steps out onto the plaza, capturing the mobile suit battle for all of humanity to see. The assembly members blame the Titans for instigating the fight inside the city. Char continues his speech, telling the audience in the room and around the Earth sphere that the Titans are like the Zabis. They think they are better than other humans, they have no respect for the government, are tyrannical, and label all opposition as evil. In the cockpit of his Ashimar, Lieutenant Addis is in crisis. What is right? What is wrong? Everything he thought he knew has been turned upside down. One of Jared's men is about to stop the broadcast when Addis crashes into him, knocking him off course and crying out, "We mustn't stop the broadcast." Camille lands to fight the downed mobile suit. Jared comes up behind him, but Addis comes between them, asking why Jared is trying to stop the meeting. If the Titans are right, then it will be proven by the debates at the General Assembly. Surprised by this naive young officer, Jared counters that the Titans are about power, the power to conquer everything. He fires on Addis, and the beam goes straight through the Ashimar and strikes the assembly building on the other side. Intent on destroying the traitor, Jared advances on Addis once more, but is suddenly flanked by 2 more Ashimar. They've received word that the whole battle is being shown on television, and have been ordered to stop fighting. They can't afford to have the Federation citizens turn against them. Afterwards, Karaba's officers celebrate a successful operation. They've shown the world how tyrannical, violent, and untrustworthy the Titans really are. Drink in hand, Char walks through the room to congratulations and pats on the back, before leaving to stand by himself in the hall outside, staring out a window. Amuro goes after him to find out what's wrong. The members of Ayug and Karaba are more inspired and excited than they've ever been, thanks to his speech. But Char has given up his freedom in exchange. Amuro points out that to accomplish something massive, some human sacrifice is expected. "So I'm a human sacrifice now?" Char asks angrily. "Maybe it runs in your family," Amuro replies, causing them both to smile. Camille and Beltorchka shake hands and compliment each other for their part in the successful operation. Camille wonders if people are somehow destined to hate each other thanks to misunderstandings, but Beltorchka doesn't think so. All people can sympathize, but it takes time, especially when you're dealing with all of humanity. Jared continues his relentless pursuit of the Audumla, pleased to be out of Dakar and free to act as he sees fit. Titan's mobile suits come into view just as Hayato is preparing Char and Camille to return to space. They rush to load the Zeta and Yakushiki, among other supplies, into the shuttle, while the rest of the Audumla's crew prepare to defend her. Beltorchka fires on the enemy mobile suits from a turret, and Amuro launches in a Dija. In his Byrlant, Jared searches furiously for the Zeta, wondering why it hasn't emerged yet. Then he notices that the Audumla is gaining altitude, and he can see the shuttle affixed to the outside of the huge Garuda-class plane. The shuttle launches and Jared recklessly, suicidally chases after it, firing his guns at the shuttle before being caught and tossed in its trail and falling to the sea below. Oblivious to all this, Camille and Char brace for the G-forces of the launch and wait for the Argama to pick them up. Char begins to tell Camille about the first people who went to live in space, how they thought it was better to think of space as a promised land full of opportunity, rather than hating the elites who sent them there. How once they had shaken off Earth's gravity, they developed a new sense and became new types. Camille now sees it as his responsibility to pursue that promise, and in doing so, keep 4 alive within himself. When they reach the pickup location, they can just make out the flash of laser fire in the distance. The Argama is under attack. Jettisoning as much as they can, they keep the shuttle headed toward the fight and prepare their mobile suits. It will take 15 minutes for them to get there. Down 2 mobile suits, the Argama is struggling with its defense. Normal suited and ready, Fa goes to the bridge to beg Bright to let her launch the Methus. She's trained, experienced, and they need all the help they can get. But Bright refuses to let her fight. It's not as though her death will end the war. Wanting to protect Fa and the ship, Shinta and Kum take the opportunity to climb into the cockpit of the Methus themselves. "We have to protect the Argama in place of Camille," they say. With a sigh of resignation, Bright sends Fa to punish the 2 children, and Fa understands that he will now let her join the fight. Their opponents are none other than the Alexandria and its complement of mobile suits. Yazan and the Hambrabis harry the Ayug forces, and on the bridge, Captain Gadi tries to suss out if his newest officer, the turncoat Reko Alonde, is a spy. She insists that she didn't desert Ayug for any ideological reason. She just selfishly followed her heart. One of the Ayug mobile suits is entangled in the Hammurabi's sea serpent weapons. Immobilized, the suit is quickly destroyed. Apoli is almost caught himself, but Fa arrives to cut him free. Still, they are outnumbered, and it isn't long before Fa is grappled by a Hammurabi, and the Methus so badly damaged that she is forced to bail out to avoid being killed in the ensuing explosion. Camille arrives just in time to catch her escape pod. The Mega Bazooka launcher is sent out for Char, and he takes aim at the Alexandria itself. In that moment, a stunned Camille senses Rekkoa, even though he's sure she's dead. And she, on the bridge of the Alexandria, senses what Char is about to do. She tells the captain to have the ship pull back immediately, and as a result, several mobile suits are destroyed, but the ship is untouched. Char cannot understand how he could have missed. Gadi orders a full retreat. Impressed that Rekkoa just saved them all, he asks her again to explain why she left Ayug for the Titans. "I was drawn to a strong man," she tells him. When another officer confronts her, it becomes clear that the strong man, the one whose attention she would like to attract, is Sirocco. On the Argama, Char learns that a bootleg copy of his speech was broadcast to all the colonies in space. Ayug and its members, not to mention regular space noids, are reinvigorated, eager to work toward a new vision for humanity. Abawaku, renamed the Gate of Zedan, has been repurposed by the Titans and become part of Grips, along with Luna 2. There, Bask and Hymen discuss next steps, what to do about Char's speech, how to manage the Earth government, the plan to defeat Ayug, and whether something should be done about Sirocco and Axis. The Argama arrives at Colony 13. Part of the neutral side 2, it is the perfect place to replenish their supplies, repair the ship, and give the crew a chance to rest. While Emma goes to monitor their supply shipments, Camille, Fa, Shinta, and Kum take the linear car from the spaceport into the colony to sightsee and relax a while. In the same compartment sits Titan's cyber new-type pilot, Rosamia Badam. She makes notes, talking to herself about the possibility of secret manufacturing facilities to supply Ayug here. Although she senses something when they board, she doesn't seem to notice the group from the Argama until they exit the car when, looking up and seeing Camille, Rosamia says to herself, "Big brother? Brother, is that you?" She follows behind them. Patrolling in the Hyakushiki, Char investigates the outside of the colony. Several mobile suits have been ambushed in this area in the last few days, and he thinks he might find whoever is responsible. Hiding in an orange orchard in one of the colony's food production modules, 2 Titans pilots, Hyzax at the ready, monitor the spaceport and activities near the colony. On spotting the Hyakushiki, they rush to their mobile suits. If they take Char out, he will be their 10th kill. Surrounded by beautiful mountains and woods, quaint farmhouses, and fields full of cows, Camille and Fa chase after the rambunctious Shinta and Kum. At a dirt road, they find a horse-drawn cart for rent and decide to take it down to the lake. Just as they are leaving, Rosamia jumps in, clings to Camille's arm, and declares him to be her brother. When Fa cuts in, demanding to know who she is and what she's doing, she asks back, "Are you my brother's girlfriend? You're just as I pictured. The two of you are perfect together." The horse knows the way and leads them on without any direction. Under her breath, Fa asks Camille what he thinks he's doing and accuses him of enjoying the attention from this beautiful, mysterious young woman. But Camille insists he's just trying to figure out who she is. He doesn't feel threatened by her at all, or get any sense that she's an enemy. So Fa presses Rosamia again, and Rosamia produces a small wallet with a picture inside. A group of 3 children, the oldest of whom looks remarkably like Camille, while the second looks like Rosamia herself. In the photo, a younger boy stands in front of them. "I lost my younger brother in the colony drop," she tells them, "but my older brother was never found." Fa and Camille have to admit the resemblance to the boy in the photograph. They can't explain it, but Camille is certain he's never seen Rosamia before. A group of swans paddle by on a nearby lake, and Camille looks up to see a shadow on the ceiling of the colony. The shadow is the Hyakushiki, flying along the outside. Char pauses, thinking he senses Amuro nearby, and is almost taken out by the two titans. He just barely manages to dodge their first shot and takes off, with the two Hyzaks following close behind. Camille, Fa, Rosamia, and the kids have left the cart and are now rowing boats across a lake. While Fa and Camille bicker, Rosamia and the kids reach the other end of the lake, and Kum hops out of the boat to talk to a young girl playing on the shore. The girl comes back to the boat, and it is none other than Minerva Zabi. No one there recognizes her. She plays with Shinta and Kum, strangely haughty for such a young child, but laughing and having fun all the same, until her guards and Haman appear on shore, demanding she be brought back immediately. Rosamia thinks that Haman has the air of an enemy, and wonders if she is an Ayug. On the outer surface of the colony, Char manages to grab hold of one of the enemy mobile suits, the Hyakushiki's arm looped around the Hyzak's gun. Until now, all three pilots have been very careful not to damage the colony, but the grappled pilot fires and misses, blasting a hole in Colony 13. Air rushes out, and the two Hyzaks escape into the colony. Char hesitates to follow them into the fragile, neutral colony full of non-combatants, but they shoot at him again, this time from the inside, and puncture the plating once more. Char gives chase, and manages to destroy one, but his shot causes the reactor to explode. Pausing to patch this new hole and prevent more air from escaping, he thinks to himself that he will have to stop the next one without damaging its reactor. The mobile suits roar over the lake. Haman sees the Hyakushiki and thinks that Ayug must be trying to kidnap Minerva. One of the guards scoops the girl up and runs her back to a nearby farmhouse. Camille recognizes Haman and Minerva as they leave, and wonders if Char knows that they are here. Another of Minerva's guards retrieves a mobile suit from inside a nearby silo and busts his way out. Trying his best not to damage the colony any further, Char cuts the arm off the remaining Hyzak and destroys its camera, and demands the pilot exit the mobile suit. Yet while he waits, the Axis pilot fires on them both, destroying the Hyzak and putting another hole in Colony 13. The rush of air sucks the Axis mobile suit out into space, and once it's clear, Char fires and destroys it. He seals the hole as best he can and returns to the Argama. Camille, Fa, Rosamia, and the kids manage to get to safety, despite the mobile suit battle going on around them, and they all return to the Argama. Char will be questioned by police, but doubts that he will be punished in any way. After all, the Titans had been ambushing pilots in the area for days, and they instigated this more recent fight. Rosamia continues to cling to Camille, insisting that he is her long-lost older brother. No one on the Argama knows who she really is, but Emma and Char have a bad feeling about her. Fa, Camille, and Emma watch as Rosamia bickers with Shinta and Kum over Haro. Her general childishness has not worn off. It's clear that something is not right. When she notices them, she rushes over to hug Camille, and he takes the opportunity to introduce her to Emma. Suddenly, Rosamia is frightened. Emma scares her, and she sinks to the ground, huddled in on herself. "Don't touch me!" she cries when Fa goes to lay a hand on her shoulder. At the same time, Emma's vision goes blue. She is overcome by a strange sensation and wonders who this girl could be. Leaving Rosamia in Fa's care, Camille follows Emma to a meeting with the officers. It seems that Grips 2 may have been converted into a laser emitter, and their mission is to find out for certain, while also investigating the Gate of Zedan. Rosamia wanders in before Fa can stop her. She seems lost, and Fa gently guides her away. Thinking it may give them some clue as to what's going on with this mysterious civilian, Char proposes that the ship's doctor examine Rosamia. Camille asks if Char really thinks she could be a cyber new type, and seems confused when it's pointed out that Char never said that. Making her way down the hall, Rosamia clutches her head in pain, her vision going blue this time. Desperately, Rosamia gasps, "Please, tell me about my brother, or about yourself, anything." Of course I will, Fa says, but what's the matter? I'm afraid to be alone, is all Rosamia replies. On the Dogos Gear, Rekoa and Sirocco have a heart-to-heart. He tells her he understands her, that he can tell her heart is hurting, and that none of the men on the Argama were sensitive enough to see it. That she has had to be tough and to act strong, but is exhausted and needs rest. It's as if you've been watching me all along, she murmurs, before he pulls her into an embrace. Shocked, she struggles, but he only pulls her closer. This is the warmth you've been seeking, and if my feelings prove insincere, you can stab me through the heart. Abruptly, he pulls away from her, telling her that he is returning to the Jupitris, but leaving her at the Masala. Bewildered by the sudden change of subject, she thanks his already retreating back. The Dogos Gear has noticed the Argama launching mobile suits, despite the Argama hiding itself in a debris field, and launches the Barzams and Rekoa in the Masala. Camille, Emma, and Apoli hide their suits behind bits of asteroid, hoping to remain undetected as they observe Grips, but Rekoa spots them. After an initial hesitation, she tells her commander that she has spotted the Ayuk mobile suits, and a fight begins. When the Masala chases after the Zeta, Emma intervenes, grabbing hold of the Masala with her Mark II. Emma, let me go, Rekoa says, and a stunned, disbelieving Emma releases her hold, falling back and stuttering, It can't be. Returning to her pursuit of the Zeta, Rekoa grumbles under her breath at how skilled Camille has gotten as a pilot. He darts behind an asteroid and she loses him. In a blink, he darts back into view and behind her, grabbing hold of the Masala and sending it crashing into a piece of debris. Camille watches as the enemy pilot leaves their cockpit and is as stunned as Emma was when he sees Rekoa. This is a mission, isn't it? You're infiltrating the Titans? Camille's voice is tinged with desperation as he tries to understand why Rekoa would leave them. But Rekoa insists that this was her own decision. He lunges toward her in a motion that is half tackle and half hug, demanding to know why she would do this, why they must now meet as enemies. Both of them begin to cry, as Rekoa explains that there's nothing for her on the Argama. But I can protect you, isn't that enough? Camille sobs. Don't make things harder for me. You're kind, but someday you'll understand. With a shove, Rekoa sends Camille back toward the Zeta, and she jets back to the Methus. She tells Camille that the colony laser is complete before returning to the Dogos Gear, Camille calling after her. In the hangar of the Argama, Emma confronts Camille. You saw Rekoa! Hey, where are you going? I don't know what I saw, he says, dodging around her, and what do you care where I go? Emma slaps him across the face, demanding that he go make his report to Captain Bright and get himself under control. He fires back, how am I supposed to be calm? How can I explain something I don't understand? But goes to report all the same. Once there, Camille admits that he saw Rekoa. Emma thinks he should have killed her, and they argue. Camille pointing out that Emma betrayed the Titans to join Ayug, and Emma countering that this is completely different. Camille sullenly asking if everything is justified as long as it's in accordance with your ideology, and Emma slapping him and telling him to stop being a brat. Living governed by emotions alone is easy, she scolds. Oh, is that why you keep slapping people? He retorts. Bright finally steps in to tell them both to cut it out. He is confident that Rekoa's information is good. They must assume that the colony laser is complete. And for the sake of crew morale, they must keep Rekoa's betrayal a secret. Camille bristles at this adult way of doing things. The dishonesty grates at him, and he storms out of the meeting. The colony laser is ready for a partial trial. Bask decides they should aim at the Argama, and makes Rekoa stay on the bridge to watch. You need to get used to the Titans, he growls, when she tries to excuse herself. The shot just misses the Argama, reflects off a nearby colony's light panels, and blasts straight through the cylinder. Air rushes out, sucking people and debris into space. Camille's vision goes blue, and he can feel the blinding light of the laser, and sense the people dying. What can one person do against a weapon like that? Bright orders the Argama to retreat immediately. Bask is unfazed by missing the Argama, considering the test a good warning to other colonies. Rekoa, finally permitted to leave the room, stands in a dark hallway, overcome by the horror of what's just happened. She is trapped. She cannot return to Ayug now. On their way to a meeting, Camille and Fa get a call over the ship's intercom. Shinta and Kum, who are supposed to be keeping an eye on Rosamia while she has her checkup in Dr. Hassan's office, need help. Rosamia is going to be dissected! Arriving at the office, they see that the panic was unfounded, although Rosami is clearly very afraid and bites the doctor when he tries to get her to lay down on the examination table. Camille calms her, and between his insistence that she has to have the checkup if she wants to stay on the Argama, and Shinta and Kum assuring her that if she behaves, the doctor will give her candy, she finally complies. The mobile suits are undergoing maintenance, and while they assist Astonaji, Char checks with Camille. Do they have any information about Rosamia? The doctor's work has only just begun, but so far she seems normal, to Camille's great relief. But Char warns Camille that she can be a good girl and still not be on their side. Aboard the Dogos Gear, Basque gives Rekoa new orders. She is to lead a team in gassing a nearby colony. When she tries to talk her way out of the assignment, Basque punches Rekoa in the face, reminding her she's not special, and she still needs to prove her loyalty to the Titans. After she is dismissed, Rekoa stands in the hallway a moment to collect herself, and wonders why Sirocco feels the need to test her like this. With mobile suit maintenance completed, the Argama pilots are on standby. Still, Camille ducks out to check on Rosamia. Her initial checkup is complete, and she's standing around shirtless, still childlike in her lack of embarrassment or self-consciousness. The doctor tells Camille that so far, nothing is wrong with her, but he still needs to test for drugs, cellular abnormalities, and hypnotism. Regardless, Camille shouldn't worry. It's all under control. Rekoa and her team are just outside the target colony when some clumsy flying by one of the Hyzacs sets off the laser security system. Almost relieved, Rekoa thinks that if the Argama comes, she won't have to go through with the mission after all. The Argama receives the emergency transmission and prepares its mobile suits. In the meantime, Shinta and Kum have taken Rosamia to the lounge for a snack. A klaxon goes off, and Rosamia is suddenly clutching her head. I hate that sound, she stutters. But it's just the warning that the mobile suits are launching, the children tell her. Besides, when Camille launches in the Zeta, it looks really cool. Staring down at the table, she says to herself, Camille, Zeta, there's something I'm supposed to do? I can pilot mobile suits. She vacillates, remembering Camille's admonition to stay on the ship. But Shinta and Kum think that this is the perfect opportunity to help Camille, and she gives way, going with them to the hangar. Sitting in the cockpit of the Hyakushiki, Char receives a call from Dr. Hassan. The blood tests show drugs in Rosamia's system. She is probably a cyber new type. And to top it off, the doctor cannot find her. Char stays behind to look for her, and the rest of the team launch without him, Emma now leading the mission. Dr. Hassan and Char search the hangar for Rosamia, but Shinta and Kum provide a distraction, and she boards an empty Nemo, locking the cockpit from the inside. Despite her lack of experience with the Nemo, she easily manages to hotwire the mobile suit. In an effort to prevent her from launching, they disable the lift, but she simply uses the controls to climb the suit up onto the launch deck. She takes off after Camille, with Char following right behind her. And although he fires, trying to disable her mobile suit, she dodges adroitly out of the way. This is all the confirmation Char needs that the tests were accurate. She must be a cyber new type. Armed with only Nemos, the besieged colony's defenses are quickly wiped out, leaving Rekoa sweating. Is that it? And the Argama still hasn't arrived? Preparations are complete, the gas ready to be deployed. After a brief hesitation, Rekoa gives the order. In the Zeta, Camille suddenly feels ill, as faces and cries spiral through his mind. Though not as clearly, Fa feels it too. When they arrive at the colony, Camille fights his way through enemy suits, but can tell it's already too late. After what she's done, Rekawa is all too ready now to fight Camille. "If you're this slow in battle, you'll never defeat Sirocco," she taunts. Camille shouts back that he will never understand her and never forgive her. Rosamia arrives, jolting Camille out of his usual focus, but she is clearly a skilled combatant, gleefully destroying the Hyzax that were fighting Camille. Eager to get Rosamia somewhere safe, he takes her inside the colony, explaining that she's to wait there until he comes back for her. Seeing a small child laying dead in the street, the childlike Rosamia runs over and tries to wake him. 2 Hyzax enter the colony and begin to bomb the city, Camille rushing back to the Zeta to fight them off. Rosamia falls to her knees, muttering that the sky is falling. By the time Camille returns, the childlike Rosamia is gone, and Lieutenant Rosamia of the Titans is back. "Zeta Gundam will bring the sky down. You are my enemy. My orders are to eliminate you," she snarls at him, as he desperately calls out to her and dodges her attacks. She chases after him, and when Emma comes to his aid, he tries to call her off. He doesn't want Rosamia harmed. Mission complete, Rekawa is ordered to return, and Rosamia receives orders to go with her. They leave, and while most of the Argama crew seem relieved by Rosamia's departure, Camille pounds the controls of the Zeta, sobbing into the panel. After witnessing the destructive power of the colony laser, Granada is evacuated, its population sheltering in newly dug tunnels deep below the surface of the moon. A few remain, ready to fight on against the Titans. Meanwhile, the Argama and the Radish are on their way to Side 2. Camille goes to talk to Dr. Hassan and is surprised to run into Emma at the door, and to find Char and Fa already inside. It seems they all want to ask the doctor about the cyber new type Rosamia Badam. While he cannot say anything conclusively, there were certainly drugs in her blood work that indicate some kind of medical intervention. Camille angrily asks what good making cyber new types would do, and gets even angrier when the doctor muses about pushing the limits of current scientific knowledge. For his part, Char thinks of how much faster it would be to make cyber new types than to wait for new types to evolve naturally. But then, they wouldn't really be new types. Camille insists that this cannot be allowed to happen, and storms from the room, Fa chasing after him. The doctor sighs that perhaps it's best to let nature take its course, but Char worries that while they wait, normal humans, old types, will destroy the Earth. In the hall, Fa continues to pursue Camille, asking him if he'll be able to fight Rosamia if they meet in the field. He's not sure. After all, cyber new types don't necessarily fight because they want to. Fa worries that Rosamia might be programmed to fight. Her wants may not enter into it at all. But Camille angrily insists that you can't program a person. Preparing for its attack on Granada, the Dogos Gear first launches a diversionary gas attack on one of Side 2's colonies. Rosamia has been training with a new mobile suit, the Bound Dock, and seems thrilled with its performance. But we still catch glimpses of Rosami when she tells the new type researcher that she is going to defeat the Argama and save her brother. She and another cyber new type, Lieutenant Gates, are left with the gas team in their Bound Docks, while the Dogos Gear moves on toward the moon. Other Titans ships remain, arrayed against the Aeug forces that have just launched their own mobile suits. The mayor of Side 2 watches it all from a command center, arguing with an aide who tells him it's not too late to surrender. But the mayor stands firm. Have you seen that colony laser? What more proof do we need that the Titans don't care about space noids? Piloting the Methus, Fa chases a fleeing Barzam and is caught by Rosamia's Boundadoc. Camille comes to her rescue and winds up in a dogfight with Rosamia, though it takes them several passes before they sense each other. Rosamia proclaims that she will save her brother, who has clearly been captured by the Zeta. Nonplussed, Camille stutters that it's Rosami who has been captured, and that he has come to take her back to the White Ship. Rosamia seems uncertain, but finally says yes. In that moment, she is overcome with pain. A red aura emanates from the bound duck, and without warning she fires at Camille. He dodges out of the way, but the shot hits the nearby colony. Firing continuously, brow furrowed, she declares that Zeta dropped the sky, that Zeta crushed her family. With no desire to fight her, Camille dodges, all while calling out and trying to get to the part of her that knows and trusts him. He charges in, her eyes go wide. She seems to freeze, and Camille drags the bound duck through the hole in the colony and to the ground below. Rosamia huddles, terrified, in the dark cockpit of her mobile suit, until Camille opens the door. Framed in light, he reaches out to her and pulls her into the sunshine. They have returned to the colony where they met, and the breeze over the fields and the sounds of birds belie the danger the colony is in. The two of them sit together at the edge of a lake, Camille's arm around Rosamia as she leans against him. It makes him think of 4, and he wishes he could have been with her like this. Outside, Char manages to fight off several Hyzacs and disengage the gas canister before it poisons the colony. Realizing that this is the colony where Minerva was, he wonders if she made it out safely and goes to investigate the villa where she and her retinue were hiding out. He finds the villa in disarray, furniture broken and overturned, and one of Minerva's maids lying unconscious on the floor. Kneeling down, he takes her in his arms. "Lamia, what happened to Minerva?" She wakes and assures him that Minerva made it out with Haman, but asks him to protect the young girl. She's kind by nature and couldn't help being born a Zabi. Lamia dies in Char's arms, and he returns to the Hyakushiki. On his way out of the colony, he senses Camille's presence. Lieutenant Gates arrives in the second bound duck, accompanied by the new type researcher, and they try to use the Psychomu system to re-exert control over Rosamia. "Try not to kill her," the researcher reminds Gates. The Psychomu causes Rosamia a great deal of pain, and she staggers back against a boulder. Landing, Gates goes out to Camille and Rosamia, threatening both with a pistol. Camille manages to dodge the pistol fire until the Hyakushiki flies by, providing cover that sends Gates back to the relative safety of his mobile suit. Rosamia seems to control her bound duck remotely, and it transforms into a humanoid shape. She asks Camille who he is, why he keeps trying to give her orders. "I'm your brother." "What nonsense," she replies. Returning to her mobile suit, she tries to crush Camille underfoot, and he flees back to the Zeta. Just as before, he is unwilling to harm Rosamia, even as she tries to kill him. She knocks him to the ground, and is about to deliver the coup de grace when Char comes to his rescue. He and Camille rush back out into space. Rosamia and Gates chase them, but AU reinforcements arrive, and they are forced to retreat as they are badly outnumbered. Camille cries in his cockpit, wondering if Rosamia will ever return to the Argama. Grips 2 and the colony laser are nearly in range of Granada. With few options left, Melanie Hugh Carbine sends a special envoy to the Argama. The officers and pilots gather on the bridge to receive the envoy, along with Beckner and Katz representing the crew of the Radish. It seems that Carbine wants them to attempt to negotiate with Axis once more, breaking up the alliance that leaves Aeug so overpowered. "But they're our enemy!" Katz blurts out, and it's clear that none of the younger members of the crew like this idea. But Char's response is more measured. They don't know yet whether Axis is truly an enemy or not, and he agrees with Bright that they should follow orders and complete the mission. Later, in the passageways of the ship, Bright and Camille have stopped to talk when they overhear an argument in a nearby room. It is Emma, loudly scolding Katz and Fa, who feel they cannot participate in this mission. The underhandedness of asking Axis to turn traitor, and the total inability to trust Axis make the mission anathema to both of them. After hearing this, Bright enters the room and asks if that is truly how they feel. When they reply with a confident "yes," he orders them both to the brig until the mission is completed. After they've gone, Emma points out that Fa and Katz aren't the only ones on board who are against the mission. But Bright is adamant that this is precisely why those two had to be punished. He cannot have them running around the ship, voicing their defiance and damaging crew morale. Camille is the one who flies out under flag of truce to request a meeting from Haman on the Guadan. He has kept carefully under guard his entire time on the ship, but Haman acts gracious and tells him that there is no need for the Argama to send anyone to the Guadan. She will instead go to the Argama to meet with them. Once Camille takes his leave, one of her officers questions whether it's wise for her to go aboard the Ayug ship, but she is curious and wants a chance to examine the Argama firsthand. On her way in, she buzzes the bridge in her new mobile suit, the Kubele. Once aboard, she meets with the officers of the Argama, who have been authorized to accept Axis's terms, the return of the Zabi family. Ayug's backers have also agreed to cede Side 3 to Axis control. What would you have done if we did not accept the return of the Zabi family? Bright asks Haman. We would have begun a massive nuclear assault on the Earth, she admits, with a small smile. In return for these concessions, the Guadan will destroy the Titan's colony laser. But before Haman leaves to begin the mission, she insists that Char ask properly. He removes his sunglasses, bows, and politely begs Haman's assistance. With a laugh, she agrees, reassuring them that she keeps her promises, and they will have first-hand proof of the might of Axis. While the Guadan gets into position, the Argama and the Radish will stage a feint, keeping Titan's forces distracted. As the launch sirens blare, Camille takes normal suits to the brig for Katz, Fa, and the kids. He leaves the door to the brig unlocked before launching himself. Katz asks Fa if she wants to go, but instead of answering, she asks back, "What about you?" Still a bit petulant, Katz says that obviously he cannot leave without Bright's permission. Fa looks down at Shinta and Kum asleep in her lap, clearly thinking about how normally she would be fighting to keep them safe. Pacing the bridge, Bright and Char acknowledge that if the Guadan betrays them, the Argama and the Radish will be lost. On the Dogos Gear, Bask seems amused that such a small Ayug force would attack them, and orders his own mobile suit teams to launch. At the same time, they receive a message from the Guadan, offering to support them from the rear. Bask accepts the offer, but does not really trust Haman, and orders Gadi and the Alexandria to keep an eye on their Axis associates. But Haman is too clever for them. She orders the Guadan maneuvered to the rear of the colony laser, where it will not be visible from the Alexandria. She means to fulfill her promise to Ayug, but also to further her own schemes. They will target one of the colony laser's nuclear pulse engines, rendering it inoperable for now, but doing minimal damage so that they can use the laser themselves at a later date. All this time, Ayug's mobile suit pilots have been fighting, but they are outnumbered, and there are no more reserves to launch. Fa senses that Camille is in trouble and immediately rushes to the bridge, Katz, Shinta, and Kum chasing after her. She begs Bright to let her launch, and he releases her and Katz from their confinement. They arrive just as Camille is being swamped, providing much-needed backup, but Ayug forces are still struggling. What can be taking Axis so long? The Guadan finally fires, and retreats quickly out of range of any Titan's ships. Recalling all his mobile suit teams, Bask orders them to pursue the Guadan. When one of his officers questions whether it is more important for them to continue defending Grips 2, Bask punches him so hard he staggers across the room. Haman has an excuse ready. It was all an unfortunate accident, as they were aiming at the Argama but missed their target. She can continue to play both sides off against each other to her own benefit. After the battle, Char visits the Guadan, kneeling before Minerva in the throne room. She gives a little speech, adult and formal, thanking him for his service to the Zabi family. As he leaves, Haman whispers theatrically to Minerva that this operation has delivered Ayug into their power, and it was all thanks to Char. In the aftermath of Ayug and Axis's attack on Grips 2, the colony laser remains inoperable, and Haman arranges to meet with Jamitov Haimem. Skipping meals and working around the clock on mobile suit repairs, Katz worries about being forgotten, while Camille just worries about Katz. When Apolly asks Camille to run a report to the bridge, Katz insists that he'll take it, and the two rush over together. They arrive to find Captain Bright and Char talking about Haman, and Katz immediately butts in. "This is none of your concern," Bright warns, and Camille tries to lead Katz away, but Katz is on a roll. He cannot believe they bowed their heads to Haman. Aren't they ashamed? How can they trust someone so patently untrustworthy? How can they work with the Zabis? Char points out that so far, Haman has not betrayed them, and Bright sighs that it's not as if they have other options. But Katz is in no mood for adults and their excuses. He flings the report to the floor and storms off. Aboard the Jupitris, Sarah heads to Siroko's office, turning the corner just in time to see Rekoa leave. She notices Sarah but says nothing, hurrying in the opposite direction. Siroko informs Sarah that he and Rekoa are going to the Gate of Zedan on a mission. He doesn't trust Haman, and wants Sarah to stay behind as a rear guard. At first desperate to go with Paptimus-sama, the jealous and unhappy Sarah finally agrees to do as ordered. Launching with her two wingmen, she immediately goes on the offensive, convinced that Siroko is goading her, and that this is her chance to prove herself. Standing on the bridge of the Argama, Camille feels the pressure of Sarah's approach, and Bright sends him out in the Zeta. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Camille is able to cleverly dodge enemy attacks, destroying one Titan's mobile suit and blinding another by shooting its mono-eye. He is caught in a missile barrage from Sarah's new Bolanok Saman mobile suit, and the cover from the explosions allows Sarah to get in close. Camille tries to convince her to stop, but she fights on, and he slashes an arm from her mobile suit. When she runs, Camille chases her. The time has come for the joint Axis and Ayug attack on the Gate of Zedan to begin. Bright orders the mobile suit teams to launch, and aims the Argama directly at the enemy fleet. Camille finds Sarah's mobile suit abandoned on an old asteroid base. Knowing that he may be walking into a trap, Camille carefully makes his way inside. Down the winding halls, Sarah waits, gun drawn. She hears footsteps and peers around a corner to see the silhouette of a person moving down the hall. But as she approaches, she sees that it is an empty normal suit, floating along with its verniers turned on. Without warning, Camille tackles her and manages to knock the gun from her hand. He continues trying to convince her not to fight, telling her that Siroko doesn't truly care for her, but she won't hear it. She is willing to die for Siroko's ideals. He ties her hands and takes her back with him on the Zeta. Haman finally arrives for her meeting with Jamitov, kneeling when she enters the room and ready with an excuse for their mistake with Grips 2. But he cuts her off, demanding to know what she really wants. What Haman really wants is the revival of the Zabis, and although Jamitov has already promised her this, she knows it cannot truly happen without his death. After this shocking declaration, Jared fires at her, but misses as she drops to the floor and rolls out of the way. Popping back up to her feet, she brandishes one of her earrings. "Stay back! This earring is full of enough cyanide gas to kill everyone in this room." The room shudders. The attack has begun. The door behind Haman slides open, revealing one of her own soldiers. As she escapes into the hall, she tosses the earring to the floor, and gas fills the room. Jared and Hyman escape through a sealed hatch, while the other guards in the room succumb to the poison. The Argama and the Radish have launched almost all of their mobile suits and are attacking the Gate of Zedan directly. The only suit left is the Methus, but Katz tells them he can't launch. That is, until he hears Sarah's voice over Camille's radio. His scruples overcome, he launches and joins the rest of the fleet. Since escaping Haman's gas attack, Jared has launched with the other Titans' mobile suits and has turned his focus to the Guadan. Ayug moves to defend the Axis ship, and Jared and Camille find themselves dogfighting yet again. Sarah feels a flash, a sense of Siroko's presence when she spots the Jupitress, and suddenly she grabs hold of Camille's arm, forcing him to struggle for control while avoiding Jared's attacks. She calls out to Katz over the radio, begging him not to fight, or better still, to destroy the Guadon. Camille finally has to knock her back into the wall, knocking her unconscious before he can fully regain control of the Zeta. Katz saves Camille from an attack from Jared, and the damage is such that Jared is forced to retreat. The two forces are at a stalemate. The gate of Zedan still stands, but Axis approaches. Captured again, Sarah stands in a cell aboard the Argama. As if she cannot help herself, she turns coquettish, admiring how strong Katz has become. He credits her for making him strong. She taught him not to be so trusting. "Why did you bring her here?" Fa asks Camille. "You knew this would happen." "I still have trouble killing. Killing can't be the best solution, can it?" The gate of Zedan's control room is a frantic hum of activity as they launch as many ships as possible, as quickly as possible. They have only 1 hour until Axis will strike, and in that time must save as much of their staff and supplies and as many of their ships as they can. But Ayug will not sit back while this happens. They are closing in to keep the Titan's fleet from escaping, in a strategy Appley calls whack-a-mole. Sirocco plans to keep the Jupitress well clear of the fighting, but sees an opportunity in the inevitable chaos of battle. Reccoa will use the confusion as cover and rescue Sarah from the Argama. With some jealousy, and wary of encountering her old crewmates, Reccoa pushes back, asking if he insists that she go. Calmly, he explains that Sarah may have gathered valuable information since her capture, and that if the positions were reversed, he would send Sarah to rescue her. He orders Reccoa to launch in the Pallas Athene mobile suit, after which the Jupitress leaves the area. Alone in a dark room, Katz watches the live security footage of Sarah's cell. Camille and Fa rush in looking for him. He completely missed the mission briefing and Emma is furious. It's time to launch, and Camille grabs hold of Katz's arm, only for Katz to pull sharply away. Camille slaps him, leaving both Fa and Katz stunned. "How can you tell me to fight when I feel this way? I know you understand," Katz rails, but Camille is steely. Can't Katz see what is going on around them? He needs to get his head on straight, put Sarah out of his mind, and focus on the fight ahead of them, or he'll be the one who dies. "Fine, I'll fight," Katz grumbles and leaves in a huff. As they all get into their mobile suits, Camille thinks to himself that Katz will never be a truly great pilot unless he learns to master his own emotions. The Ayug forces fire on the Gate of Zedan and the fleeing Titan's ships, with the Gate of Zedan firing back, and soon the space around them is an impenetrable net of laser fire. While the Titans continue their desperate push to get materials and ships out of Zedan, Ayug and Hamon's forces block the spaceport exits. Smiling, Hamon observes the battle from the bridge of the Guadon, pleased with their progress. Deep inside the ship, sheltered and ignorant of the dangers outside, Minima takes a violin lesson with her tutor. Taking a deep breath, Reccoa makes the plunge, weaving her way in close to the Argama. The spotters and the gunners miss her, and she has a clear shot at the rear of the ship, yet she hesitates. When she fires, the damage is disruptive but not catastrophic, just enough for Sarah to escape through the smoke, back to her mobile suit and out into space. She thinks of Katz, wishing she could have seen him one last time, and he senses her across the battlefield. He takes off after her, heedless of the risk, and Emma follows, yelling at him to watch out for friendly fire. It is clear that Katz and Sarah do not want to kill each other, but Sarah feels trapped, as if it is already too late for her. When Katz tries to talk her around and tells her that he just wants to be with her, she accuses him of being unmanly for expressing his feelings so openly. His face looks just like it did when Camille slapped him. Once Emma catches up, she fires on Sarah and urges Katz to do the same, but he can't do it. Sarah escapes back to the Jupitress. In the meantime, Fa clashes with the mobile suit that fired on the Argama, not realizing that Rekoa is the pilot until Rekoa says to her, "You've improved, Fa." Mission accomplished, Rekoa retreats, but Fa chases her, grabbing hold of the Palisathane and flying straight at the gate of Zedan. "Fa, let me go!" Rekoa cries out, firing at the Titan's mobile suits in their path so that her own suit won't be destroyed. They crash down a hangar and leave their mobile suits to talk face to face. Fa can't understand why Rekoa would betray them, and although Rekoa tries to dodge the accusation, talking about how she finally feels affection again, how she is content and stable for the first time, Fa is unmoved. Rekoa's selfishness has hurt them all, but especially Camille. Rekoa credits Camille's feelings with him being a man, and muses that behaving according to gender is simple. It's ideology that's complicated. And besides, the men of the Argama thought only of themselves. Confused by this little speech, and uncertain what gender has to do with any of this, Fa looks on, until an explosion in the hangar knocks them back. Camille arrives in the Zeta, and when Rekoa retreats to her mobile suit, Fa draws her pistol and takes aim, but cannot bring herself to shoot. Just outside, Jared is defending the gate of Zedan, and he spots Camille chasing Rekoa. He is eager to take on his rival and yells at Rekoa to get out of the way, but she grabs hold of the Zeta instead. Willing to kill one of his own allies if it means destroying the Zeta Gundam, Jared is taking aim when Fa tackles him. Apolly calls out to her and sends Body to help the Zeta. Rekoa shoots a leg off Body's Rick Diaz. Jared and Fa disentangle, and Apolly dives between them, just as Jared shoots. Apolly dies, saving Fa, the direct hit completely destroying his mobile suit, and him with it. In a rage, Camille slashes at Jared's Bjarlant, and even Jared is surprised by the true power of the Zeta. Jared retreats back, after Camille's attacks cut through one of the Bjarlant's thrusters. Axis will hit in 3 minutes, and it is time for the Argama and all the rest of the AUG and Axis forces to go. Every vessel leaves the area as fast as they can. Several ships and mobile suits that are not fast enough, agile enough, or lucky enough are destroyed by the debris that shatters off when the massive bases collide. Even now, Jared and Camille still dogfight through the pandemonium until Char calls Camille back to the Argama. All of the power of Axis is now in the Earth sphere, and Melanie Hugh Carbine is coming to negotiate with Haman directly. But the younger pilots of the Argama are not thinking of politics just now. They sit quietly in small groups, grieving Apolly. Fa blames herself for not killing Rekoa when she had a chance, and although Emma credits Fa's kindness, Fa can't help but wonder if it's something else. Rekoa has accepted her fate. Isn't that what being a woman is? Emma disagrees, and they both fall silent, deep in their own thoughts. In the aftermath of Axis's collision with the Gate of Zedan, Sirocco is on his way to meet with Haman aboard the Guadan. Rekoa will go along as guard and escort, but as they approach their mobile suits, Sarah rushes up to Sirocco, fear in her voice as she demands to know why she's being left behind. She pleads with him to let her come assist with negotiations, but her orders were to stay and guard the Jupitress, and Haman isn't someone she can handle. "How do you know?" she pouts and turns away, almost in tears. On his way into his cockpit, Sirocco, almost as an afterthought, looks back at her and gives her permission to come along. Once inside his new mobile suit, the O, Sirocco receives word of a message from Jamitov. He will also be meeting with Haman, and warns Sirocco not to begin the talks without him. Sirocco laughs to himself, as if all is going according to plan. In the Argama briefing room, the pilots are on standby, while Char is aboard the Guadan. Katz paces agitatedly across the room, certain that Axis has betrayed them, and ready to fight them alone if no one else will go, when Camille tries to calm him down. Hurrying toward death would only hurt the family waiting for him back on Earth. Yet when the briefing room phone rings, Katz lunges for it, and after listening for a moment he runs from the room in too much of a hurry to tell the rest of the pilots the message. The bridge has intercepted communication between the Jupitrus and the Guaran, and it seems Sirocco and Haman are meeting. Without orders, Katz tries to launch the G-Defensor. Bright orders him stopped, but even when Astanagi stops the launch mechanism, Katz is able to take off. On his way to the Guaran, he checks his pistol, and thinks to himself that if he kills Sirocco, maybe Sarah will see things differently. The bridge crew warn the Guaran that a mobile suit is on its way, so that they don't shoot Katz down on sight, and Camille receives permission to go after the wayward pilot. Sirocco, Rekoa, and Sarah arrive at the Guaran, but only 2 mobile suits will be allowed to enter. To Sarah's obvious surprise, Rekoa requests to stay outside the ship, keeping watch in case Jamitov tries something. Once inside, Sarah waits in the hangar with their mobile suits, while Sirocco is escorted to meet with Haman. Deep inside the Guaran, Mineva plays violin for Char, and he compliments her, saying that her playing has put him at ease. But he becomes suspicious when Mineva tells him she has to go. She is being moved to another ship. Close behind the Jupitrus pilots, Katz arrives. He is permitted to land, but Haman specifically warns her crew that the Zeta should not be allowed on board. Still, Camille is able to deftly fly the Zeta through the rapidly closing hangar door, surprising the crew inside. He is shot at the moment he opens his cockpit, and does not have a chance to speak to Katz before the guards lead Katz away. Spotting Sarah, Camille pleads with her to go stop Katz, but she refuses to attempt it. He is going to try to kill Sirocco and Haman. Sarah cannot believe it, but Camille is certain he can sense murderous intent. While they argue, Katz pulls his pistol on the guard locking him up, and is able to disarm him. Working his way deeper into the ship, he tries to knock out another guard with the butt of his gun and fails. The guard knocks Katz back into a wall, and it is only by chance that Char emerges from the next room in time to elbow the guard in the back of the head, knocking him out and saving Katz. On finding out why Katz has come, Char tells him, "I will kill Sirocco and Haman," before ordering him back to the Argama. Jamitov has arrived, and he and Sirocco sit down with Haman. There are rumors that the Earth Federation is planning to cut ties with the Titans, though Jamitov scoffs at the idea. Regardless, Axis now controls space, and Haman considers the Titans unfit to lead humanity. They are an entire organization of people held back by Earth's gravity. Sirocco agrees with her, but he made a blood oath to serve Jamitov, and he pulls a pistol on the Axis leader. "You know what will happen if you kill me here, don't you?" she asks with a smile. Sirocco is aware of the risks, but has decided that Haman is too dangerous to let live. At this critical moment, the door opens, and Char enters, firing on the gathered leaders. He hits Sirocco in the shoulder, and from across the ship, Sarah feels Sirocco's pain, and shoots one of her mobile suit's guns through the ship, sending laser fire lancing through the meeting room. Everyone makes a run for it, and Sirocco finds himself alone with Jamitov, giving him the perfect opportunity. He kills His Excellency Jamitov Haimem, and when Sarah comes to help, blames the assassination on Haman. Everyone rushes back to their mobile suits, including Katz, who has not yet left the Guaran. Sirocco blasts a hole through the hull, and he and Sarah leave, with Katz and Camille hot on their heels. There is no sign of Char. Once again able to communicate with the rest of the Titans' forces, Sirocco informs them of Jamitov's assassination by Haman, and tells them that his last words were that they need to crush the Guaran. Sirocco rallies the Titans' forces to avenge their fallen leader. The Argama launches its own mobile suits, and Haman sets out in the Kubile to distract the Titans from Axis forces leaving the stricken Guaran. Seeing this as his chance to eliminate Haman as a threat, Sirocco calls Rekoa and Sarah to him, and the three of them focus all their attention on the Kubile. Rekoa seems to have a clear shot, when out of nowhere the arm of her mobile suit is shot off. Zeta too is attacked, but not by the Cubile directly. A red aura, like rising flames, emanates from Haman. Sirocco concentrates, the space around him turning a sickly, black-speckled yellow. Time seems to slow, and he can see the Cubile's bits, small, highly mobile guns, controlled by Haman's new type powers. Once he knows what to feel for, Sirocco is able to shoot a few, and Haman is forced to acknowledge what a threat he is. Her aura grows, spreading out like the wings of a great bird, and lashes out, hurting Sirocco and damaging his mobile suit. Electricity arcs across his cockpit, as Sirocco's own aura, white instead of red, but otherwise just like Haman's, returns her attack. Both mobile suits emanate energy, but neither moves. Recoa calls out, confused, but Sarah tells her, "Can't you feel it? They are fighting far beyond our reach." This is Katz's moment. While Sirocco is occupied, Katz blitzes in and fires. Sarah screams, "No!" and dives in front of the shot. Sirocco and Haman are jarred from their battle of wills, and in the seconds before her death, Sarah urges Katz to run. Full of fury, Sirocco flies towards Katz, but Sarah's figure appears in space, shielding Katz with her ghostly body. Sirocco seems stunned, but resumes his attack, only for Recoa to get in his way when she launches her own attack on the G-Defensor. When Camille arrives, followed by more of the Artemis mobile suits, and Char, still alive and in the Hyakushiki, Sirocco accepts that they are outnumbered, and he and Recoa retreat. From a distance, Haman is pleased to watch the Titans and Ayug tear each other apart. She flies off to her new flagship, the Guamban. Katz is dazed. When Emma calls out to him, he tells her he was in a dream. A dream where he and Sarah were playing together as children. He sobs into his console. In the distance, the Guadan finally explodes. The pilots of the Argama and across Ayug are preparing to launch. Operation Maelstrom begins now. The already shaky alliance with Axis has broken down, and they need to wrest the terrible power of the colony laser from Haman. Katz, ever competitive, is angry that Camille will launch first, and makes to launch the G-Defensor and go with Camille on his diversionary mission. Fa attempts to stop him, but at the same time is trying to wrangle Shintan Kum, and Katz launches without permission. Mere moments later, Fa takes off after him in the Methus. Camille is surprised when Katz catches up to him. At first, Katz claims that he couldn't let Camille go alone, but soon admits that he came because he now blames Haman for Sarah's death and believes he should be the one to avenge her. Convinced that Katz is too emotional and will put them both at risk, Camille orders Katz back to the ship. When he won't go, Camille threatens to shoot, until Fa intercedes in their standoff. Determined to end the war as quickly as possible, Camille orders Katz and Fa back to the main Ayug force, while he takes off to kill Haman. Not one to be told what to do, Katz follows again, and again, Fa goes after him. In the meantime, the battle rages on. Char takes to the field for the first time in many battles, going with Body to disable the colony laser by destroying its solar panels. On the bridge of the Guanban, Haman is given a status report. They have the strength advantage, but their forces are getting in their own way, and their formations are letting too many Ayug mobile suits through. She is suddenly overcome by a sense of pressure, her arms covered in goosebumps, and wonders who it could be. Nearby, Camille hides behind an asteroid, waiting for her to come out. Char and Body destroy the colony laser's power system without too much trouble before being attacked by Axis pilots. One of the three is killed right away, and the other two decide that defending the colony laser, which is no use whatsoever in this battle, is not worth risking their lives. Ayug has managed to surround the colony laser so that Axis forces stationed there cannot get through. It seems to Haman that she will have to go out and handle this herself. The first to attack her is Katz, but she outmaneuvers him easily, and when one of her wingmen lands on top of the G-Defensor, Katz is in serious trouble. Fa comes to his rescue, shooting down the Axis pilot and leading Katz to a safer position. "You are the source of all our fighting," Camille yells at Haman as he joins the fight. With Fa and Katz keeping other nearby Axis pilots occupied, Camille and Haman face only each other, exchanging attacks shot for shot and slash for slash, until they are both suddenly overcome. Waves of energy radiate off them so strongly that Emma and Char sense it from across the battlefield. Pink and purple and blue new type space engulfs Camille and Haman. They seem to float. Each wonders where they are. Ghostly projections of faces flash before Camille's eyes. Four and Rosami, Emma and Rekoa, Fa and his mother. But none of these women are the person he is sensing. But it is someone he met long ago. Haman's experience is much the same. She sees Char and Sirocco, but knows that this isn't either of them. Their vision clouds again. Camille sees a hazy vision of him as a child, standing next to his mother. Haman sees herself, leaning on Char, both of them in civilian clothes next to a beautiful lake in the mountains. Are these memories? Are they dreams? Both new types clutch their heads in pain, their wave-like auras arcing overhead and tying together in a sort of knot. Beams of light shoot from the knot as Camille realizes that he and Haman saw the same thing, that this shared memory must be the key to understanding each other. Yet Haman discounts them as only memories, and angrily accuses the Zeta of getting too close to her, of deluding her and meddling with her mind. Her anger snaps them both back to their physical bodies, in the midst of a battle in space. She resumes her attacks, but Camille no longer wants to kill Haman. He believes peace and understanding are possible if only she would stop fighting. She raises her beam saber to Camille and is struck by Katz. He continues to buzz around Haman, but she evades him and slashes through one of the G-Defensor's stabilizers, sending Katz spinning out of control. Refocusing on Camille, Haman shoots, only for Fa to dash in, protecting Camille with the Methus and losing one of the mobile suit's legs in the process. Seeing Fa come so close to death ends Camille's hope for a peaceful resolution with Haman. He distracts her by throwing his beam rifle and bayonet at her, before firing ropes to entangle the Kubilay's arm. Pulling the ropes to bring the Kubilay closer, he raises his beam saber to strike, but hears, "People can understand each other, right?" That moment costs him. His strike goes wide, cutting off part of the Kubilay's shoulder, disabling but not destroying it. Haman runs back to the Guamban, hoping to regroup her forces and continue the attack. After their encounter, she decides that Camille, not Char, is the real threat. Camille, Fa, and Katz return to the main force, but taking on the Axis defenders of the colony laser has become like shooting fish in a barrel, and the second wave of Nemo mobile suits mop up the last of the opposition. The colony laser is captured, and the troops aboard it surrender to Ayug. Full of regret, Camille blames himself for not killing Haman when he had the chance. Char tries to comfort him, but also warns him that he is turning out like Amuro, and Amuro spent 7 years in a kind of hell before he got free. The fight isn't over. Ayug must now turn their attention to the moon, where the asteroid base Axis has been aimed at the lunar city of Granada. The meteor base Axis is approaching Granada, and it is up to Ayug to stop it from reaching its target. None of the weapons aboard the Argama or the other ships of the Ayug fleet are strong enough to shift the massive base, and the Minovsky particles are too dense for them to get a message to the colony laser. Their only hope is to use Axis's own communication system to contact Grips 2 and plan the strike. Camille is concerned about the plan, but is ordered to get some rest. There is no telling when they might need him to launch in the Zeta. In the hall, Camille crashes into Fa, whose usual cheerfulness cracks as she lays her head against his chest and asks, "Things will go back to the way they were when this is all over, right?" But Camille has no comforting words for her. He, at least, cannot go back to how he was. He has a sense of duty now. As he leaves to get some rest, Fa smiles and seems proud of him. Aboard the Dogos Gear, the remnants of the Titan's forces, led by Bascom, hunt for the Argama. Rosamia, in the Psycho Gundam Mark II, will lead the search, as they run tests on her and the new mobile suit. They have altered her memory again, this time to convince her that Gates is her older brother, and he gives her orders, leads her through some calming breathing exercises, and sends her on her way. A small group from the Argama, Fa among them, enters Axis's interior colony. They stagger as the colony is rocked by explosions, and split up to search for the comms facility. Everywhere they look are signs that the residents of the colony left in a hurry. Lighting and air systems left on, family mementos left behind, overturned glassware still dripping on the floor. Trying to rest, Camille tosses and turns, listening to the Argama fire ineffectually on Axis. Slowly, he picks up a sound, and it grows louder and louder, like the groaning of metal or pained breathing. He gives up on rest and heads to the hangar. The attacks on Axis send parts of the colony crashing to the street below, and when Fa runs for cover, she shouts for Camille. Although Camille hears her, he knows the earlier sound was not her, and he thinks it might be 4. Increasingly frantic, Rosamia searches for the Argama, and her hunt leads her out of communication range with Gates. There is no time for the Titans to worry about her or their experiments, though. A group of mobile suits arrived, led by Rekoa, and clearly sent by Sirocco to eliminate Basque. Yazan is sent out with his squad, and even Gates is ordered to turn his attention to defending the Dogos Gear. New Type Lab scientist Lauren Nakamoto worries that separating Gates from Rosamia mid-experiment could make her unstable. Rosamia finds the Argama and attacks, and Camille is able to launch immediately, having already gotten into the Zeta. Once out in space, he hears someone say, "Oni-chan!" and sees flashes of Rosamia's face. The sounds and sensations he felt are getting stronger, but he remains certain that it's 4. It isn't until he gets close to the Psycho Gundam Mark II that he realizes it isn't her. And yet superimposed over his vision is an image of 4, crying out and clutching her head. He leads the mystery pilot down a narrow passage into Axis, destroying a control panel so that the hatch closes on the mobile suit's leg. No matter how she tries to maneuver, Rosamia cannot get free. Wondering who the pilot could be, Camille leaves his cockpit to investigate. Rosamia also leaves her cockpit, firing her pistol at Camille. He returns fire and takes cover. She loses sight of him, and when he re-emerges, he tries to disarm her. A perplexed expression crosses her face as she says, "Oni-chan," then grimaces in pain. Another voice, 4's voice, sounds in his head. "Camille, where have you been? I've been looking for you. We're finally together. I won't ever let you go." Confused, hopeful, horrified, Camille doesn't have a chance to respond before they are both sucked down a passageway in a rush of air and separated. Rosamia winds up on the streets of the Axis colony, limping and disoriented. Her last memory is of chasing the Zeta Gundam. She spots Fa through a shop window and goes inside. But even as Fa insists that they know each other, Rosamia's memories of Fa do not resurface. Camille emerges shortly behind Rosamia, but when he looks in the shop window, he doesn't see her. He sees 4. When he calls out, Rosamia shoots at Fa, and Fa ducks out of the way. Fa keeps trying to reach her, but Rosamia remains distrustful, telling Fa to throw away what's in her hand. "Don't you recognize it? It's just a yo-yo, a toy." Fa plays with the yo-yo and it seems almost hypnotic. Rosamia watches it rise and fall as Fa continues talking. "I feel so sorry for you. You haven't been taught how to do anything but fight in the war, and what good has it done? What good have any new types or cyber new types done? It's not even a real thing, and yet we're fighting this war because of it. Families lived here, but now everyone has gone to fight. You wouldn't understand. You've never lived with a family. Furious, Rosamia counters, I did have a family! Fa looks sad as she tells Rosamia that those memories are fake. Camille tries again to get her to remember their time together, but she is in pain and runs from them, screaming for her brother. She shoots off her mobile suit's leg to get free of the hatch and blasts her way out of Axis, crying and desperate for her brother. She seems to lose control, and the Psycho Gundam's lasers fire all at once in every direction. Camille in the Zeta finally catches up to her. He sees Four and even Sarah superimposed over her and calling out to him, "Help! Hurry!" The lasers strike the Argama. He yells for someone, anyone, to help her, and desperately pleads with her to become Rosami, to stop this. "You're not my brother!" she yells and attacks the Argama. After murmuring an apology to her, Camille aims a direct hit and fires. Just before Rosamia is engulfed in the explosion, she looks out at him and says, "I found you." In another battle, Rekoa lands a direct hit on the bridge of the Dogos Gear, killing Basque and most of his officers. Yazan abandons Basque and his crew, presumably to join Sirocco. The communications team gets through. The colony laser fires, and the strike shifts Axis safely away from Granada. Back on the Argama, Fa and Camille look out at the debris. Bits of Rosamia's mobile suit drift by. Fa wonders if she was too hard on her. But Camille reassures her that she didn't say anything wrong. New types really can't make a difference. With an eerie smile, he turns to her and says, all he can do is kill people. Looking sad, Fa leaves him. Char walks up, thinking he will have to comfort a grief-stricken Camille, but Camille keeps smiling. He's not worrying about what happened, because if he did, he couldn't live with himself. Char watches Camille walk away and looks troubled. The Argama races back to Grips 2 airspace, where the Radish and the rest of the Aeug fleet are now fighting both Axis and the Titans. Their pilots prep for launch, with the usual round of reminders to Katz to stay focused and keep his mind on the mission. As soon as Camille has launched, Jared appears over his shoulder, piloting the bound dock. While Camille dogfights with his sometime rival, Yazan and his wingmen take on Emma and Katz. Across the battlefield, inside the remnants of an old colony, Camille can sense that Katz and Emma are in trouble and takes off to help them. For better maneuverability, Emma docks the Mark II with the G-Defensor, and Katz is ejected in a small, core fighter-like plane. Emma orders him to return to the safety of the Argama, but Katz is determined to keep fighting, even with diminished firepower. Emma shoots down Ramses, one of Yazan's wingmen, while Katz flies as deftly as he can, dodging every attack. But he gets distracted. Allowing himself a moment to look back at Yazan and gloat, he looks forward again to see that he is about to crash into a meteorite. He manages to change course so that it is a glancing blow, but it sends him spinning out of control. Yazan finally lands a hit. Electrics damaged, the faceplate of his helmet smashed. Katz seems only barely conscious when Sarah appears to him. She tells him that she is glad they met, that he will see her again soon. She embraces him and he smiles. All around the battlefield, new types and old types alike, Camille and Char, Fa, Bright, all the crews of the Argama and the Radish, Shinta and Kum, and even Rekoa, are all struck by an indescribable feeling, just before Katz's ship crashes once more, this time to be completely destroyed. Full of a desire for vengeance, Emma attacks and destroys several more Titan's mobile suits, but Yazan manages to sneak up behind her. It is only a warning from the now incorporeal cats that gives her time to partially evade the blow, but the Mark II is still so badly damaged she cannot continue to fight. She retreats to a piece of space debris, and Beckner, watching from the bridge of the Radish, can tell she's in trouble. However, he also knows that to rescue her would put his ship and its entire crew in danger. He cannot put them all at risk, even to save his beloved Emma, but the crew make the decision for him. They all insist on going to her rescue. Their arrival chases Yazan away, but only temporarily. He swings back around, and while the Radish shields Emma and the Mark II, Yazan lands multiple hits on the ship, including its bridge. Emma screams for Beckner, while Yazan laughs, and the Radish is racked with explosions. In shock at the loss of the Radish, Camille is caught by surprise when Jared attacks. "It's because of men like you that these battles won't end," Camille yells. When Jared counters that Camille has killed more people than he has, Camille insists, "I am not a murderer!" He seems almost sad as he fires on the bound duck, knocking Jared back into the exploding Radish. Even the deaths of his enemies fill Camille with horror. Overwhelmed by the senselessness of it all, Camille screams, and the Zeta fires its beam rifle into the air. On the Dogo skier, Sirocco can sense him, and is disgusted by the display of emotion. He laments that there is no decency to be found in humanity, and tells Rekoa that only a leader with absolute power can change the people. She could be that leader, he suggests, for all that Rekoa has no desire for that kind of power. Sirocco puts off any further discussion as they both join the battle. Standing outside her mobile suit, staring off in a daze, Emma doesn't respond when Camille comes to get her. "I saw Henkin as he died," she murmurs. Camille tells her that they won't let them get away with it, that they have to put an end to the war. Mid-sentence and seemingly without being aware of it, Camille opens his helmet to the vacuum of space. Emma quickly closes his helmet again, asking if he realizes what he just did, but he ignores her question, taking her and the Mark II to Fa for return to the Argama. As soon as the Mark II can launch again, Emma returns to the fight. While Haman fends off Sirocco and Rekoa, a huge blast tears through the Axis forces. Char has arrived with a mega bazooka launcher, joined shortly by Camille, and the fighting becomes even more frantic and confused. Haman deploys the Kubele's bits to destroy the mega bazooka launcher, while Yazan and Rekoa gang up on Camille. Char turns his attention to Sirocco, and Emma arrives just in time to stop Rekoa from killing Camille. "No one will cry for you," Emma tells Rekoa as they fight, but Rekoa claims not to care, claims that she is resigned to the path she's chosen. Camille tries to stop them, but they charge each other, and Emma lands a killing blow. Before she dies, Rekoa gives Emma an explanation, or perhaps a warning. Men think only of fighting and can only think of women as tools, or just humiliate us. Emma leaves her cockpit when Rekoa dies, but the Pallas Athene explodes, knocking her back and into some space debris. Yazan attacks Camille once more, but Camille is suddenly surrounded by a pink aura, emanating like flames from the Zeta. The aura acts as a shield, protecting him from Yazan's attacks. A beam shoots forth from Camille's third eye, and his beam saber, somehow more powerful than before, slashes through Yazan's Hambrabi. He is finally able to go get Emma. She tries to move but can't, and when Camille asks her where it hurts, she tells him, "Everywhere." Katz, Jared, Rekoa, and Yazan have died, but the battle continues all around them. Camille takes Emma and shelters in an old wreck, while explosions and laser fire continue unabated. "Hang in there," he urges her, but Emma knows that she is dying. Kneeling on the floor, he cradles her in one arm and holds her hand. With the last bits of energy she has, Emma desperately insists that Camille absorb her life and use it to win the war. Once he agrees, she calms. Eyes closed, voice low, She reassures Camille that he has many people watching over him. He will not be alone. He stays with her until she passes away, his tears shining as they float through the air. Having decided to fire the colony laser at the Titans and Axis forces, Bright orders the Argama to get within communications range. 3 mobile suits are racing toward the structure, Sirocco and Haman to disable the laser, and Char to defend it. But with 2 against 1, Char struggles. Sirocco manages to destroy several of the cores, and Haman's Kubele cuts an arm from the Hyakushiki. Char is forced to run, and by the time Haman and Sirocco find the Hyakushiki, Char has abandoned it and proceeded on foot into the colony. The Argama is a sitting duck, but they must stay and defend the colony laser, which is warming up but not yet ready to fire. Camille receives orders to go defend the massive weapon, and says a last goodbye to Emma Chui. Char wanders through the colony and finds himself on the stage of an old, dark theater. Spotlights come up on him, and Haman appears out in the audience, holding a gun. Sirocco stands across the room from her, and they are all in a stalemate. Haman still wants Char to come over to her side, but is willing to kill him if he refuses. Why won't he join her in re-establishing the Zabis? The revival of an aristocratic family will be easy for common people to understand, and once they have power, they can decide what sort of world they want to create. Char is adamant that she is just recreating the mistakes of the 1-year war. Haman presses him. Suppose Ayug wins, what is his plan then? But he doesn't have one. He's afraid of guiding the world in the wrong direction, and is sure that with or without his guidance, humanity will awaken into new types. Disgusted with him, Haman says, "People like you, who cannot see and accept what is necessary, must be eliminated." She seems ready to fire when Camille enters from the other side of the stage, firing his own gun and sending Haman and Sirocco ducking for cover. An eerie sound echoes through their minds. A strange feeling overpowers them, and Char wonders, is Camille doing this? "The ones who need to be eliminated are the ones pulled by Earth's gravity," Camille shouts. But Sirocco ridicules him for being so emotional. Petty sentiment can only lead the world to destruction. The stalemate continues until Fa bursts through the door at the upper level of the theater. Her cover fire allows Char and Camille to take off through a backstage door, and she runs after them, as they all return to their mobile suits. The colony laser is finally ready to fire. Although the Argama is taking heavy damage, Bright is determined not to fire until Camille, Fa, and Char are clear. Haman and Sirocco chase the 3, and Camille seems determined to destroy them both, even if it means keeping them inside the laser and sacrificing himself in the process. The laser is energy critical and could explode if it's not fired soon, but still Bright tells them to wait. Fa and Char will not leave without Camille, and Char tells him, "Youngsters like you are the ones who will save the world." Begrudgingly convinced, Camille agrees to leave the 2 enemy leaders behind and fly to safety. Bright is finally able to give the order to fire, and the beam of the colony laser tears through the enemy fleets. The losses convince Sirocco that they can no longer defeat Ayug. He searches the battlefield for the Jupitress, but is soon pursued by Camille, who is determined not to let him get away. Char and Haman dogfight nearby, but the Hyakushiki is outclassed and gets more and more damaged. He finally tricks her into a wrecked ship, grabbing hold of the Kubele and smashing it into a wall. But she can still operate the bits, and in short order Haman turns the Hyakushiki into a limbless heap. Her moment of triumph ends quickly. Char makes a last suicidal attack on the ship's exposed electrical system. The explosions tear the entire ship apart, and Haman only just manages to escape. Returning to the Guamban, she assures Minerva that if they regroup and prepare, they will fight on, and they will win. All the while, Camille and Sirocco fight on. In the cockpit of the Zeta Gundam, Camille talks aloud, to himself and to the spirits he knows are out there. "I am willing to sacrifice my life to stop Sirocco. I'm sure you all understand." A voice from the ether, advises him on tactics. Lila Miraraira appears to urge Camille on. Emma's spirit appears, and Katz's. "I'll let you use my body," Camille tells them. An ethereal Sarah tries to protect Sirocco, and although the spirits of Rekoa, Rosamia, and Four try to shift her, it is Katz who convinces her to stand aside, to see what Sirocco really is, and what Camille is trying to do. Spirits rush to the Zeta like streaks of white mist, forming a glowing radiance that suddenly becomes red. Sirocco goes from laughing at the idea that spirit energy will defeat the O, to urging his mobile suit on as the Zeta pursues him at unimaginable speed. The Zeta pins the O, one of its spikes piercing the cockpit and crushing Sirocco. Half of the faceplate of Camille's helmet explodes outward. As he is dying, a blue aura emanates from Sirocco, and he tells Camille, "I'm taking your soul with me." The blue aura becomes brighter and brighter, and eventually envelops the Zeta in a blinding flash. Fa rushes to retrieve the Zeta, frantically radioing Camille. He seems dazed. "I can see a light, like a large star turning on and off," he says, smiling and laughing to himself. His speech is childlike, and he seems not to remember that he's in a mobile suit. He complains that it's hot and asks someone to come get him. Fa is frightened and calls out to the bridge of the Argama for help as she drags the Zeta back. As the ship flies on, Earth remains in the background, seemingly untouched by these events. The limbless Hyakushiki drifts between us and Earth, its cockpit hanging open.